Hello everyone. If you are new to my channel, then consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do it, thanks. By the way, I also have a Luffy fan fiction channel. If you are interested, the link is in the description. Dragonslayer by KitsuneDragon. He said he saw great potential in my small body and he raised me. Because of him I lived, I learned, and I finally found someone I could call friend, even if he didn't call me the same. I am his son. I am his student, the Dragonslayer of Aknologia. I don't own anything. Adios.
Skies of Fury, as much as I appreciate being carried through the skies, did you really have to choose the princess carry? Roshi asked. Would you rather be dangled by your arms or legs as we traveled through the air at subsonic speeds? Zabrak responded. Well, no, then suck it up. The density magic user stated before shifting his silver eyes upwards. At least you're not the one being held in the arms of a 12-year-old. Well, technically I am, because if I'm being carried by you and she's carrying you, then she's basically carrying both of us. The Lava Dragonslayer replied. I just can't believe I'm nearing 200 years and I have to resort myself to being princess carried like a damsel in distress simply because I can't fly. Are you complaining, Zabrak-san? Roshi-san? In any other situation, the two powerful mages would have brushed off such threatening words from the Sky Dragonslayer. However, with Wendy carrying both him and Roshi in her arms as they were held aloft several thousands of feet above the Fiorean Sea, such words were much more frightening. No, Wendy-sama. Roshi quickly responded. We're not too heavy, are we, Wendy-sama? Was the reply from Zabrak. Not at all, Zabrak-san. Wendy stated as she adjusted her hold on the older mage's shirt. Using your density magic to make yourself less dense helps immensely. It feels as if I'm only carrying just a bit more than the weight of Roshi-san. That's good too. Roshi halted in his nodding as a metaphorical record scratched in his mind. Wait, are you saying I'm fat? Roshi's sweat dropped as the daughter of Grandine averted her gaze and whistled innocently before glaring at his male carrier, who began to snicker beneath his mask. Son never called me fat. Yeah well, Son Goku's not here right now. Zabrak stated, something which made his eyes narrow in thought. Which we actually never discussed. Oi, boss. Why didn't we bring the rest of the 9 with us? Naruto's eyes shifted to glance at the forward dark mage out of his peripheries. It's too much of a risk with Zeref involved. How so? Roshi asked. They're monster of magic on par with dragons, no. It's primarily out of pride that we like to make the claim that we are capable of fighting with dragons, but that's beside the point. Kurama replied. But to answer your question, Zabrak, the reason for not bringing Sun and the others is because we are composed of pure magic and we do not know what Zeref is capable of. Our creator, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, he was comparable to Merlin when it came to both power and skill. Zeref is Merlin's ancestor, and due to Zeref being out of commission for the past 400 years, we know next to nothing about his current skill set. The worst case scenario is that Zeref would have to be placed on a tier alongside Merlin. You told us Zeref could use life and death magic, but would that really have an effect on you though? Zabrak asked. Like you said, the 9 are pure magic. You're practically immortal. Yes, with regards to death magic, we're not affected, Kurama replied. But life magic allows someone to manipulate the very essence of magic at its core. Like we explained back at the castle, Zeref can perform matter reconfiguration with this type of magic, and if he is truly able to perform spells on the scale of his great-great-great-grandfather, then it would be putting all of his 9 at risk if he's able to manipulate our cores. Oh, was the intelligent reply from Roshi and Zabrak. The small group broke through a cluster of clouds, and suddenly the sounds of combat were picked up by the enhanced sense of hearing of the Dragonslayers and Kurama. However, though he couldn't hear it, Zabrak could very well see the explosions of magic and fire that were taking place in the visible distance. Oni-san, Kurama-chan. Yes. Did we get any word from Shukaku-san about what's going? Wendy asked as she directed her brown eyes towards the horizon. All eyes shifted to Kurama for the answer to that question. You were in contact with Shukaku a few minutes ago, correct? Naruto asked. Yeah, the fox-costumed Exceed replied to his Dragonslayer partner. Shukaku, Yuki and Isobu are still locked in combat with the 2 mechas that Grimoire Heart created with their airship fleets. The casualties are definitely not as high as they would have been if they weren't there. They're playing their parts of being the alleged saviors pretty well, so our plan is coming together quite nicely, but doing so has caused the Fiorean fleet to lose quite a number of ships in the process as the long-range weapons on the mechas are breaking through intermittently. The fleet is retreating though, aren't they? Roshi asked. Yes, they'll soon be out of range of the attacks at the rate they're moving at, and once they are, they'll take out the mechas. The Kyuubi no Yoko turned his eyes towards the 3 executive members of the spy network. The 3 of them have been given the instruction to retreat once that is done. But Shukaku noted that Gaara is currently locked in a battle with 2 of the remaining kin of Purgatory from Grimoire Heart. Gaara is pretty strong, does he really need help? Roshi paused as the fox-costumed Exceed directed a deadpan expression his way. What? I assumed that's what you were leading up to. The Biju Exceed sighed. Anyway, yes, but while Gaara is a kin of purgatory himself, he is fighting Caprico. That being is a celestial spirit that was somehow anchored to the material world, and while Naruto would be able to dispatch with them quickly, we have no time to waste since we have to find Zeref and kill him. So we go and find Gaara, beat this Caprico guy and whoever the other kin of purgatory is, get out and then. Zabrak looked to his superior. What do you want us to do after? Get out as fast as you can. Naruto immediately replied. If you're successful in your mission before Shukaku, Yuki and Isobu are finished with theirs, you leave with them. There was a tone of urgency in the Apocalypse Dragonslayer's voice, something which made Wendy, Zabrak and Roshi look at each other in confusion. If you say so. Forest, Tenro Island. The sounds of steel slicing through wood and foliage were heard within the forests of Fairy Tale's Sacred Island. The crack of bark meeting the solid ground seemed to echo as Gajil's sword arms sliced through anything in their path. As he stepped into a small clearing, the Iron Dragonslayer paused to tilt his nose up. He took a few quick sniffs, the various scents of the land entering his nostrils to be processed by his brain's superior olfactory senses. I'm getting a bit of Master's scent coming a bit more from the northeast. What do you got? The black-haired Dragonslayer turned to face his brethren of fire and water. Juvia and Natsu took a few sniffs of the environment for themselves before nodding in agreement. Yes, Juvia agrees. The daughter of Levia stated. Though the scent of ozone suggests that Laxus Sand's scent is more prevalent. We seem to be getting a bit closer too. Natsu stated as he turned to the other members of the rescue team. We should find Ji-chan and Laxus soon, guys. Urza nodded to the children of dragons. Alright, we'll keep advancing, but everyone remember to be on your guard. It seems as though whoever was fighting Master and Laxus is very strong. No shit. Gajil scoffed. Whoever that guy was flung the old man through the air even in full Titan mode. That ain't no ordinary level of power. Red Fox is right. Tyson adjusted his trucker hat nervously. Now I know we're considered a joint strike force for this thing, but what exactly is the plan here if the enemy is with Laxus and Makarov-sama? All eyes turned to Urza. Tyson, you and Alice will provide long-range support. You'll take as best of a sniper's position as you can and keep an eye out as well as provide cover fire if necessary. Juvia and Gray will go for an immobilization combination with their water prison and freeze spells, and then the rest of us will go for a foo. You're really getting the hang of this responsibility thing as a wizard saint, huh? Gray smirked. Sure, Urza has led her guildmates into battle before, but this was an actual strike force composed of different types of combatants. It was a very different ballgame, and she seemed to be playing it well so far. Urza rolled her eyes at the Ice Mage, but a small smile adorned her face. Shut up and let's keep moving. We've got 2 dryers to take back home. If they're alive, Arkad muttered under his breath. A quick elbow to the ribs Adeltrud had him wincing. His twin sister's glare was met with a glare of his own, but before he could take another step forward, the sound of sandal-covered feet stamping on the grass covered the ground met his ears. Arkad's head snapped in the direction of the footsteps, but before he could register the source, he found his ability to breathe being slightly compromised as his collar was gripped tightly. Oi, what are you? The member of Ernesti Doma's squadron found his words dying in his throat as Natsu's glare was fired at him point blank. You don't make a comment about our nakama like that. Laxus and Ji-chan won't die from somebody like those bastards from Grimoire Heart, so shut your mouth and keep walking before I break your jaw. Natsu snorted forcefully, orange-yellow embers escaping from his nostrils as a way to emphasize his threat. Glancing a bit beyond Natsu's face, Arkad's eyes widened and sweat began to drip down the side of his face as he felt the invisible force of killing intent coming from the other members of Fairy Tail. Note to self: don't make negative comments within earshot of a Dragonslayer. The pink-haired Dragonslayer released the Rune Knight captain from his grip before taking his position back at the forefront of the strike force alongside his fellow Dragonslayers. The other members of the strike force merely shook their heads at Arkad as Adeltrud dragged her currently stunned brother along by the arm. Flashback 1 hour ago. Forests, Tenro Island with Caprico and Meridi off to fight the partner of Shukaku, and said Ichibi now engaged in a ferocious battle with the 2 gargantuan mechas of his own dark guild's making. Hades turned to his second-in-command and motioned for her to follow him. Come Ultir, we have the rest of our plan to complete. Yes, master. Before the 2 could even take 3 steps, a bolt of golden lightning burned a dark line in the grass. Hades raised an eyebrow as he stared at the trail of burnt foliage before turning to the user of the magically forged lightning. The line between bravery and stupidity is a very thin one, boy. If you don't want to reveal where you stand in that comparison, then I will only share this piece of advice with you once. Hades' devil's eye glowed threateningly. Do not get in my way. No way in hell, old man. The former second-generation Dragonslayer snarled as lightning sparked off of his body. I faced against people way scarier and stronger than you. Then you're even more of a fool than your grandfather. At least Makarov has some sense. Don't you, boy? The The centennial dark mage shifted his gaze to the titan of fairy tale who stood beside his grandson. What the hell are you talking about? Gigi isn't SC. Laxus's words died in his throat as he glanced at the diminutive mage he called family. Makarov Drayar kept a stern gaze fixated on his predecessor and teacher, but his attempt to keep a brave face both in front of his foes and his grandson proved to be an effort in futility as a few beads of sweat lined his brow. A minimal tremble rested upon his shoulders, and Laxus could only stare at the third master of fairy tale. Gigi, do you understand now, brat? Hades took a step forward and the ground cracked beneath his boot. The spiderweb of crevices stretched out towards Laxus in an almost threatening manner as the force of Hades' aura of magic energy flickered around his body like the flames of purgatory. My power eclipses that of both you and your grandfathers combined. Your death blow from earlier was merely a test of how much Zeref's death and living magic powers could allow me to regenerate, and now I know. You knew you would survive that? Laxus's facial expression was all that was needed to show how much of a madman he thought his opponent was. No way you knew that you would survive a unison raid spell from me and Gigi, no fucking way. I've studied the powers I aimed to acquire at this point, brat. The only thing to do was to see their limitations. You're not human anymore. Makarov managed to utter out. Were you, Master Perhito? A demon. A monster. An immortal dark god. Hades raised his fingers as he listed off the answers. There are much more options available to you, I'm quite sure, but I do not have the time to dwell upon those things. Now I believe it is time for Ultir and I to move on from this pointless dialogue. Another bolt of golden lightning struck down at Hades' feet and the master of Grimoire Heart's eyes narrowed in annoyance. You're crossing the threshold of stupidity and bravery, brat. Don't care. Laxus's eyes glowed menacingly as he drew upon his magic energy, immediately transforming into his thunder in heaven mode. I'm taking you down. Hades wasn't given a moment to blink as a few sparks of lightning marked his charge. The demon blood-infused man felt the hair on the back of his neck raise and his eyes narrowed as he snapped in the direction of his second-in-command. His legs immediately tensed and Hades immediately surged forth, standing in front of Ultir with Laxus's fist sparking merely inches away from her face. Dark eyes were wide with shock, her master's firm grip holding the offending limb which shook in its attempt to break free and complete its task. So you do care. I'm impressed, brat. Hades chuckled. To think you would target Ultir shows you may not be as stupid, but you are still stupid nonetheless. Laxus gritted his teeth, biting back a wince as he felt the grip on his wrist tighten significantly. His radius and ulna creaked under the pressure and the world became a blurry mess of color as Hades flung him aside. Laxus quickly regained his bearings and planted his feet against the bark of the tree he was about to collide into. However, the moment he did, he felt the bark shift. Laxus, look out! His grandfather's voice met his ears and simultaneously his sixth sense for danger, honed from years of fighting, kicked in. The bark shattered beneath his feet as he quickly flew through the air to avoid whatever it was that was about to attack him. Landing beside his grandfather, both generations of Drayar mages looked back at the tree, their eyes widening. What the hell is that? The bark of the tree that Laxus pushed off of suddenly began to creak as a violet-black magic seal sprung into existence. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden Martyr, Life Magic. Hades' voice rang out as he pointed his hands in the direction of the tree. Womb of Lilith. The magic seal then began to pulse, an audible sound akin to a heartbeat echoing throughout the forest. The bark continued to crack and creak and both mages of fairy tale could only watch as veins of magic energy stretched across the entirety of the piece of foliage. The magic energy began to grow increasingly more concentrated and suddenly a pair of massive clawed hands sprung forth from the magic seal. The crimson-colored weapons dug into the bark, cracking it even more as leverage was provided to pull the rest of its body free. The demonic beast fell onto the ground almost as if it were baby foal, but just like a foal, the beast was quick to recover despite only just being born. Rising to its full height of 8 feet, the beast's chest expanded as it took in its first breath of air. Its jaws slackened slightly, drool leaking from under its fork-like tongue, before its eyes snapped open. There were no irises or pupils, just circular, seemingly never-ending voids of shining white. By the dragons, what is that? Owe himself then to Hades. That, Makarov, is a demon. The first of many to come, I assure you. As if to solidify his remark, 4 more violet-black magic seals formed out of thin air, one on a tree, another on a rock, one from a small cluster of flowers and another on a leafy bush. In a manner not unlike their sibling, 4 more demons were birthed into the world by the centennial acolyte of Zeref. Hades looked upon his 5 creations with a feeling of pride as they gathered around him like a flock of loyal sheep. You're a mad man, Laxus exclaimed as he looked upon the 4 beasts. They were humanoid in posture, but that was where the similarities ended. The beasts took deep audible breaths, the deep guttural growls drifting on the winds as they looked to their creator and master. I would like to think myself more of a risk-taker than one who teeters into the realm of insanity. Now then. Hades pointed a finger at the two Drayar mages. "I'd like to take my children for a test drive if you don't mind." "Gigi, jump on my back. Now." Laxus's words were firm and resolute. His grandfather did not argue and jumped, his arms wrapped securely around the lightning magic user's neck. The moment he did, the demonic beast struck simultaneously. Laxus took to the skies and his former location was reduced to a moderately sized crater as the 5 magic-made monsters crashed down with surprising levels of strength. The beasts roared to express their annoyance, their eyes shining as they looked up at Laxus and Makarov. "After them," Hades ordered. To the surprise of the two fairy tale mages, the beasts launched themselves into the air. They defied the resisting force of gravity in a manner not unlike Laxus's, and the thunder god of fairy tale quickly used his superior speed to maneuver his way around the oncoming enemies. The 5 beasts rocketed past their target, powerful winds rushing past them due to the speed of their ascent, however they were quick to gain some semblance of control. They unsteadily halted themselves in midair and turned around to face their prey, drool once more leaking from their open maws as they growled at Laxus and Makarov. "It seems they're still getting used to their own powers," Makarov observed. "Their levels of adapting is extremely high though, so we need to put them down quickly before they start to become more experienced." "Way ahead of you, Gigi." Laxus sped through the air, his body practically vanishing from view in the eyes of the demons. Laxus reappeared in the center of the group and raised an arm before bringing it down upon a demon's head. The monster roared in pain as it rocketed towards the unforgiving earth, a massive cloud of dust and dirt forming upon impact. The other 4 demons immediately turned and roared, rushing at the living lightning bolt of a mage. One demon struck from behind while 2 others came at him from either side. Laxus's arms extended and a pair of shockwaves raced out from the point of impact as he caught the oncoming fists that at him from the sides. The demon that struck from behind also found its blow being defended against as a golden circular shield made of hardened light magic was formed. The beast snarled at Makarov, its shining white eyes meeting Makarov's now glowing golden ones. However, due to being in close proximity to their target, the demons quickly closed the distance even further and wrapped their arms securely around Laxus's own. As they did this, the 4th demon cast its shadow upon Laxus as it struck from above. With a roar, the beast performing a front flip while sprouting a thick heavy tail. The newly formed rear appendage came crashing down with devastating force. Laxus's head was tilted downwards and the demon spun in the air to then deliver a fast and strong right jab to the face. Lightning magic. Thunder force cannon. Laxus's head snapped up and he opened his jaws. A powerful beam of lightning erupted from his throat and burned the demon's upper limb into nothing. The beast howled in agony, hovering back as it gripped the edge of the stump. Laxus then reared his arms back, the demons which held them releasing low growls of surprise as they quickly found themselves being moved against their own volitions. Twin roars of pain were heard as the 2 demons were forced to crash into each other as Laxus swung his arms forward. Not wishing to be outdone by his grandson, Makarov undid the wall of light and enlarged his dominant right hand. The titan of fairy tale's massive fist came crashing down on the demon with terrific force to send it tumbling through the air. "Laxus, take it down, right? Lightning magic, heavenward halberd." Laxus surged towards the demon whose arm he has destroyed, the halberd of concentrated lightning morphing into existence within his hands. With a cry of effort, the thunder god of fairy tale sliced through the demon's other arm, severing it at the elbow and leaving its pained form open to further attack. Laxus crashed his foot into the beast's stomach, said beast descending towards the ground at a dizzying pace to the point it knocked down a few trees in the process. The beast's momentum carried it through the forests of Tenro, a deep trench being carved in the process until it came to a halt by smashing into a boulder. The beast groaned in pain as it now lay within the imprint its upper body created with the piece of stone. Its neck muscles trembled as it tried to force itself into a sitting position, but all movement was immediately halted as a bright blue light washed over its body. The demon's eyes widened, its mouth agape as it suddenly felt a lancing pain due to the lightning arrow Laxus fired into its neck. The arrow of lightning detonated, becoming a pillar of sapphire which completely disintegrated the demon's existence into ash to be scattered to the winds. The other 3 snarled at the electrokinetic mage before flying towards him at breakneck speeds, but for he who moves at the speed of lightning, they were practically standing still. He batted them all aside with punches and kicks, treating them like the newborns that they were. He was toying with them, and the feeling of superiority which oozed from the fairy tale mage caused the demon's rage to reach new heights. A burning built up within their bellies, a burning that screamed to be released. With a roar, the 3 demons opened their mouths and unleashed bright bursts of crimson destruction. The blasts of pure eternano raced towards their target, but Laxus simply raised his hands and a blue magic seal formed in front of his palms. Lightning magic. Dragon's Maw. From the magic seal came the head of a ferocious dragon, its eyes glowing with crimson light and fangs as sharp as any blade. The dragon head bared said fangs and bore down upon the energy blasts that the demons unleashed, engulfing them in one fell swoop. The blasts detonated within and the dragon of lightning died in a flash of blue light. Distracted and blinded by the flash, the demons lost sight of their target. However, enhanced senses kept them within the loop as they smelled the scent of ozone and heard the sounds of sparking electricity above their heads. Without missing a beat, the three demons turned skyward and unleashed a trio of energy blasts at Laxus once more. Lightning magic. Triple thunderbolt. As quickly as they had launched their attacks, Laxus had fired his counter spell. A trio of blue arrows forged from lightning were launched from his palms, each one flying straight and true. They speared through the spherical energy blasts like they weren't even there, small explosions of red dotting the skies in their wake, before they embedded themselves into the bodies of their targets. The demons roared, but the roars were drowned out by the explosive detonations of the lightning arrows. With a resounding trio of booms akin to thunder, the demons were engulfed in massive explosions of lightning which caused them to turn to ash. And that's that. Laxus smirked as he dusted his hands. How you holding up, Gigi? Didn't have much to do sin the lion's share. Makarov chuckled as he ruffled his grandson's currently long, bluish-white mane. You done me proud, my boy. The lightning user gave the 10-wizard saint a toothy grin in response to the praise. However, the lightning user's eyes widened as he suddenly felt a tight grip around his ankles. Huh? Laxus turned to the source of the grip and his electric blue eyes widened as he found himself staring into the pair of white voids that were the eyes of the demon beasts. A lengthy chain of the monsters stretched from the forest floor all the way up to the one that currently held Laxus's legs in its grasp. Laxus's vision suddenly became a dizzying blur of blue and greens as the tower of monsters suddenly began to spin like a whip. A powerful whirlwind was generated as the speed of the swings became increasingly faster. Gigi, hold on, don't have to tell me twice. The two dryers gritted their teeth, their eyes tearing up slightly due to the winds. Finally they came to an abrupt halt upon the demons at the base of their self-made chain, adjusting the momentum of their swing to send the two fairy tale mages careening towards the ground. Gigi, jump. The wizard saint heeded his grandson's words, leaping off of his back before he would end up being crushed by the weight of the former lightning Dragonslayer. The ground seemed to shake from the devastating blow, the demons at the forefront of the chain and Laxus all hidden from view by the resulting dust cloud. Lightning magic. Crushing fist of majestic thunder. The roar of the former second-generation Dragonslayer seemed to echo throughout the forest, heralding the use of the lightning spell. The beam of lightning launched itself from the tips of his knuckles the moment it collided with the demon which still held his ankles in its grasp. The beam continued on its path, spearing through every demon in its wake until finally all that was left was a panting Laxus sitting in a crater observing his handiwork. The landscape in front of him had been scarred by the beam of burning electricity, a massive trough that glowed orange-yellow from the heat and sparked with blue voltage seeming to stretch all the way to the edge of whichever coastline they were currently facing. Any trees in the way had their leaves either entirely burned away or had a massive holes punched through their thick trunks. LAXUS. Makarov shouted as ran towards the edge of the S-class mage's personal crater. Laxus, are you alright? Laxus pushed himself up into a sitting position, an electric blue eyebrow arching at his grandfather's question. I just punched a beam of lightning through tens of demon beasts. Gigi. I think I'm pretty okay, Gigi, look out. Laxus's body sparked, utilizing his ability to move at the speed of lightning to quickly rush into action. He pushed the third master of Fairy Tail out of the way of the oncoming blast of violet magic energy before taking the blast on by his lonesome. The force of attack generated a powerful explosion, sending Laxus careening over the diameter of his personal crater and rolling across the battlefield. The 19-year-old mage shook his head vigorously as he gritted his teeth, the ringing in his ears currently dying down as he began to climb back to his feet. Currently electric blue eyes directed their gaze towards the Elder Drayar and the source of the attack spell. Your grandson's reflexes are quite impressive, I'll admit, Hades stated as he stalked towards his successor. You have also handled my demons quite well, but no matter how many you kill, I can always make more. Their numbers are practically infinite so long as I have magic to wield, and trust me boy, I have a lot of it. Whatever your plan is, you won't get away with it. And who's going to stop me? Hades snorted in amusement. You? Believe me, Makarov, I have had this plan in the making since before I left the guild and chose to make you my successor. I have factored in every possibly outcome and intervention that could possibly occur and have created contingencies for them, for example. I'm not listening to any of this anymore, Perhito. Stop this. Makarov's eyes shone with golden light and he charged, the ground shuddering beneath his feet as he began to change into his titan form. However, the glow flickered along with the wind in his lungs as he found Hades' fist embedded deep into his belly. I taught you better than to interrupt your elders when they're speaking, Makarov. The master of Grimoire Heart followed with 2 jabs to the face, Makarov's lip splitting from the sharp knuckles of the gauntlet his former master wore. A sudden pressure was then exerted upon the elderly mage's face as Hades surged forward to complete the combination of blows. HRAH, Gripping Makarov's skull tightly, the Centennial Dark Mage raised the Titan of Fairy Tail into the air and slammed him into the ground with enough force to crater it. Makarov's eyes continued to glow brightly as he was raised back into the air and a crushing uppercut struck the underside of his chin. He felt the bones in his jaw creak and a bit of blood pooled from the way he was made to bite his tongue. Makarov arched through the air only for chains of white magic energy to wrap themselves around him, binding his limbs together. Now it's time I fulfill the part of the contingency plan I have in place for your grandson. Hades snapped his fingers and the womb of Lilith activated once more. A multitude of magic seals formed from the brush and shattered stones, and just as many demon beasts roared to life. The monsters pounced at Laxus, clawing at his body and keeping him grounded to prevent him from flying. "You pieces of shit. Get the fuck off of me." Laxus unleashed bursts of lightning from his body, but as Hades had said before, the demons were near infinite so long as he had magic to burn. For every one Laxus killed, 5 more seemed to take their place. Makarov's eyes widened as he watched the horde continue to pile upon his flesh and blood, the younger Dreyar's cries of effort quickly being drowned out by the multitude of roars. Laxus, Makarov would have reached out to him, but his hands were literally tied and now Hades began to drag him along as he and Ultir began to walk. "Come along now, Makarov. There is much work to be done and I have a special contingency plan in store for you in particular when we find Zareth." "No. Let me go, you bastard." Makarov struggled against the chains, trying to brute force his way out of them. A bolt of violet lightning from his captor caused his muscles to seize up and halted his attempts at escape. Makarov could only watch in horror as the horde of demons continued to pile upon Laxus. Laxus, I'll save you and we'll get out of this together. You hear me, Laxus, Laxus? End flashback forests, Tenro Island, Fiorian Sea. Laxus. The thunder god of fairy tale released a loud gasp as he sprung up into a sitting position. His dark eyes were wide, his heart beating his chest as he raised his fists in preparation to fight the demon horde, however. What the he? Laxus shook his head from side to side, getting rid of the cobwebs which plagued his mind. What happened? What's going on? Where's Gigi? Laxus, listen to me. Urza's brown eyes met his own dark-colored ones as she knelt down beside Natsu, the one who had been screaming his name at him earlier. You're here on Tenro Island. I'm not sure what's going on, but you look pretty banged up and you seem to have been engaged in quite the fight if the state of this battlefield is anything to go by. Laxus looked around, taking note of the multitude of broken trees and smoking craters which decorated the landscape. He then looked at the small crew of people gathered around him, some of which he didn't recognize. However, he did make out the sigil of the Rune Knights and the Magic Council present on their clothing. Why are you guys here? Grimoire Heart was attacking the fleet, shouldn't you be helping them? We were sent by Grand General Laharti and Master Makarov. The daughter of 2 wizard saints informed him. Now while it's great to see you alive and well, seemingly unhurt for the most part it seems too, but we need to find the master. Was he with you during the battle? Do you know where he went? I don't. Laxus blinked and rubbed his eyes before he felt the rush of events suddenly come back to him. Urza, we need to get going now. We understand that Master might be in grave danger, Laxus, but I'm going to need you to elaborate so that myself and the team can get a better read on the situation. The re-equipped magic user stated calmly. Natsu, Juvia and Gajeel will track Master's scent so we can find him. Now dust yourself off and explain along the way. With a stiff nod, the blonde mage climbed to his feet and began to explain the situation. Hades traveled through the landscape of Tenro Island with practiced ease, Ultir following dutifully behind her guildmaster while also keeping an eye on the elderly master of fairy tale who trudged along behind them, no longer fighting against his restraints or attempting to attack his captors. The collection of bruises and swollen right eyelid showed that Hades' physically abusive method of bringing the Titan of fairy tale to heel had proven effective. The scents, the sounds and the scenery of the island brought a form of nostalgia for the Centennial Dark Mage as he led his second-in-command through the brush with practiced ease. Years of taking part in his former guild's S-class trials and simply exploring the island with Mavis had led to him knowing the ins and outs of the brush as if it were his own backyard. However, the master of Grimoire Heart did not have time to dwell upon old memories. He glanced down at the slightly rattling chain he held in his grip as the oval-shaped locket which was attached did, pulled itself in a different direction. Having previously been facing true north, the locket now adjusted to pull itself toward the northwest. Master, from what I can recall, you said the demon's blood which you transfused into your body gave you a link to Zareth. You have demon's blood in you? Makarov exclaimed. Is that the source of your power? How you regained your youth? How you returned from basically being burned alive by Laxus' spell? Indeed, and I am most pleased with the results. Hades nodded, clenching his fist tightly around the stretch of chain magic which bound his former student and guildmate. You were saying Ultir? Yes, Master, so given that you have this link to Zareth. Ultir's gaze now matched her master's as she also glanced at the locket in his hands. Why are you using the locket to guide us? It was merely a minor misunderstanding on my part. Hades answered. The demon blood from the devil's heart was forged by the black mage's magic, and thus it did give me that, I believe the term is a gut feeling, which drew me towards Tenro. However, this same gut feeling is not the most reliable in guiding me towards Zareth, but the keys of Zareth, the artifacts to which pieces of his very soul are bound to, can do just that. The statement was enhanced as the ebony aura that outlined the piece of metal became a bit more pronounced. The rattling of the locket also became somewhat more frantic as they began to ascend the rocky incline which led to the upper tier of the island. We are drawing closer. As they scaled the incline, the two dark mages and Makarov glanced off to the side as they were now at a level of elevation that allowed them to view the titanic battle which took place in the nearby Fjorine Sea. The roars of the Biju exceed accompanied by the sounds of the titanic mechs were indicative of how the battle was faring, and Hades could not help but smirk. Well, I must say, they are doing surprisingly well for their first battle, wouldn't you say, Altair? Why yes, master. It really is quite the spectacle to witness what so many years of study have amounted to. But the thing about machines is that are so breakable. So you sent the Cerberus and Karen out there with the expectation that they would fail? Altair asked. Indeed, but they will do their job well enough. After all, they are both equipped with a devil's heart to give them that little extra oomph if something is damaged. Biomechatronics infused with demonic-based living magic is quite an interesting topic of study to put into practice. Hades mused with a small chuckle. But master, isn't the devil's heart the source of your power? If we lose them, then wouldn't you lose your current level of strength? A fair assumption, but that is not the truth of the matter. Hades responded to his second-in-command. However, the devil's hearts which fuel the Karen and Cerberus are completely separate entities from the one which I was using to fuel my longevity. As you are aware, due to my previously weakened state prior to assimilation with my devil's heart, I was able to produce clones of myself with the creation of smaller, weaker hearts to fuel them. Assimilation with my own personal devil's heart has led to me being able to function without the need for an external heart acting as a power battery like with the clones. You're a despicable piece of shit. Makarov growled out as he spied the former battleground that made the final S-class trial. The craters, scorched earth and broken ice shards were still present, but amongst the destruction, the gravestone of Fairy Tale's first master shone in the light of the setting sun. The porcelain white stone glowed with the colors of fire, and Makarov could only hold back tears as he looked at the grave. To say Master Mavis would be disappointed with how you've turned out, with what you've become, would be an understatement. As if I would care about the opinion that Mavis would have of me, Makarov. Hades scoffed, rolling his eyes as he too spied the resting place of his former friend and guildmaster. Let alone your opinion. The unlikely trio continued their trek until they finally reached the point where the incline led into a plateau. For Altair, who had never seen Tenro before, she had no reaction upon stepping foot onto the somewhat level ground that made up the upper tier of Tenro Island's land. But to Purhito and Makarov, they could not hide their surprise. The upper tiers of Tenro were exposed to the elements much more frequently than the forests below, and thus they were more lush and green with a greater variety of flora and fauna. However, what should have been a very picturesque scene enhanced by the golden orange rays of a setting sun was replaced with a 20-foot diameter circle of barren wasteland. What had once been bright green grass and leafy trees had been reduced to dried and cracked earth, with gnarled dead trees outlining the circle of death. Corpses of a variety of animals littered the areas: rabbits, wolves, birds, all of them lay still. Not even the young were spared. There was no bloodshed. No carnage or signs of struggle. No signs of intentional destruction were found. It was as if the spirit of death itself had descended upon the clearing and said, "Fuck this place in particular," before leaving to go on its merry way. However, sitting atop a small cluster of boulders in the center of it all, was a lone figure. Hades, Altair and Makarov all walked towards the figure, which, as they drew closer, was revealed to be that of a young man. He wore high-collared black and tan robes with gold trim, along with a large, flowing white toga draped around his torso. He had short black hair and dark eyes. A melancholy expression was present on his face, his half-lidded eyes gazing at the corpses of the wolf pack which surrounded the small boulders. The sounds of their approaching footsteps alerted the man to their presence, and so he glanced up from the wolves to direct his gaze towards them. "Are you Zir?" Hades did not need to complete his question as the locket in his grip suddenly rocketed out of his hands. It sped through the air like a bullet, the chain of the locket disconnecting uikily placed itself around the man's neck. The ebony aura which outlined the locket began seeping through the man's pores and entering his body as if it were water being sucked up by a sponge. Ah! The young man held the locket in his hands. "This was... is..." the man corrected himself. "Mine, isn't it?" With a soft click, the locket opened. A soft smile graced the man's features for a few seconds before the locket was closed and tucked into his cloak. Hades and Altair immediately fell on bended knee before the black mage. "Zareth-sama, oh my." Zareth chuckled as he looked upon the newcomers to his clearing. "To think after nearly 400 years of hiding myself away from the world, Someone has finally found me. Of course, Zarif-sama. Hades smiled at the descendant of Merlin. My name is Purhito Gaybald. I come alongside my subordinate, Ultir Milkovich. We have read many of your great works, studied them intensely and with great fervor so that we may one day locate you. We searched for many, many years in an effort to find you. Now that we have finally found you, we ask that we may learn from you the method of bettering this world of ours. For too long, this world of magic of ours has been overpopulated by those who are unable to cast magic. I wish to remedy that imperfection, to make it so that this becomes a world that is to the benefit of magic itself, to allow every creature that the dragons have created to be able to utilize the great gift of magic which they bestowed upon the planet. That is an excellent goal, Purhito. Zarif once again cast his soft smile. But how will I be the one to assist in this endeavor of yours? Surely something of this magnitude would not require an ancient relic such as myself. Oh, but that is where you are mistaken, Zarif-sama. Hades replied. For you see, your ancestor, the great Merlin, was the user of the one magic. It is the root of both knowledge and power. The root from which all magic stems. It is something which he mastered, earning him the titles of the elemental bender and commander of the stars. As his blood runs in your veins, you are also capable of drawing upon the one magic, and so I humbly ask that you show us, your apostles, the way to access the one magic so that we may help the world. I see. Zarif mused. His smile remained present, but his eyes reflected a sadness within them. I am sorry to say, Purhito, but my ability to access the one magic is lost. I do not believe that to be true, Zarif-sama. You are a kind soul, Purhito, but as someone who has studied me for so long, you of all people should be aware of what I used to be. For 400 years, I used the powers of my ancestor to bring great tragedy upon the world. Death and destruction lay in my wake as I summoned demons, crafted wars and brought the physical manifestation of a cataclysm upon the world. A myriad of images flashed through Zarif's mind. Blood-soaked battlegrounds of his own making. Armies of his demons raising civilizations. A particularly deep frown marred his handsome features as the image of a roaring black dragon was brought to the forefront of Zarif's mind, its shining white eyes seeming to stare into his very soul. It was with these sins that I broke my soul, and with it, my memories and skills. I am indeed aware of your past, Zarif-sama, but please listen to reason, Grimoire Heart's master exclaimed, desperation present in his voice as he continued to try and sway the black mage. Your goal is quite remarkable, but it is not worth the risk of gaining access to the one magic if it means bringing back the monster that I once was. Zarif reached around his neck and unfastened the chain of the locket before throwing it at the feet of the dark mage. The locket opened to reveal the oval-cut photo of a young black-haired boy smiling as he was embraced by a pair of beautiful women. My caretakers, Anthea and Concordia, raised me with the hopes that I would be as great as my great-great-great-grandfather. I tried my best to fulfill the expectations of the ones whom I called my mothers. I was seen as one who would bring great prosperity to not just the people of my land, but to the world itself. But I betrayed those hopes, and it is for that reason why I have wished for my being to be erased from this world. It is why I wish to die. Zarif-sama. Hades took a deep breath before exhaling. I understand that after the many things you have done during the course of your immortal life that you would end up being filled with grief and enough regrets to last many lifetimes. I'm glad you understood, but I cannot let you go and do something as foolish as trying to die. Purhito's crimson eye shone brightly and Zarif's smiling face was replaced with an expression of unadulterated shock. Chain magic. Snake bind. 4 white magic circles appeared in front of Fairy Tail's former second master, unleashing heavy glowing white chains. Each chain was tipped with the image of a snake head, their ivory fangs bared and poised to strike. The chains rattled loudly as they quickly encircled the black mage. Hades clenched his fist tightly and the chains responded. Zarif released a gasp of surprise and pain as he was now caught in the spell's tight grip, the fangs of the snake heads biting into his shoulders and thighs to secure their grasp on their target. With a mental command, Hades made the chains retract into the magic circles they originated from and pulled Zarif towards him. The bound dark mage gritted his teeth, the wind from the sudden pull causing his hair to whip wildly before he was brought to a sudden halt. His body was held aloft by the chains as Hades' towering form approached him, the devil's eye glowing brighter the closer he came. What are you doing, Purhito? What I've set out to do, my lord Zarif-sama. The Grimoire Heart mage replied. As you said, the 7 keys contain fragments of your soul and memories. The moment the locket placed itself around her neck, I saw a glimmer of light return to that soulless gaze of yours, and if 1 key is enough to simply initiate you waking from your slumber, then the other 6 will no doubt succeed in restoring you to your former glory. No, Purhito, stop. Zarif struggled against his bonds, a fearful sweat now decorating his forehead. You don't know what you're doing. Hades chuckled. You are mistaken on that, Zarif-sama. I know exactly what I'm doing. Insert music. Pokemon Black White Ends Castle. The master of Grimoire Heart tapped the ground with his armored boot and 6 moderately sized magic seals appeared before their user in a perfect circle around the black mage. How did you? As I said, I've studied your books and your story for years, Zareth-sama. The holder of demon blood glanced to each of the 6 magic seals that encircled Zareth. What I came to realize is that a being such as yourself could not allow common objects to contain the magical force that is your soul. You're the great-great-great-grandson of Merlin himself, and so it only made sense that things related to Merlin, as well as yourself, could be capable of containing you. From each of the magic seals, a single object emerged. I'm sure you remember these artifacts fondly, Zareth-sama. A chalice of solid gold that was beautifully decorated with sapphires that sparkled brilliantly. It was almost holy in its appearance, making a stark contrast to the vile aura that sprung forth around it. The chalice from which Merlin drank the waters from the enchanted lake of his lover, Nemu, as a symbol of their union. A rather ratty and brown book was the second object to emerge. Held together by frayed strands of twine, the currently yellowish-brown pages of the thick book remained intact but appeared that if one were to simply try to open it, it would fall apart. On the spine, written in very faded cursive was a simple title stating, Magic. Volume 1. The book of spells from which you first learned from, your ancestors' own beginner's guide to magic that was passed down your bloodline for generated with you. A ring of sterling silver that was forged into the likeness of a dragon with the dragon's tail making the loop through which one would insert their finger to wear the piece of jewelry. Your ring, a symbol and a gift of your graduation into being a master of magic from your mothers. The 4th key was a short sword. Simple in make, with a leather-wrapped handle and a blade of faded steel that broke through the areas that were seemingly caked with a dark brown substance that did not appear to be rust. The short sword with which you performed the many blood rituals as you began to delve deeper into the rabbit hole that was your thirst for knowledge into dark magic. The penultimate key of Zareth was shown to be a piece of thick oak tree bark. The bark of your ancestor's tree. The fabled tree of Merlin which he grew himself, though the stories say someone poisoned the tree and so this piece of bark is all that remains. Then came the final key which was revealed to be a fragment of broken rock. And finally, the piece of stone which I found when exploring the alleged gravesite of Merlin. I must say, hiding it amongst the other magically imbued rocks of Stonehenge is quite the creative hiding spot. No sane person would ever dare to approach the sacred site that marked Merlin's treaty with the giant tribes after all. Even in death your ancestor holds such sway over us mortal mages. Each of the 6 remaining keys of Zareth were cloaked in what appeared to be wisps of ebony smoke. The auras all grew thicker and more pronounced as they seemed to take notice of their proximity to the black mage. They reacted in a manner similar to that of the lockets whereby the objects each began to shake and shudder frantically before the auras of black magic energy burst forth without warning. They snaked through the air like sentient shadows before each of them slammed into Zareth's body. A powerful wave of magic energy was unleashed, completely destroying Purhito's snake-bind spell. The serpentine chains of ivory magic shattered into nothingness as the wave of black emerged from the black mage's body. Zareth latched onto his hair in a grip so tight that it seemed as if he were about to wrench his raven-colored locks free from his scalp. The pain suddenly reached a fever pitch, his skull feeling as if it were about to split open and his screams of agony grew. Zareth's eyes widened and his jaw widened to its utmost as an agonizing scream tore itself free from his throat. His torso arched backwards as his eyes rolled up into his head, and his body began to spasm. Hades, Ultir and Makarov could only watch as the unleashed magic from the keys continued to flow into the black mage's seizing body. The magic energy grew to an unbelievable intensity, one which Ultir could only compare to that of a certain blonde Dragonslayer. What is this? The heavens and the earth themselves seemed to shake before the might of the magic of the black mage, a thought that Ultir found to be not too far-fetched as Zareth's magic coalesced and exploded skyward, becoming a pillar of black that pierced the clouds. The pillar of magic remained present for several seconds before it finally began to die down, growing thinner and thinner until it was barely even a line in the sky. The sounds of battle from the Ichibi, Hachibi and Sanbi against Grimoire Heart's mechas had either halted or were simply white noise, and for Purhito Gaebald, that couldn't have been a more insignificant thought as he watched the now still form of the most notable dark mage in all of existence. The world was quiet for what felt like an eternity. The 7 keys of Zareth, artifacts that were considered powerful and ancient, now lay scattered on the ground like discarded trash. Their creator lay still and silent within the misshapen ring they formed. However, that silence was quickly put to rest as Zareth's previously still form moved once more. His head snapped skyward and his obsidian orbs scanned the expanse of blue as if he were searching for something. Whatever it was he was looking for, he clearly seemed to have found it as a look of pure joy appeared on his face. Black eyes glistened with tears as they flowed down his face. You finally came. Now hurry, before I truly awaken. Kill me. His voice cracked as he fell to his knees. Kill me. The black mage's shout caused the 2 guild masters and Ultir to flinch, not expecting the once soft-spoken mage to unleash such an outburst.
It was then that the three mages gasped upon feeling the sudden burst of magic energy which permeated the atmosphere around the island.
It was a magic energy signature the three mages knew all too well. No, Makarov uttered. It can't be. Hades said. Why would he be here? Why? Altair unconsciously raised a hand and gently touched the ring of ice which she kept upon her finger. Like a piano would a chamber orchestra, the heavy force of magic was accompanied by the echoing boom that came with the shattering of the sound barrier. A powerful gust of wind rushed through the area causing everyone's hair to shift wildly.
The wind was his herald and his cloak billowed wildly as his boots dug into the ground. He tore small trenches as friction carried him to a calculated halt in front of the black mage. Obsidian met sapphire for the briefest of moments, and the tears of hope continued to flow from Zeref's eyes as his kneeling visage took in the appearance of the man he currently saw as his salvation. The bright orange-yellow glow of the setting sun cast its glow behind the sun of Achnologia, the air visibly swirling around his right arm to form the wind blade spell.
No, Zeref-sama. Hades and Altair moved to stop the blonde Dragonslayer, but they were suddenly forced to the ground as a sudden pressure came down on their heads. What the? Hades glanced back and caught sight of Crimson Fur, Onibi. Kurama. Nah. The horse-sized kitsune shook a clawed digit as if he were chiding an unruly child. 2 of 3 tails having been put to use to hold down the grimoire heart mages. No interfering. There was no hesitancy, no mercy, skin, muscle, bone. All of it was pierced through in one fluid motion and in a violent splash of blood, Naruto's arm burst out of the black mage's back. Naruto stared at the descendant of Merlin and his eyes narrowed as he noted the labored breathing that came from his target. It seems you don't want to die as much as you made it seem. Naruto snarled. You shifted your body so that I wouldn't strike your heart, but instead you're now out a lung and you will probably bleed out. Be thankful for my newfound sense of mercy as I grant you a swift death, Black Mage.
Zeref looked up at Naruto and raised a shaking hand towards the Dragonslayer's face. Blue eyes widened suddenly and soon they were bathed in an ethereal white light as an aura of black and death sprung up around the Black Mage's body. Like hell you will. Naruto roared. He drew upon the Eternano which fueled the aura and consumed it. The aura around Zeref began to die down and so Naruto moved swiftly and efficiently. Black and blue magic sprung forth around the limb which was currently speared through Zeref's chest and with a bestial roar, the Apocalypse Dragonslayer ripped his limb free of its fleshy confines and took a deep inhalation.
His chest swelled as Eternano collected within his lungs, his eyes glowing that much brighter.
Mokushiryu no Hoko. The Apocalypse Dragon's roar burst forth from the blonde's open maw, and the beam of pure Eternano washed over Zeref's body. The spell continued on a devastating path of destruction. It continued beyond the edge of the island, spearing through clouds and generating such a massive blast wave that it shifted the seas below it. In an instant, the stream of destruction ended as Naruto's jaws snapped shut. The flora and fauna of the upper tier of Tenro Island were not spared. The Apocalypse Dragonslayer's wrath as everything and anything within the roar's path was burned into oblivion. A trench of blackened earth marked all of it led back to the ash-colored remains of Zeref.
Glowing eyes stared with such a fierce intensity that Naruto might have been able to sear a hole into the already ashen corpse of Zeref. But after several seconds ticked by, he gave a nod of satisfaction. It is done. Naruto stepped back from the charred remains of Merlin's descendant and could only raise an eyebrow when Hades released a shout of horror. No, 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 no. The master of Grimoire Heart's eyes widened further as a gust of wind blew through the area, and even Altair couldn't help but mimic her guild master's expression as they watched Zeref's body literally turn into dust in the wind. What have you done? Years of sacrifice and study were dedicated to resurrecting him, to bringing him back to his former glory so that I could make a better world for his mages. I would have cleansed the earth of those who would not be capable of magic, and Zeref-sama would have led us into a glorious, prosperous age of magic. Oh shut up. Kurama growled as he sprouted his 4th tail. Now at the size of a bull elephant, the gargantuan fox exerted even more pressure directed at the Grimoire Heart Mage and pressed Hades into the ground with enough force to crater it. Your goal is null and void now. We prevented you from enacting your little plan, and we got to him before you even had the chance to use the keys of Zeref to turn him back to his original self. The keys. Hades managed to grunt out, his voice practically a whimper due to the improper lung expansion that came with having an elephant-sized fox bearing its weight upon him. The former second master of fairy tales' eyes widened in realization as he caught onto the Onibi Myobu's words and his devil's eye shone within its socket as a wicked grin spread across his face. That's right. The keys, ha ha ha, then you're already too late. What do you mean by that? Naruto asked as Kurama glared at the downed dark mage. We saw the pillar of death magic as we approached the island, but we know what he is capable of. He only had access to his life and death magics and… Purito is correct. The familiar gentle voice seemed to echo throughout the atmosphere. Naruto's and Kurama's heads turned slowly, their eyes widening at a similar pace. No, that's impossible. I'm afraid you were too late in their usage of the keys. Had you arrived merely several seconds prior, then you could have stopped them, but my once fragmented soul has been made whole. Zarev's form phased into existence literally out of thin air. There was no flare of magic or the presence of a seal. He just existed. I had hoped that the power of a divine Dragonslayer, the power from Aknologia, might be enough to overpower me. You clearly have power in spades energy Dragonslayer, but the moment you tore through my lung and moved to follow up with your roar, my connection to the One Magic was restored. The One Magic? Naruto exclaimed. You have access to the root? Indeed. Zarev nodded as his now resurrected body walked over to his self-proclaimed acolytes. Though my great-great-great-grandfather was the greatest mage in all of existence and he recorded much of his knowledge in books, scrolls and the like. His knowledge on magic was far too vast. As both a personal testament to his power as well as to act as a challenge to any and all scholarly mages who sought his works, Merlin crafted the One Magic. The root. The metaphysical force from which the archive of information pertaining to all magic stems. The powers of the elements, the ability to command the stars themselves, to warp space and time. A cloud of dust exploded into existence as Kurama, abandoning his task to hold down Hades and Ultir, rushed Zareth alongside the Apocalypse Dragonslayer. Fire Rocket. Mokashiryu no Hakai Tsume, Kurama's flame-coked body and Naruto's Dragonslayer magic-cloaked claws came crashing down with as much force as they could muster. The earth shuddered as a massive crater formed from the strike. Veins of magic energy and crimson fire tore a spiderweb of cracks that originated from the center of the crater. A massive mushroom cloud of dust, dirt and flame rose into the air, but was quickly dispersed by the accompanying shockwave from the Dragonslayer Exceed duo. They felt it. They felt his body break. They felt the bones snap, the muscle tissue and organs tear and rupture. They felt the blood on their bodies as the black mage was ripped apart, but their eyes shone with annoyance as they snapped in the direction of footsteps against the cracked earth. The knowledge to undo cause and effect, and even the concept of death. All of it exists within the wellspring. Zareth stated as he once again phased into existence despite suffering yet another death blow. The black mage came to stop before the diminutive mage that was Makara of Dreyar. Having been beaten and weakened by his guild's predecessor, his body could not offer the strength to try and move away from the powerful dark sorcerer. Even if he could move, the sudden pressure that came with the magical power that Zareth now exhumed upon awakening prevented him from doing so. All Makarov could do was tremble with a level of fear that outclassed even pure Hito was able to make him feel. Ji-chan. Master. Emerging from the brush which outlined the circle of desolation, the strike force of fairy tale mages and rune knights all paused in their charge as they looked upon the demon-creating mage. Having been the ones guiding them, the three Dragonslayers of fairy tale were the first to take note of the scene. Confusion was written all over their faces. Urza appeared after the children of dragons, but she was quickly able to piece together certain aspects to get the gist of the situation. Her older twin was with Kurama with evidence of destruction as they were glaring at the black-haired mage who clearly was powerful enough to earn their ire. Said black-haired mage was also standing near her master with a hand cloaked in black eternano, and that clearly wasn't a good sign. All in all, she knew who the enemy was. Who are you? Urza raised her dominant arm and in a flash of white magic, the Sword of Kings had its tip pointed at the black-haired man. Natsu snarled as flames sprung to life around his fists. Get the hell away from Ji-chan. Wait, isn't that? Alice pointed an armored digit at the two SS-class criminal mages. What the hell are the Onibi Myobu and Ogo no Fujin doing here on Tenro? Tyson exclaimed. Arkad and Adultrude were just as confused as their fellow rune knights. Ah. Merlin's descendant gained a look of realization as he spotted the matching guild tattoos emblazoned on Makarov as well as the younger mages that came onto the scene. What a shame that your Nakama would have to be present to see this. For an elderly man, he does boast quite a significant amount of magic power, so I thought he would make the perfect candidate for my demonification. What the fuck are you saying? Gajeel asked. I do not wish to partake in such trivial matters such as conflict. I got very bored of killing after I initiated what did they call them? The Dark Wars. Zareth gave a nonchalant shrug. It is why I always summoned my hordes of demons to do the fighting for me, but I think one would be enough to deal with you all. Life magic. Demonification. The touch was gentle, as if it were from a parent comforting a child, but the effect was clearly to the contrary. Makarov's body became ramrod stiff as the aura of black magic that cloaked Zareth's hand entered his body. His Titan magic activated on its own and the third master of fairy tale began to grow. The purple shade of his skin grew increasingly darker until it was borderline black as he halted his growth at a solid 50 feet. Nails became claws, teeth became razor-sharp fangs. Makarov gave the group of fairy tale mages he called his children one last look. Tears flowed down his face as he gritted his teeth in one final act of resistance against the spell Zareth cast on him. Sorry. You had your chance, Dragonslayer. Zareth stated. I really and truly wanted to die, however, if not even the might of the dragons are capable of granting me the release of death. Black eyes became an evil crimson as an aura of ebony magic flowed forth from the man. Clearly my expectations were too great for you to meet, and for that I apologize. The mage's voice no longer held any of the gentleness it once possessed. He raised an arm and the titan's glowing red eyes shone in response to the mental command. But if you cannot stop me, then your usefulness has come to an end. The giant fist was clenched tightly. Bloodlust permeated the atmosphere of the island. And the demonic titan struck. Lower tier forest, Tenro Island, Fury. The spirit of the goat was not an idiot. Caprico knew that being a part of a villainous group like Grimoire Heart meant he needed to keep tabs on as many people as possible should they ever attempt to stab him in the back. Knowledge on their biographical data, their abilities, their strengths and most importantly, their weaknesses. Sabaku no Gara was an enigma when it came to who he was, for all that Caprico could dig up on him was that he was an orphan boy who managed to survive the eradication of the mage village of Senagakure. Even Ultir, despite being the one who employed the sand-using duo into their ranks, knew next to nothing about him as she only brought them in under the recommendation of Matabi. When it came to other facets of the young sand magic user's profile, things were even more difficult to ascertain. There may have been other factors in play that led to the redhead's mental state, but being kept under the wing of a bloodthirsty tanuki exceed like Shukaku did not help matters. However, Shukaku's mediocre attempts at raising the boy did grant him a masterful level of control over the sands. He could control it to the point that it would respond automatically to defend him, not even a thought was required, and that spoke volumes to a level of reaction time and movement speed of both Gara and his weaponized sands. He could also crush solid stone or earthen materials through the sheer force of his magic energy, convert it into sand and use it for himself. There was no limit to his ammunition, but there was a limit to the volume of sand which he could control. However, Caprico was never able to truly discover what that upper limit was. Even now, as he was avoiding the current wave of granulated earth that threatened to crush his body into a bloody pulp. Insert music. Magi Eye of the Dragon. Why are you avoiding, Caprico? Gara snarled as the golden eyes of his Ichibimoto form glowed with bloodlust. I thought you were the second strongest among the kin of purgatory? So why do you run? Caprico didn't respond as he leapt into the air, propelling himself higher as he pushed off of the trunk of a tree. Black sunglasses shone in the light of the setting sun before he made a series of hand motions. Runes of magic decorated the air as they emerged from the tips of his fingers before unleashing a bright flash of purple light. Human subordination magic, Belparasoan archers. Over the course of several years, a stockpile of enslaved humans was generated using this type of lost magic. A magic which allowed one to weaken, enslave and then summon any humans that were targeted. Armies could be created with the greatest of ease for those weak enough to be taken by the magic, and the user could either summon whoever they wished, ranging from a single warrior to an entire battalion. The mountain tribe of Belparasoa was home to some of the greatest hunters in all of Fury, with their archery skills being well renowned throughout the kingdom. Thus it was only common sense for Grimoire Heart to target their home, enslave their warriors in the manner which Caprico did, and then slaughter the remainder. The enslaved warriors notched their arrows in midair and released the projectiles. The rain of steel-tipped wood descended at great speeds, but the former native of Senagakure stretched out his sand-covered arm. The sand expanded in size and became a monstrous clawed appendage that blocked all the arrows, each of the projectiles embedding themselves within the palm. Gara's arm stretched forward and aimed to grab at his assailants and their summoner. Caprico quickly pushed off of one of the archers, using her as a literal stepping stone to avoid the monstrous sand arm. Eyes widened with fear as the entire group of archers were caught within Gara's sandy grip. With a wide grin on his face, the redhead tightened his hold. The enslaved archers released gargled grunts of pain before they were crushed. Bones snapped, muscles tore and blood sprayed as the archers were turned into mangled corpses that were unceremoniously dropped to the ground. Human subordination magic, hero of Rubengard. Caprico landed on his feet before another magic circle formed from violet runes appeared before him. Sanjiao Shen. A spear-wielding mountain of a man came lumbering out of the magic circle. In sheer size, he resembled Zabrak, but Gara did not feel any sort of fear towards the oncoming attacker. Sanjiao Shin released a thunderous battle cry that would have struck fear into the hearts of many a hardened warrior. The spear thrust was precise and quick, visible streams of air resistance passing around the tip of the polearm. The powerful thrust would have torn through flesh and bone with ease, as Sanjiao Shin was known to have taken the lives of 10 men with a single strike, but his thrust was much too slow in comparison to the spike of sand that came at him.
Gara remained standing in his original position, not shifting even a single centimeter as the spike stretched from the armor of sand that covered his abdomen. Eyes wide with shock, the hero of Rubengard released a cough as a massive glob of blood came from his throat.
You've served your purpose well, Sanjiao Shin. Caprico's deep voice was the last thing the enslaved warrior heard before he died. Caprico leapt over the impaled corpse and the spirit of the goat landed deftly in front of his opponent and delivered a strong uppercut. His lower jaw met his upper with a resounding clack before Caprico blurred out sight and reappeared several feet in the air above his opponent. With an outstretched leg, Caprico performed a quick front flip as gravity took its hold on him. The axe kick crashed down on Gaara's skull with enough force to generate a small shockwave. Gaara grunted as he was in a state of mild dizziness, but the sand-covered mage shook his head with a snarl. Sand magic. Spear of Shukaku. Sand collected into the form of a lengthy spear, its pointed tip appearing like the gnarled claws of the Ichibi no Tanuki. With a roar, Gaara swung the spear. Caprico immediately leaned back, his body now bent at a 90-degree angle, and his hair shifting from the wind generated from the spear swing. Gaara twirled the polearm and followed up with a downward swing. Caprico straightened his body to land on his back before he rolled to the side. He felt the earth shake slightly as his former location was reduced to a small crater. Annoying goat. Caprico continued to roll as the earth continued to rumble. Pillars of sand erupted with the intent of either impaling him or shattering his bones. Using his momentum, he quickly climbed back to his feet and leapt out of the way as another tower of sand threatened to skewer him. A massive shadow was cast over the goat spirit and Caprico watched as the sand towers had actually coalesced to become a terrifying tsunami made of the granulated earth. Too wide to run around. Too high to jump over. Too vast to even attempt to block or counter with any of his subordinated humans. Caprico reached to his waist and gripped one of the three objects which currently dangled from his belt loops. Magic energy flared and a golden magic seal emerged before him as he pointed the object at the sand tsunami. Gate of the Ram, I open thee. The sound of a ringing bell echoed throughout the battlefield. Ares. In a flash of golden light and energy, the celestial spirit of the ram emerged in all her woolen-clothed glory. Brown eyes met the shades-covered ones of the goat spirit. Capricorn-san, so Gem and Minnie weren't lying? The pink-haired spirit gasped. You're really back? Now is no the time for pleasantries, Ares, Caprico shouted as he pointed in front of them. The wool-covered celestial spirit's brown eyes widened as she gazed upon the oncoming sand tsunami. Ares, block it, I'm sorry. Her trademark exclamations of apology no matter the situation heralded the use of her spell. Wool wall. The sand tsunami crested, bringing down several hundreds of tons of sand ashed over the woolen defense and blanketed a significant portion of the Tenro forest lands. Gaara took no pause in his actions as he immediately planted his hands down on the ground. Sand magic. Great sand burial. The sands released a wave of force and a dull pulse echoed as they imploded. Anything and everything underneath Gaara's sand was crushed as an untold amount of pressure was exerted. For a flesh and blood body, human or otherwise, that amount of pressure would immediately turn their flesh into a bloody smear and their bones to powder. Gaara grinned maniacally. He loved to observe his handiwork, taking much joy in witnessing the outcomes of his kills. Star-shaped pupils stared intensely at the spot where Caprico had been, but what had once been maniacal glee was replaced with confusion. Instead of a dead goat man, there was a dome of thick pink wool. It appeared immensely soft, probably ideal as a sleeping pillow, but for Caprico and Ares, it was the ideal defense against the great sand burial spell. Wool bomb. Ares placed her hands upon the wall of wool which lay before her. The structure glowed with bright pink magic energy before Ares unleashed a bombardment of woolen projectiles at Gaara. Wool. Gaara laughed as he lashed out with the tail of his Ikebimoto form. The rear appendage was swung in a wide arc, knocking the wool aside with ease. You think you can stop me with wool? I'm sorry. The ram spirit apologized with a deep bow as she continued to unleash a torrent of wool upon her opponent. I don't need Ares to stop you. Caprico stated as he adjusted his shades, the lenses glinting in the setting sunlight as he withdrew the second golden key from his belt loop. Gate of the Scorpion, I open thee. Scorpio. We are. The spirit of the scorpion exclaimed loudly as he turned to face his new master. Capricorn, my man. Gem and Minnie told us you were back, but to think you'd be able to summon us. Our sand is gonna wreck everybody's shit. Scorpio, hit him with everything you got. Caprico then glanced to Gaara's left. Merity, now. We are. As Scorpio aimed his mechanical tail at Gaara, the pink-haired kin of purgatory emerged from the brush from where she was hiding. Floating behind her were a multitude of golden swords of light, all of which were trained at Gaara. Sandbuster. Magul-T sense. Magul-T ray. A concentrated burst of sand was fired from the right and the energy blades were launched from the left. Gaara was effectively stuck within the area of effect of the pincer move, but he wasn't a mage taught by the Biju Exceed who boasted of absolute defense for nothing. With a flick of his wrist, Gaara conjured a thick wall of sand and pushed it forward with but a thought. Each of Merity's energy blades stabbed themselves into the wall and generated a chain of explosions which caused the wall to collapse, but it did its job of preventing Gaara from being dealt any form of damage. It was then that the sand magic user turned his attention to Scorpio as the twister of raging sand slammed into him with the force of a cannon.
Gaara stamped his foot on the ground and two sand walls formed on either side of him. He stretched out his sand-coated hands, the limbs lengthening as the claws stabbed themselves into the newly formed structures. Gaara let himself being carried by the force of the sandbuster spell, and the elasticity of his sand arms generated a noticeable amount of tension as he was sent back. HRAH. Gaara unexpectedly lashed out with a swipe of his tail, nailing Merity in the head to send her careening through the air. As she slammed into a tree, Gaara felt enough tension was generated and so his golden eyes focused upon the red and white-haired celestial spirit. "I'll kill you, bug." It was almost instantaneous. The tension was released and Gaara allowed his body to be fired through the air like a slingshot projectile. He traversed the distance between himself and Scorpio in practically the blink of an eye. Scorpio quickly brought his arms up to block. He felt the bones creak. Or did they crack? Or was the crack actually from the tree that he somehow ended up colliding into? It could have been either or both options, but in the end, it was extremely painful. Though an immortal spirit, he was still composed of flesh and bone in some capacity and thus he was also capable of feeling pain. And damn was there a lot of pain when it came to Gaara's skull collided with his crossed arms. "You thought sand could take me down, Caprico." Gaara laughed, and rightfully so. After all, the 20-year-old mage was currently coated in the substance and also manipulated it to a degree where he was able to simply use a sand spirit like Scorpio to his own advantage. It was then that Gaara's laughing halted. His eyes widened as he felt a sudden surge of pain occur at his back and along his forearms. It felt as if his bones were about to break.
But I haven't even been struck by those two, the red-haired mage thought. Golden eyes suddenly caught sight of a bright pink glow that emanated from his left wrist. Insert music. Fairy tale guild darkness. "What the hell?" he uttered before his head snapped in the direction of Merity. "You? This is your magic." "That's right." Caprico smirked as well. "Rageful and bloodthirsty you may be, but you are definitely no fool Sabaku no Gaara. We know that your ability over sand would make Scorpio's attack nothing more than child's play to you, and when it comes to overall battle ability, I know that I wouldn't be able to last too long against you one-on-one." Merity smirked as she used the tree she was knocked into for support. She nursed her now broken arm and spat out the bit of blood that had collected in her mouth. "But using your opportunity to strike me with your tail is my own opportunity to lay the sensory link spell of my multi-sense magic." Merity's words were tuned out for a brief moment as Gaara narrowed his eyes in thought. He recalled the moment his tail was used to strike her. She had raised her hand to at least soften the blow, but Merity had done her job. "I know how your magic works, insufferable brat." Gaara dropped onto all fours, stabbing his claws into the ground to anchor himself. Drool dripped from his mouth as he bared his fangs and moved to charge. The ground cracked heavily beneath his forelimbs as he pushed off, his killing intent focused entirely on the pre-teen girl who stood defenseless against the tree. Gaah! Gaara unleashed a cry of pain as he felt the sensation of something slicing through the flesh of his thighs. He glanced to his legs and found nothing but Scorpio-san. Ares brought her hands to her mouth in surprise. The brown-skinned man remained laying against the tree which Gaara had sent him flying into. Hence why Gaara had experienced back pain alongside the sensation of nearly fracturing his forearms, but on either side of Scorpio stood two knights, each one bearing a sword that was currently impaling Scorpio through his thighs. And due to the sensory link spell, Gaara now felt the same pain that Scorpio felt. Now, Gaara, you know better than to harm a child. Capricorn-san, we had to help Scorpio-san, The pink-haired ram spirit's eyes widened even further than they already had as she saw the goat spirit's hand was outstretched, pointed in Scorpio's direction. A dark purple magic seal hovering in front of his white furred palm. Capricorn-san, you. What are you? How are you? You never used magic before. That's true. Caprico stated, rubbing his chin. Capricorn never really did use magic, did he? Always more of a close combat fighter than anything else. Capricorn-san, please, stop this now or else you'll. Merity, if you would be so kind. Of course. Merity's monotonous voice rang out as she pointed a hand at the ram spirit. Multi-sense magic. 3-spread sensory link. Ares wasn't able to finish her sentence as she suddenly struck in the back by a burst of pink magic. 2 arrows of pink branched off from the encircled her wrist, connecting to both Gaara and Scorpio. Once they did, the 2 knights that stood next to Scorpio withdrew their swords from his legs and proceeded to impale his arms. The sharp blades tore straight through his biceps. All 3 of them, Scorpio, Ares and Gaara, screamed in agony in perfect unison. The sensation of skin and muscles being pierced was felt in both Gaara and Ares. Gaara managed to hold back his scream after a few moments, reduced to simply gritting his teeth, while Ares gripped her arms and curled into a ball. The pink-haired spirit glanced up at Caprico, her brown eyes filled with fear, pain and betrayal. Capricorn-san, how could you? Well, that's quite simple, my adorable servant. Caprico bent down and tilted his shades down. I'm not Capricorn. For the first time in her life, Aries bore witness to the fully exposed eyes of the goat spirit. They were a beautiful shade of pale blue with rectangular pupils. However, despite being somewhat ditzy, Aries knew that the wild and sadistic light in those eyes would never have been those of her friend. Wah, what? Caprico rose back to his full height and chuckled. Well done, Merity. The Magulti Sense magic user nodded. This is taking much longer than anticipated, Caprico. Merity stated with obvious displeasure in her otherwise monotonous voice. We could have taken him out a lot earlier if you would have let me link your sense of pain with his like I suggested. As powerful as he is, the sensation of being torn apart by his own attack would no doubt knock him unconscious. At best, it would trick his brain into experiencing the sensation of dying. While this spirit body is immortal, the ability to regenerate is only able to be carried out in the spirit world. Caprico reminded her. If I were to be injured here, due to not being able to return to the spirit world under my current circumstances, I would be practically dead and have to possess another host body. Ah, that's right. I forgot about your situation. Who are you? Aries managed to ask through the pain. I don't care who you are, Gaara roared as he pushed himself back onto his feet with a cloud of sand. I'll rip you and the girl apart for this. Oh, but you can't do that, Caprico replied as he made a slicing motion. How would ever be able to get over here when it feels like you're missing a leg? Wah. One of the knights took its sword out of Scorpio's arm and in one quick strike, severed the immortal spirit's leg. The sensation was transferred over to both Aries and Gaara in an instant, and Gaara immediately collapsed onto his left side, as he clutched his right leg just above his knee. The beauty of this method I've come to realize is that with an immortal body like that of a celestial spirit, I could actually have you endure a lot more pain and suffering compared to if I were to use a regular human. Caprico made another slicing motion and Scorpio's other leg was amputated. Of course, hearing the screams of a precious lamb like Aries is simply icing on the cake. Caprico grinned in a manner that was not unlike that of when Gaara would endure a bloodlust-induced rampage. The only downside is that a celestial spirit can only hold out against so much abuse before it needs to return to the spirit world to heal, and I can get a lot done in the time it takes for that to happen. Master Hades has practically given us free reign until it is time to leave this island, so I think I'll take my time. Caprico snapped his fingers and suddenly two knights appeared beside Aries, their swords at the ready. The ram spirit trembled, her body wanting to run but not being able to due to still experiencing the sensation of having her legs severed like Scorpio's still running rampant along her nerves. Now where should we start first? Caprico hummed and thought. Though the other don't have them, I must say I am becoming rather curious as to what sort of feeling Gaara and Scorpio will experience should I cut off your horns. And no, I'm sorry. Aries' eyes widened as she raised her arms to the curved protrusions of keratin. As the spirit of the ram, her horns were more than just a part of her body. They were her symbol. I'm sorry, please, I'm sorry, please don't. Well my dear, now that you've begged me not to. Sadism shone in those rectangular pupils as a toothy grin spread across the kin of Purgatory's face. Then that means I had to do it. The human subordination magic summons responded to their master's words as they gripped their swords tightly. Tears lined the pink-haired spirit's eyes, the shining silver blades reflecting in those wide brown orbs. Overcome with fear and pain, Aries could only brace herself for the inevitable. Insert music. Fate, stay night heavens feel they rule the battlefield. Density magic. Force. Yoryu no Sume. Before the knights could move to perform their tortuous acts, blurs of color zipped across her field of vision. A massive form of silver and black slammed into one knight while a bright red and magenta blur took down the other. The pair of Caprico's subordinates were dragged across the grass, tearing a relatively lengthy trench in the forest floor. Aries and Caprico stared with wide eyes as Zabrak and Roshi rose to their full heights. Zabrak removed his foot from the deep indentation that his boot created with what used to be the knight's chest, while Roshi wrenched his claws of bright orange-yellow lava from his target's stomach. As the two celestial spirits were processing the scene, they found themselves facing the space between each other and the ground rumbled. A small form crashed down in front of Aries, and Caprico could only blink owlishly behind his sunglasses as he witnessed the form of a blue-haired girl. Her brown eyes burned with righteous fury and the wind seemed to bend around her. It's all right now, Gaara-san. We're here to take you back. Wendy glanced behind her and offered a comforting smile. Oni-san, said we. You're not Gaara-san. Wendy and Aries simultaneously tiled their heads in confusion as their eyes met. Wendy-chan, Gaara-kun is over there. Roshi pointed out to the Ichibi Moto user who lay a few feet away from her. Oh. Wendy turned to Aries and gave her a nervous smile, bowing her head slightly. Sorry, I thought you were Gaara-san. Sorry to disappoint you. The two females nervously apologizing to each other in nearly identical fashion was amusing from an outside perspective to say the least. Gaara-san, are you? Wendy paused in her addressing of Gaara when she felt a sudden burst of killing intent. Vernier. The Sky Dragonslayer was outlined by a shroud of sky blue magic energy before she seemed to vanish into the wind. Caprico's fist passed through the space where her head would have been before the anthropomorphic goat felt the air shift. His eyes shifted to glance to his left as Wendy blurred into existence to his left. Tenryu no Kirusume. The Sky Dragon's slicing talon spell created a small shockwave, Wendy's wind-encased kick colliding with the durable body of the celestial goat spirit. However, Caprico had managed to block with his raised left forearm before crossing over his right hand to grab her ankle. He prepared to swing her into the ground, but having grabbed her ankle gave Wendy a new form of anchoring her body in midair. Tenryu no Tekken. The blue-haired girl twisted her body, her torso moving in an overarching fashion to bring the wind-cloaked fist down upon her opponent's skull. Caprico raised his left arm up once more, catching the fist. Caprico winced as he felt the impact, but Wendy had not ended her movement there as she lashed out with her remaining left leg. Using her caught limbs as pivots, she raised her left leg and brought it down with the intent to drive the toe of her shoe into Caprico's skull. The kin of purgatory adjusted his hold, raising his left forearm and blocked the oncoming strike. The downward force was tremendous to the point the grimoire heart member's feet cracked. "I have you," Wendy announced as magic and wind gathered within her lungs. "What?" Tenryu no Hoko. Her initially bloated body quickly unleashed the raging twister, crashing into Caprico with devastating force. The goat spirit's grip on her was removed and the humanoid goat was sent spiraling through the air and into the dense trunk of a nearby tree. Wendy quickly picked herself up off the ground and dusted herself off. "That should buy me a bit of time," she muttered before running over to Gara-san. "No you won't." Wendy's head snapped in the direction of the new voice, her eyes widening as she saw Meredy staring at her with the emotional equivalent of a brick wall. Golden swords of magic energy floated in a circle above her head and with a thought, the bladed projectiles were fired. Zabrak quickly jumped in front of his superior's adoptive sister, his body taking on a sturdy horse stance. Density magic. Wall. A cloak of silvery black magic energy appeared as the former Tower of Heaven slave increased his own body's density. The golden blades impacted with Zabrak's body causing a small explosion of golden light and dust. Meredy stared at her enemy's location as the dust began to clear, but her brown eyes narrowed in annoyance as she took note of Zabrak's unchanged form. "If you think you can pierce my defenses with a spell that has piercing damage of that level, then you are going to find yourself sorely disappointed in the results," Zabrak commented as he pridefully patted his chest with a fist. "Wendy, you can keep going, I'll handle this one." "Thank you, Zabrak-san." Zabrak gave her a thumbs up in response, his silver eyes never leaving Meredy's location. "You think I can't break through you?" Meredy scowled as she summoned forth more of her swords. "Then let's see how many you can handle, Magul-T-Ray." The bombardment of energy blades continued once more. The energy blades produced powerful explosions equivalent to the force of several sticks of dynamite. The ground ruptured. Dust, dirt and grass scattered with each explosive impact, but Zabrak remained static in his position. He had endured more than enough pain and suffering, both mentally and physically, while in the Tower of Heaven, and so this was nothing to him. "You're good for a child," Zabrak commented from his spot of broken forest land. "You might even give Wendy a challenge one day, but your attacks are annoying and they barely sting." Zabrak's legs tensed and he pushed off with explosive force. The ground cracked with each of his heavy footfalls, his massive frame quickly beginning to close the distance between himself and the pink-haired dark mage. Meredy gritted her teeth and her firing rate increased, but Zabrak remained undeterred as the blades of energy simply shattered against his dense form. Meredy's eyes became wide as she quickly unleashed a desperation attack, her swords converging into one massive blade approximately the size of Zabrak himself. HRAAAAH. The Magul-T-Sense magic user sent the giant energy blade rocketing towards her target, visible streams of air resistance trailing behind it to showcase just how fast it was traveling. A powerful explosion rocked the forests of Tenro Island and Zabrak was engulfed in a cloud of dirt and light, Meredy's hair whipping wildly in the winds from the resulting shockwave. As the winds died down, Meredy smirked at the result of her spell. Surely that would have done significant damage. "Don't go smiling yet, girl." Meredy's eyes widened as Roshi's words met her ears. A 7-foot-tall shadow moved within the dust cloud before it burst through, revealing a lightly singed Zabrak, his muzzle of a face mask slightly cracked. Zabrak's mighty frame reached out, his hand casting a large shadow over her face as it threatened to engulf her head in its grip. Magul-T-Sense magic. Magul-T-Sodom, she cried out with a tone of desperation. Zabrak froze as he felt something pierce through his abdomen. Silver eyes stared at the preteen dark mage's light brown ones, her expression the very definition of fearful as she stared up at him. However, Zabrak was not focused on that as he quickly shifted his gaze downward to find a blade forged of light blue energy piercing directly through his gut. There was no effect upon him physically, He did not feel the weapon pierce through his skin or muscle. There was no blood coming from the wound or flowing along the sword's blade. But he did feel the sense of pain. He felt as if his nerves were on fire, as if the pain sensors in his body had been spontaneously activated and enhanced times 10. It was a sensation he hadn't experienced for quite some time. Not since the battle with Naruto, when the Apocalypse Dragonslayer brutally battered his body to the point where he died and had Wendy resurrect him. That. Zabrak's eyes narrowed, his teeth gnashing together as he grunted in pain. That hurt. How are you still? Merity found her words being withheld in her throat as Zabrak's large arm stretched forth once more. His large hand wrapped itself around her neck and he lifted her off the ground as if she were a feather. Merity coughed as she fought to breathe, a glare of defiance finding its way upon her face as several magic circles of light blue formed in the air around Zabrak. Magul Sodom. The command came out as a wheeze, but the spell managed to activate. Zabrak grunted and winced visibly as 10 blades of aqua-colored energy were fired upon him, spearing through his back and shoulders to the point where it made him stagger. But the giant of a man still did not scream. Such an onslaught would have made a lesser man scream bloody murder or at worst, made him black out from the pain. Why? Merity managed to utter. Why are you not in agony? Zabrak laughed lightly as he released a grunt of pain. Your spell. You target pain sensors in the body, but for someone like me. For someone who has endured a lifetime of pain and suffering, to me, this is simply something to shrug off. You're an idiot, who just won't die then. Merity wheezed as her eyes began to roll up into her head, the lack of oxygen beginning to affect her. Zabrak raised an eyebrow before turning to the son of Volcanus with a deadpan expression. What's with this sassy lost child? Roshi could only shrug before pointing to Merity. Alright, you can put her down now, she's blacked out. The Magul Sodom swords in Zabrak's body shattered as if they were made of glass, Merity's mind no longer keeping them active. Zabrak held the youngest kin of Purgatory in a more comfortable position, her small frame easily being held in the crook of his arm. Given she was with Caprico, then she's probably that other kin of Purgatory Shukaku mentioned to Kurama. Roshi commented, it really is quite a shame to have a kid so young being involved in such activities. Are we any different? Zabrak asked as he gestured to Wendy with a tilt of his head. Fair point. The Lava Dragonslayer replied. Anyways, I'm not one for killing kids, so let's take her with us. Take who with us? Wendy asked as she and Gaara walked next to them. If it's the girl, I'd rather we kill her. She's an enemy and she deserves it for that pain-linking spell she cast on me. Roshi gave the sand magic user a deadpan stare. I'm not even going to entertain that with a response. The Lava Dragonslayer said with a shake of his head. Though on the talk of killing people, what do you think we should do about Oi? What do you think you're doing?
Eep. I'm sorry. The two Dragonslayers and Zabrak had their eyes trained on the pink-haired celestial spirit as she was knelt beside her fellow spirit. Due to the Merity now being unconscious, her effects of linking Scorpio's pain to her own nervous system allowed her to move over to the goat spirit's body. His body was currently enveloped in a noticeable amount of pink wool to the point that only his head was the only part visible.
I trained to prevent Capricorn-san from getting back up, Ares exclaimed. I'm sorry, I thought he would be a hindrance to you all who are trying to save your nakama, so I thought it would be best to keep him down. Roshi arched a crimson eyebrow. While the gesture is helpful, we don't know who the hell you are. Ah, I'm sorry, I'm so rude, my name is Ares. The pink-haired female bent her head low. I'm the golden key spirit of the ram. Well, thanks for keeping Capricorn down, but why did you do that? Roshi asked. Better yet, how are you doing that? I'm not sure if a piece of cotton will be enough to bind him. Ah, well I thought it would be best to show my thanks. Ares blushed in embarrassment at how intensely the three mages were staring at her. While it was an inadvertent action, you three did save Scorpio-san and I. Speaking of which, are you sure he's okay like that? Zabrak asked as he looked to the legless scorpion spirit. We are, Scorpio exclaimed. Don't worry about me, I'll be good to go once we get sent back to the celestial spirit world. The group all sweat dropped at the very boisterous golden key spirit. While his physical state is worrisome, Scorpio-san is correct. Ares replied. As spirits, we are able to maintain our bodies outside here in the material world unless we sustain a level of damage which requires us to have to return or if our key bearers send us back with a forced closure. And having your legs cut off doesn't meet that damage criteria? Zabrak asked. The damage sustained is different for each spirit, but also given that we are golden key spirits, we are also higher class spirits and thus can endure much more abuse than most. The ram spirit then shifted her gaze away from Zabrak to Roshi. Also, to answer your follow-up question, my ability as the ram spirit is to generate magical wool which is able to apply sedative effects to any target of my choosing that comes into physical contact with it. I'm sorry if I wasn't able to do more to show my thanks. Sleep-inducing wool would do the trick to keep down the anthropomorphic goat if that was the case. Also, I'm sorry if I'm being too forward, but, Aries bowed deeply once more. Would please be so kind as to spare Capricorn-san's life? Roshi, Zabrak and Wendy looked to each other and then back to Aries. Well, even if we wanted to kill him, I don't think we could. Zabrak responded to the ram spirit. He is a celestial spirit after all. Actually, I'm not too sure about that. Roshi and Zabrak looked at the Sky Dragonslayer with confused expressions. What do you mean, Wendy-chan? Wendy tapped her nose as she furrowed her brow in thought. When we were in Edalis, because I was together with Lucy-san for a bit, I was able to pick up what the scent of a celestial spirit is. Now obviously, he smells like one just like these two here. She gestured to Scorpio and Aries before looking back over to the unconscious Capricorn. But there's something off about his scent. It's similar, but not exactly. I am sorry, but I might have a bit of information to help solve that mystery. Well, it's better than nothing, Zabrak muttered. What do you know? Insert music. Fate, stay night heavens feel interception. Well, Aries fidgeted nervously as she glanced down at Capricorn's body. It had been quite some time since I had been summoned into the material world. Time flows differently within the spirit world, with the material world's time moving at a rate where 3 months out there was the equivalent to 1 day for us. There was no telling just how long it had been, but I had felt my connection to my previous master being severed. Scorpio, Gem and Minnie had felt it too, so there was no mistaking that our former master had either willingly broken the connection or she was dead. And what does that have to do with Capricorn? Wendy asked. Why yes, I'm sorry. Aries stammered. Well, you see. A new connection had clearly been formed between his 3 golden key spirits and a master, and the Gemini twins had been summoned not too long ago to be of use to this new master. After performing whatever task was required, Gem and Minnie reported that their new master was found to be one of our own. All eyes focused on the sunglasses wearing Goatman. Can you do that? Roshi asked. A celestial spirit summon another one? That's what had all of his spirits confused. Aries replied with a frown. A contract is to be performed between a spirit and a member of the material world. Whoever discovers our keys immediately gains dominion over us, and we are obligated to follow them without question, for the most part. Wendy reached out and held the hand of the taller woman, clearly noting the distress on Aries' face. Aries had obviously had problematic master in the past, but now was not the time to press that particular issue. Aries offered a grateful smile to the daughter of Grandine before continuing. Now, the obvious and logical response to such news would obviously have been denial. Capricorn-san had been missing for the better part of what had been the equivalent of 17 human years. From what they could recall, Aquarius-san and Cancer-san stated that a human by the name of Zoldeo, who was a servant to their former master Layla Heartfilia, he had been granted possession of Capricorn-san's key. He was instructed to hand the goat spirit's key over to Layla-san's daughter once she came of age, but neither the water bearer or crab spirits had seen or felt the presence of our second-in-command since the day their former master passed away. And you think maybe this Zoldeo person could have done something to Capricorn's body which allowed him to remain here in our world for the past 17 years? Zabrak spoke with a matter-of-fact tone. It is not impossible for a spirit to remain in your world for an extended period of time, but if we are kept here for too long then it becomes damaging to our magic circulatory systems. The ram spirit informed the 3 mages. Maybe Zoldeo-san altered his body to allow Capricorn-san to remain here and it changed his mental state and cast the magic that he used to summon those humans. Summon humans? The 3 human mages looked at Aries with wide eyes. She nodded in confirmation. I'm sorry, but I am a bit skeptical as to that idea. How come? Roshi asked. Before you all showed up, Capricorn-san, or rather, whoever it is that is in his body stated quite firmly that he was not Capricorn-san. A period of silence passed between the group at those words. That's enough. Everyone's heads snapped in the direction of Gaara, an annoyed expression present on his normally apathetic face. We don't have the time to stay here and mull over the fate of a celestial spirit. If you won't accept the notion to kill or at least attempt to kill the last of the kin of purgatory, then I suggest we follow through with the instructions the Fujin gave us and leave this island with Shukaku, Yuki and Isobu. Gaara-san has a point. Wendy nodded in agreement. Oni-san said once we get Gaara-san, we were to leave as quickly as possible. The only problem is that I can only carry so many people. That will not be a problem. Gaara replied as the sand of his Ichibi moto fell away from his body and collected beneath his feet. The others all watched in amazement as Gaara rose into the air, now floating atop a cloud of sand as if he were riding a magic carpet. Impressive. Zabrak commented, never knew sand could float. Shukaku showed me a wide variety of uses for sand magic, was the redhead's reply as he formed another sand cloud, picking up Scorpio in the process as he brought the larger cloud over to them. All of you can climb atop this one. We are. Scorpio grinned toothily at his fellow sand user. Thanks for the lift, bro. HN. Gaara grunted, his annoyance at the spirit of the scorpion showing quite clearly. The Fiorian fleet should have retreated far enough by now, so Shukaku and the others will be wrapping up their battle soon. We will announce our own retreat once they do." The others nodded as they looked across to the battle that the Biju Exceed were currently engaged in. Insert music. FMA Brotherhood Crisis in the North. Biju Exceed vs Mecha's Shukaku roared as he unleashed a massive swipe of his left paw, crashing it against the Karen. The scythe-wielding mecha stumbled to the side only for Isobu to rise up from the depths to crash his thick skull against its hip joint. Its balance lost, the Karen fell over. The devil heart-fueled machine moved to climb back to its feet, but the form of the Cerberus came crashing down upon it as Gyuki slammed his 8 tentacle-like tails against the other mecha of Grimoire Heart. Sabaku Q. Shukaku slammed his hands down on the seabed. Tendrils of wet sand sloppily rose up from the Fiorian Sea and fell over the bodies of the Cerberus and Karen. Though wet and thus having poor structural integrity, the weight of the sands did their job of keeping the mechas down for the moment. The Ichibi turned his star-shaped pupils over to his 8-tailed brother. "Isobu, keep him down." Isobu nodded as his magic energy flared. A burst of ocean blue Eternano flowed from the Sanbi no Kyodaigame's body and into the seas like a newly broken dam. Tsunami. Isobu unleashed the powerful water spell, his magic artificially molding the waves of the Fiorian Sea to become higher, wider and faster. Within a matter of seconds, a powerful tsunami was formed and crashed into both mechas with all the force and speed of the actual thing. 1,700 pounds of repetitive oceanic force drove itself against the Karen and Cerberus, knocking their already downed bodies across the Fiorian Sea. They had done well throughout the battle, but for as powerful as they were no match for monsters of magic like the fragments of the Jubi. Metal dented, mechanics quickly began to suffer, and though the magic energy that powered their bodies was equivalent to that of 10 Jupiter cannons and 1 Devil Heart respectively, the energy output could only be capable of handling so much continuous abuse. The crews of the Cerberus and Karen were scrambling within, trying their utmost to get themselves back into fighting positions. They would not fail their master. Hades had entrusted the act of destroying the Fiorian fleet as well as any other obstacles that got in the way of Grimoire Heart. Another battering from Isobu's tsunamis held them at bay however. Shukaku and Gyuki turned to one another and nodded. They raised their heads skyward, jaws agape as Eternano burst forth from their bodies. Positive blue Eternano and negative red collected within their mouths. The energy swirled, compressed and tightened into spheroids of purple-black. They swallowed the orbs and the Ichibi and Hachibi's bodies bloated significantly, steam escaping between the gaps in their mouths as they took aim at their targets. Their bodies bloated ever so slightly once more before they finally exhaled. Bijudama, crimson destruction was fired from the mouths of the 2 Biju Exceed. Isobu's tsunamis were torn apart from the pure force that was generated by the twin beams until they slammed into the Karen and Cerberus. Crimson-white light shone like stars before powerful domes of light and energy expanded from the points of impact. Stormforce winds caused the vegetation of the nearby Tenro Island coast to bend harshly, and trees which stood the test of time for tens if not hundreds of years were snapped in half. Waves were kicked up, and though they paled in comparison to the tsunami spell of Isobu, they were still quite impressive in size as they battered the Tenro Island coast. As for the targets themselves, metal superheated and set off multitudes of explosive chains that destroyed the biomechatronic titans. Their crews only had an instant to feel the searing heat of the explosions before they were taken in by the welcome embrace of oblivion. All of this took place in a matter of seconds. Shukaku, Isobu, Yuki, and any who were able to bear witness to the level of destruction that occurred watched as the domes of energy died away. All that remained of the Grimoire Heart mechas were 2 massive craters, the waters of the Fiorian Sea circling around the newly formed hemispherical indentations of the seafloor before they began shifting to fill the new spaces. Shukaku huffed, his chest swollen with pride. "That's what they get for messing with us." Isobu glanced behind them, observing the Fiorian naval fleet as the waves from the tailed beast bombs resulting shockwaves were able to die down before they could touch them. The Sanbi released a sigh of relief as he turned to his brothers. "And the humans are safe as well. All right, we've done our jobs." Yuki's body shone with magic energy as he shrunk himself down, becoming a purple-furred Exceed wearing an Ushioni costume. The octopus-tailed Exceed hovered in air as he drew upon Era magic. Time to head back to base. Shukaku and Isobu morphed into their Exceed forms as well before turning towards the island as they felt approaching magic energy signatures. Shukaku's golden eyes narrowed as he noticed a stream of sand speeding through the air before it returned to his body. Not too long after did the Gara's flying sand clouds approach the 3 Biju Exceed with their passengers. "Everybody accounted for?" Yuki asked, only for his circular white eyes to stare blankly at the 3 celestial spirits and an unconscious pink-haired girl. "Who are they?" "So we're keeping Merity alive." "Nice," Shukaku smirked as he patted Gara on the head. "Good to know you didn't succumb to your urge to kill a child. Again." "HN." Gara scowled at his Exceed partner. "Let's just go." "Aye sir," the Ichibi chuckled. As they began flying off, Isobu glanced back at the island as he felt the burst of malevolence that suddenly came from the island. The magic energy that now came from the island of fairy tale radiated death and evil that made the Sanbi uneasy. A deep frown marred the one-eyed Biju Exceed's face. I hope Ni-san will be okay. Don't worry about it, Isobu. Yuki offered a comforting smile as he patted his younger brother on the head. He's been through too much and is way too stubborn to be taken down. Kurama will be fine. Insert music. Yu-Gi-Oh! God's Anger, Upper Tier, Tenro Island. The ground ruptured from the mighty fist of the demonic titan that Makarov Drayar had become. The party made of fairy tale mages and rune knights had come with the sole purpose of rescuing fairy tale's third master, but were now forced to fend for their lives against that very man. Judging from the size of the crater that the titan of fairy tale's fist left behind, it would be quite the challenge too. Master! Urza cried out. Master, please. This isn't you. Gray leapt out of the way as Makarov roared, generating a powerful wind that threatened to send the ice godslayer flying. Ji-chan, stop playing around and let's get you home. Natsu made his attempt to get through to his grandfather figure, but to no avail. You're better than this, Gigi. Laxus gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly as in the back of his mind he wondered if their words were reaching his grandfather at all. You're better than all of us. We're Nakama. We're family. Don't let some stupid dark magic take you away from us. Makarov snarled, baring his newfound fangs. Crimson eyes glowed with power before he raised his massive arms overhead and clasped his hands together in preparation for a hammer blow. With a mighty roar, arms that were practically tree trunks were brought down. Despite their mass, they were swung at a terrifying pace and created an equally terrifying impact. Look out! Adultrude and Arkad's voices rang out as they took to the forefront. Requip, Silhouette Knight. The fairy tale mages watched as the two members of the Rune Knight Corps glowed with white light. In an instant, their Rune Knight uniforms were replaced with shining silver armor. The plating of the armor was designed to appear like CH plate forged to match with each area of human musculature. Said plates were outlined with aqua-colored metal which acted as the areas that connected each piece of armor to those adjacent to it. The armor which covered their shoulders, back, pectorals, thigh and groin regions were significantly thicker as a way to protect the more vulnerable and open areas of the human body. Instead of a faceplate, however, the helmets which adorned their heads were equipped with a translucent field of aqua-colored energy. Their arms stretched forth as they caught the massive hands of Makarov. A powerful shockwave occurred and the force traversed through their bodies, causing the earth to depress, generating a sizable crater beneath them. However, what surprised the onlookers the most was the fact that they were still standing. With grunts of effort, the armored Rune Knights managed to push back against the demonic titan's hands and jump out of harm's way. The twins landed on the edge of the newly formed crater, sweat already lighting their brows. HRAH! Makarov's bestial roar echoed throughout Tenro once more as he unleashed another devastating punch. Look out! Gajeel sprung into action, his right arm morphing into that of a chainsaw-esque sword, Tetsuryuken. The jagged arm blade released a buzz-like sound as the chainsaw function of the already sharp weapon came into play. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter, the way Gajeel's iron dragon sword spell sliced through Makarov's forearm. The large piece of the upper limb came crashing down with a spray of reddish-violet blood, and Makarov released a cry of pain. Juvia, Fullbuster, stick to the plan that Urza made and tie Master down. What? Right. Gray and Juvia's reactions were like day and night. Gray, in a show of irony, froze at the sudden call to fight his guildmaster and the man he saw as his figurative grandfather. Juvia, on the other hand, sprung into action as she drew upon the water from the surrounding atmosphere. Massive tentacles of water merged with Juvia's water body before she struck forth like an octopus. The tentacles wrapped themselves tightly around Makarov's legs, arms and neck, but the enraged giant's act of struggling placed Juvia in an already stressful state. She turned to her chosen mate, Gray-sama, freeze him. But Ji-chan, he can't. I can't fight him. The conflict in Gray's onyx eyes was apparent, and Juvia felt for him. She really did. To fight the man who basically raised him was a heartbreaking thing to ask. But when that man was currently under the demonification process of the most powerful dark mage in all of existence. Gray-sama, please. I know he's... Juvia gritted her teeth and generated another series of tentacles from her back, anchoring herself as she drilled them into the earth. Juvia knows Makarov-san is your family. Juvia knows what he means to you and everyone in Fairy Tail. But if we don't fight back, then he's going to kill us. The Frost Knight of Fairy Tail remained hesitant. Gray-sama. Juvia's shout did nothing and the Water Dragonslayer's eyes widened as she saw the severed area of Makarov's forearm suddenly regenerate before their very eyes. Bone, muscle and skin grew back in a near instantaneous fashion and only served to drive home the fact that the third master of Fairy Tail was something less than human. The bestial roar he unleashed came from his throat, and Makarov's size grew once more as he called upon his titan magic. The 50-foot mage doubled in size, and the now 100-foot titan ripped his body free from Juvia's restraints with ease. The daughter of Levia cried out in surprise as the action sent her flying through the air and skipping across the upper tier of Tenro Island. Makarov's rampage continued, and so he lashed out with another swing of his gargantuan arms, tearing the already ruined earth asunder. The resulting shockwave sent everyone flying back, and they all groaned in pain as they lay scattered across the battlefield. Urza gritted her teeth as she climbed back to her feet, but her brown eyes widened as she saw the blood-red orbs of her guildmaster trained on her. Out of pure instinct, Caliburn was gripped tightly and platinum flames were summoned in preparation to attack. However, the Titania of Fairy Tail found herself suffering from the same hesitancy as her ice-using guildmate. Despite the dark violet skin and the glowing red eyes, all the red-haired S-class mage could see was a smiling old man who only had love for his guild and surrogate family. The world seemed to quiet as her mind flashed through all the moments of joy she shared with the elderly 10 wizard saint. Urza, look out. The daughter of 2 wizard saints found herself snapping out of her reverie as she saw the other members of her strike/rescue squad were already in the process of running out of the way of something. A shadow enveloped her and Urza glanced up, brown eyes trained upon the approaching object. There wasn't much room between them as the speed of the massive fist that threatened to crush her was terrifying. Caliburn was held in a blocking position, but despite being the sword of kings which could slice rend dragon scales, it could only cover so much surface area. Urza's eyes shut tightly and she clenched her teeth in preparation for the oncoming blow. The sound of impact grazed her ears. A powerful wind was generated from the resulting shockwave and she felt the earth crack beneath her. However, what confused the S-class mage was that the blow never landed against her. Snap out of it, Titania. Insert music, Fairy Tail Dragonslayer. The sound of her brother's voice made her eyes open in surprise. His back was all she saw as the Apocalypse Dragonslayer held her demonic guild master's punch at bay. His claws were dug into the giant's purple-black skin before he reared his leg back. With a powerful upward swing, Naruto crashed his leg into the underside of Makarov's fist and the giant limb was sent into an uncontrollable ascent. The ground cratered as Naruto launched himself into the air. The sound barrier shattered and Naruto seemed to reappear to Makarov's immediate left, his leg already cloaked in the swirling winds of his futon branch of wind-based magic. Futon. Senpu Kyaku. The cyclone kick spell landed and the sound of Makarov's jaw shattering echoed alongside the shockwave occurred from the point of contact. Makarov's body went into a dizzying spin and the 100-foot-tall titan was sent stumbling until he finally lost balance and fell off the edge of Tenro's upper tier. The resounding crash made it seem as if the entirety of Tenro Island was experiencing a high-magnitude earthquake. The world was quiet as the onlookers witnessed the literal fall of Fairy Tail's third master. What the hell did you just do? Natsu exclaimed. You killed him. Laxus's rage was equal to that of the fire Dragonslayers as his body exploded with lightning. You killed Gigi. Quiet yourself, Drayar, before I put another hole in your chest. The former second-generation Dragonslayer felt the scar on his chest throb as Naruto's glowing white eyes stared into his own black ones. Your master is currently a 100-foot demonic titan with a high-speed regeneration ability. A fall from this height would not be enough to kill him, but while I would like to take the moment to exact some form of retribution for what happened in our battle outside of Magnolia, I currently have more pressing matters. It would be best if you handle the current predicament that is Makarov. Urza's eyes widened as the Apocalypse Dragonslayer's gaze shifted, holding her own for a moment. We can't just attack him, he's Ji-chan, Gray exclaimed. Urza looked at her brother with a deep frown. He's our master. He was your master. All eyes snapped in the direction of the Black Mage. Unlike the Energy Dragonslayer here, what you all do not understand about demonification is that it is a difficult process to reverse. Human minds and bodies the reverse is often what brings about the challenge, and I've seen many mages during the Dark Wars try to do such a thing. Holy magics, trying to talk to them such as what you have attempted. I have yet to see a successful reversal of my spell, but I will let you know the harsh reality of your situation, young mages. Zaref's own crimson eyes stared with such intensity it was almost as if he were gazing into their souls. Your guildmaster is no longer human. He is now a demon and a soldier under my command. You son of a bitch. The grandson of said demon soldier unleashed a burst of magic energy as he called upon the thunder in heaven spell, traversing the space between himself and Zaref in less than a second. Lightning magic. Crushing fist of majestic thunder. The lightning-infused fist slammed into Zaref's stomach and a beam of concentrated voltage tore through Zaref's stomach to burst out of his back. Anything in between was scorched and a lesser mage would have surely died. But just as he had done from the attempts on his life from Naruto and Kurama, Zaref's body simply blinked back into existence in an unharmed state. What did you? How did you? As I said before to the Dragonslayer and his pet. Zaref gestured to Naruto and Kurama, causing both to glare at him. My connection to the One magic has been restored and thus not even the concept of death can affect me. Like hell. Laxus snarled. I'll tear you apart in every way imaginable if that's what it takes to bury you in the ground. You wish for revenge, which is an understandable reaction, and I would be more than willing to let you try, but unfortunately it won't be much of a battle with the way I am now. Zareth raised a hand and Laxus found the world becoming a dizzying blend of blues, greens and browns as he was delivered a devastating backhand blow. The lightning user tore through the air before taking the same course as his grandfather, falling off the edge of Tenro's upper tier. Laxus. Natsu's fists burst into flame, orange-yellow shifting into bluish-white. You bastard. Natsu. The pink-haired Dragonslayer paused as Urza held her hand out. The younger mage paused in his charge as he looked to the red-haired swordswoman. We can't fight someone like Zareth. We need to go to Master and help him. Urza-sama, I understand the situation, but we have multiple high-class dark mages in our sights. Alice stated as she took a stance beside her fellow armored female. You're the one in charge, but Master Makarov is the priority, Lieutenant General. The tone was firm and Alice knew there was no arguing with her current commanding officer. Alice turned her honey-colored eyes, looked to her fellow rune knights and nodded. Understood, Urza-sama. The 4 rune knights moved to the edge of the upper tier as Gray and Juvia formed a lengthy slide of ice that led to Makarov's location. Alice, Tyson, Arkad and Adultrude were the first to go. Natsu, Gray and Juvia followed after, but Urza paused as she made the move to slide down the icy structure. She glanced up at her airborne brother, a small smile gracing her features as she met his gaze. Be careful. After mouthing those words, Urza slid out of sight. Naruto landed beside the 5-tailed kitsune as he turned his attention back towards the black mage. You're surprisingly merciful for a son of the black dragon. Zareth commented. I know you could have easily killed my new demon, what with the power of a divine Dragonslayer at your fingertips, but yet you choose to let the guild mages be the ones to deal with their fallen master. Insert music. Attack on Titan Youseebigirl, T. Apocalypse Doraibu. The earth and the heavens seemed to shake and Zareth's crimson eyes stared in awe as a pillar of blue-black magic energy pierced the clouds. The atmosphere seemed to grow heavier as Naruto drew upon the power of his drive mode without hesitation. Like I said, I have more pressing matters. If you are referring to me, then I will admit you are correct in how your priorities are being addressed, but Zareth paused as he looked to the skies. I will not be able to remain here much longer. If he begins to pick up on my magical energy signature, then it will only be a matter of time before things begin to take a very terrible turn. You think you can just walk out of here undeterred, Zareth? Naruto snarled, his eyes shining with ethereal white light. You think I, of all people, will let you leave here alive after everything you've done to him? After everything you did that led to my father's banishment from Algesia? It is precisely because of your father that I am leaving, Energy Dragonslayer. The descendant of Merlin replied. My awakening has no doubt been felt by him, and it is only a matter of time before he pinpoints my location to exact his revenge. So that's why I'm leaving behind these fragments to throw him off the trail so that I can prepare. Prepare? Kurama's eyes narrowed. Prepare for what? To finish what I started. The black mage's response was spoken as if it was the most obvious answer in the world. What does he mean by that? Kurama asked as he looked to the other mages within earshot. Oi, what the fuck does he mean by that? It means he wants to resume the Dark Wars, Altair stated, her shock just as apparent as Kurama's, to wipe out all of existence on the planet. Smart girl. Zareth chuckled. What, you can't do that? The Kyuubi no Yoko looked to his Dragonslayer partner. Can he do that? Oh, believe me, I can. And I will. His amused expression was immediately replaced by a much darker one. I brought about the darkest age on the planet since the Dragon War, and I would have continued had the one who would become the 6th Dragon King himself not stepped in all those years ago. Zareth-sama, I apologize for my insolence, but Hades cleared his throat nervously as he took note of the irritated expression of the Dark Lord. What are you talking about? Of course you wouldn't know, none of you would. Zareth spoke with a harsh tone. I was not one to question the acts of the Void Dragon himself, and so I, a lowly human, followed his commands to put him on the throne and rip away Acnologia's birthright as the eldest of the divine dragons to be king. So it's really all true then. All eyes turned to Naruto as he glared at the descendant of Merlin. Your reawakening is essentially to be seen as Zenu having lost faith in the world. He is granting permission for you to wipe the slate clean and remake the world. He didn't entirely lose faith as he allowed over 400 years to let the crowned jewel of the first Dragon King's creations earn back favor in the eyes of its current ruler. Though it really is quite strange how the creature known as the Black Dragon of the Apocalypse is actually the one who retained more faith in the planet than his own brother. Zareth hardened his gaze towards the Apocalypse Dragonslayer. You wish to exact revenge upon me in your father's place. Admirable, but not a task you can achieve with your current skill set, even with the power of your drive mode. In fact, not even the almighty Doragon Fosu will be enough, I'm afraid. So what you're saying is we can kill you, but you will not die. The crimson-eyed fox scowled in annoyance. Immortality was a pain in the ass when it was used against you. Precisely, but I am not against wishing to keep you unsatisfied in your quest for vengeance, young Dragonslayer. Zareth vanished from view but reappeared just as quickly beside Grimoire Heart's master. In order to satiate your need to kill me. Zareth-sama, the master of Grimoire Heart's eyes widened as he watched the black mage place a hand against his chest. You've done a spectacular job of learning my magics and I can feel the essence of my magecraft flowing through you. Zareth gave a small smile. You really have shown your willingness to be my apostle by placing a devil heart and eye into your body, so this might actually work well in your favor. Whatever do you mean, Zer, that I will be lending you a piece of myself. Master Hades, Altair now felt the same level of emotions that currently ran through the mages of Fairy Tail, and could only watch helplessly as her master's body suddenly began to shudder and shake. His eyes rolled up into his head and saliva bubbled from his mouth as the black mage unleashed a pulse of black mist into the elderly mage's body. The ground beneath him cracked heavily as a burst of purple-black magic energy exploded out of the former Fairy Tail master's body. His gray locks were dyed a shade of black similar to Zareth's, and the power which Hades exhumed increased to a level which made it seem as if the atmosphere itself became heavy. Hades' seizing form fell forwards almost as if he were a puppet which had its strings cut, but the Centennial Mage remained standing. The ebony aura seeped into his body, and once the last wisp of magic energy vanished from view, Hades regained consciousness. His head snapped up and Altair released an unintentional gasp of fear as she gazed into her master's eyes. His originally black eye was now the same evil crimson as the black mage's. The leader of Grimoire Heart straightened his back and looked down at his hands, clenching them into fists almost as if he were experimenting with the basic movements. I have left a piece of my power inside Purhito's body as I have done with the Titan magic user. Zirf informed the mages before him. Kill Purhito and my demonic Titan, and I will recognize you as a legitimate threat to my act of extinction. Until then, I look forward to seeing you all again in battle should you survive. No, you're not getting away. The ground exploded beneath Naruto's feet as he pushed off, a shockwave occurring as he rapidly shattered the sound barrier. Claws of blue-black magic energy were aimed at Zareth's throat, but the black mage vanished from view as he literally vanished out of thin air. No! Naruto slammed his fist into the ground. The earth caved in and the crater that formed from the impact began to expand as Naruto followed up with repetitive blows that made it seem as if an earthquake was rocking the island. No, I had him. I fucking had him and he just gets to escape? Naruto. Kurama gave a small frown at the enraged Dragonslayer. Even Altair couldn't help but feel some form of pity towards him. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden tragic. Master. I know we wanted to change the world to make it better for us mages, but... Are you siding against Zareth-sama, Altair? Her breath hitched as the Centennial Mage's red eyes stared her down, his massive frame casting an intimidating shadow over her. Master PP please. Altair's voice trembled. What Zareth-sama is suggesting is no less than complete genocide of not just human mages, but life as we know it. And then the world will be remade, Altair. Hades added on. Siding with Zareth-sama will allow us to bring back a world not just completely new, but with the ability to make it even better than what we could have imagined. Altair stepped back as Hades took a step forward, a maniacal grin stretching across his face. Just think about it, my child. You could bring back your mother, your sister and Matabi all at once in the new world. We could all live the lives we truly want with whomever we want. Zareth's mastery over the One magic has proved even cause and effect have no hold on him, and that could extend to being able to be spared by the Dragon King's magic as well. So we can do exactly the things we want once we are given access to it. Master. Altair's dark eyes were wide with shock. Zareth-sama. Zareth-sama is... You can't just kill the planet. Oh, Hades' eyes glowed menacingly. So you are choosing to stand against me then? No, I just... Tears collected at the edge of her eyes. This isn't the way things were supposed to go, Master. Oh my dear, sweet Altair. Hades caressed the side of her face with the back of his hand. This was always how it was supposed to go, and I'm afraid that if you can't stomach the fact that lives are going to be taken for the sake of the grand vision that I have, then I will have to treat it as an act of defiance. Master, please no. Altair was practically sobbing at this point as her tears began to flow. Please don't this. Please. I've loved you like you were my own parent ever since you took me from Bureau. I would have done anything and everything for you. Your use of past tense is what hurts me the most, my child. Hades said with a soft voice. I too loved you like my own, but it seems this is where we part ways. I can't let anyone, not even you, get in my way. The former fairy tale master's magic energy spiked, ebony violet flaring around his body like a roaring fire. No, with a single word, Hades was caught off guard as he looked at the tearful woman looking up at him with a hardened gaze. No, the daughter of Ur shifted her dark-colored eyes towards the ring of ice which lay on her finger before reaching into her pocket and pulling out a small piece of paper. Hades raised an eyebrow as he observed the glowing purple seal present on its surface. A communication seal? Hades could not contain his confusion. What do you plan to do with that, my dear? If you are attempting to call for help, then I highly doubt whoever it is you're contacting will be able to reach you in time. That's what you think. The Arc of Time user fired back as she poured magic into the seal tag. Before we parted ways in Era, you made an offer to me. You said Grimoire Heart would fall, and it has. Shukaku and his brothers destroyed our main forces. My master has excommunicated me and now wants to kill me for treason. You said things tend to go in your favor, and I believe that right now, at this very moment, it has. You said that if I should ever be willing to accept that offer, that I would simply need to use the communication seal you gave me.
Altair clenched the communication seal tighter, the paper tearing as her fingernails stabbed through it.
So, if you still aren't having second thoughts about wanting to kill me, then what do you say? The now former kin of Purgatory gave a half-hearted smile in the direction of her contact. Still willing to take me in?
An eerie silence seemed to echo across the atmosphere of Tenro Island. The wind did not blow. The waves seemed to calm. The birds did not cry. For those brief seconds, Altair felt as if the world had stopped turning and she could feel the tears welling up in her eyes once more as she heard no response. Hades snorted in amusement and gave a hearty chuckle towards his former second-in-command.
Well, it seems your would-be savior is nowhere to be found. I must say though, your words were quite emotional. I didn't think you actually had it in you to actually carry out a change in allegiance against Grimoire Heart. But now that I've let you have your last words, I think it's time I silence you once and for. Insert music. Yu-Gi-Oh! Passionate Duelist. Mokashiryu no Hakai Tsume. Time seemed to slow as there was a burst of magical energy that made it seem as if gravity had increased 10 times over. Altair and Kurama couldn't contain the feeling of shock that washed over their bodies. The impact was hard and fast. The world bent within Hades' vision became skewed as his neck twisted violently and the sounds of his jawbone breaking seemed to echo in his ears. The earth shook from the accompanying shockwave and a massive crater expanded outwards beneath their feet before time began to flow once more. The dark mage rocketed through the air, smashing through the boulder which Zareth had once been sitting on before crashing through a series of dead trees. He transitioned into smashing through the live trees of Tenro's forests, and each of the once mighty fauna came toppling down. A large dirt cloud and a massive trench marked Hades' path until he finally came to a painful stop by being embedded halfway through a boulder. Fuji. Naruto-kun? The arc hands to cover her mouth. I will confirm that as the current situation stands, Grimoire Heart is all but destroyed. Your master had me tortured and kidnapped aboard one of his airships and was a part of a joint plan that led to Kurama being taken from me by Tartaros. I intend to pay that back 1,000-fold, but as for you, you still have use to me. As a former member of the kin of Purgatory and second-in-command of Grimoire Heart, you have vital intelligence pertaining to the world of dark mages as well as access to knowledge about the black mage Zareth, of which you will no doubt share with my spy network. With this in mind, I will accept your request to join my ranks. Black and blue magic energy outlined Naruto's body as he turned towards her, the white ethereal light shining within his eyes. Altair Milkovich, you're mine now. The nod of confirmation was his response. Kurama. I got her. Kurama quickly reverted back to his Exceed form and grabbed onto their newest spy network member as he unfurled the wings of his Era magic. Just remember the deal we have. I let you handle Hades, but the ones who tortured me and Tartaros, they're mine. Naruto nodded to the fox-costumed Exceed. In a blur of speed, Kurama took off with Altair. Not too long after, the area of healthy forest trees outside of Zareth's circumference of death began to shake. The tree line burst apart in a blaze of violet-black Eternano, and Hades stood before the sun of Agnologia as steam rose from the regenerating portion of his jaw that Naruto's annihilation claws took off. The Eternano blaze raced out from the Grimoire Heart mage's body, and within an instant, a multitude of violet-black magic circles appeared around Naruto. From each magic circle, Naruto watched as demonic figures of all shapes and sizes climbed out from the spell of living magic. Hundreds of demons roared as they surrounded the Apocalypse Dragonslayer, and Hades smiled, his eyes shining like a pair of rubies within the shroud of dark magic that made up his aura. I will give you a chance to surrender and die a clean death by my children. Hades gestured to his demon horde. After all, you're surrounded. All I am surrounded by is fear. Blue eyes bathed in ethereal white light stared into Hades' crimson orbs, and Hades could not withhold the shudder that ran down his spine as the ground cracked beneath Naruto's feet. His aura exploded forth, morphing into the phantasmal form of Agnologia. And a dead man. Lower tier forest, Tenro Island, Fury. Laxus groaned, shaking his head to rid it of the cobwebs that currently filled it. That bastard hits hard despite looking so frail. As the lightning magic user climbed back to his feet, the sound of a deafening groan struck his ears. Golden voltage sparked around his body as he turned to the source. He gritted his teeth as he looked upon the currently 100-foot colossus that was his demonic grandfather, who was also recovering from his own fall. Seems the Fujin was right. Makarov-sama was able to survive the fall, Tyson remarked. The hat-wearing Rune Knight was soon accompanied by the rest of the party as they slid down from Gray and Juvia's ice slide. Urza-sama, what's the plan? Alice asked. Are we sticking with the original battle plan you made earlier before we encountered those dark mages? In my honest opinion, that plan was made with the idea we'd be fighting human-sized enemies, so fighting a giant would make things a bit more difficult, I'd imagine. The sword-wielding wizard saint frowned deeply as she watched the red-eyed titan raise himself into a seated position. Urza. Gray addressed the older fairy tale mage with a similarly deep frown. I don't know who that dark mage is, the one that turned Ji-chan into this thing. I don't believe him for a second that we can't turn him back. Yeah, Natsu agreed. Ji-chan's been through tougher stuff than this, I'm sure. We can kick his ass, we'll bring him home and we can sort it all out after. Gray and Natsu smirked at one another, frost and flame flowing from their respective fists as they prepared to do battle. Urza smiled at the two younger mages, but her smile was immediately replaced with a focused expression as she looked to her squad. Tyson, Alice, Arkad, Adultrude. I know you are soldiers who are prepared to do what is necessary for the sake of the mission, but Master Makarov raised us at Fairy Tail with the ideals of treasuring Nakama over all else. Brown eyes softened as she looked at the Rune Knight members of the Rescue Strike Squad. I ask of you, give us a chance to see if we can get through to Master. He's family to us, so at the very least we need to try. A moment of silence passed as the four Rune Knights looked at each other, uneasy expressions adorning their faces. That uneasiness only increased as they saw the pleading look in their commanding officer's eyes. If it were any other setting, they were quite sure she would outright beg. She would prostrate herself on hands and knees if it meant being given the chance to save Fairy Tail's third master. A sigh came from Alice and the other Rune Knights looked at the Lieutenant General with raised eyebrows. Lives are at stake here, Urza-sama. The blonde Rune Knight stated with a matter-of-fact tone. We'll do what we can, but you better have a backup plan because if this doesn't work. The sentence remained hanging in the air. Urza nodded in understanding and offered the four knights a grateful smile. You have my word, Alice. At that moment, Urza was their leader and commanding officer, and a battle was about to take place. Orders were to given and given they were. Tyson and Alice, you take up the rear. Find a suitable vantage point and provide suppressive fire. The two members of Lahar's squad nodded and retreated towards the trees to take their positions. Gray and Juvia, keep Master within a limited space. He's a giant, but if we can limit his range of motion then we take away much of his swinging power when he throws punches. The Water Dragonslayer and Ice Godslayer nodded. Gajeel, you and I will try to hit his muscles and tendons to throw him off balance. I'll cut him so fast that Salamander won't even have time to burn him. That a challenge, Kuragane? What do you think, dumbass? Now's not the time for squabbles, you two. Urza spoke firmly before turning to the two silhouette night wearers. Arkad and Adultrude, if any of Master's attacks gets through, I want you to work with Natsu and deflect them since your silhouette knight armors seem to give enough of a physical boost to hold back his blows. All of this needs to come together for us to make an opening, after which, all of us from Fairy Tail will go for an all-out assault to take Master down. Laxus, you're with me to make the final blow. Sure thing, Urza. Laxus planted a fist against an open palm, lightning arcing from his body. Alright everyone, take him down. Aye sir, insert music. Fairy Tail Ost Dragon Force. Makarov roared as he stood up, digging his fingers into the hard earth as if it were softened sand. Earthen material was gathered within his hands before he hurled it all at the mages below him. Burst magic. Demon flash, light magic, golden rain. A mighty burst of golden-orange energy accompanied by the storm of yellow light projectiles rocketed through the air at breakneck speeds. The demon flash spell courtesy of Tyson created a mighty explosion that ripped apart one of the larger boulders. Other projectiles were reduced to similar states as Alice's golden rain spell set off a chain of golden-colored explosions, dotting the air with fire and light. That's some cover fire. Gajeel commented. I'll say. Natsu agreed. Graw. The two Dragonslayers' focus returned to the fight as Makarov slammed his fists down on the ground. The earth rumbled as a spiderweb of cracks raced out from the points of contact. The earth rose and depressed, trees toppled and a massive shockwave occurred which sent much of the squad tumbling through the air. The Rescue Strike Squad members all rolled across the forest floor as they landed, but they were quick to recover as they used their momentum to climb back to their feet. Juvia, Natsu, Gajeel. Urza's voice carried across the battlefield to the Dragonslayers. Drive modes now. But what about wanting to try and get through to Ji-chan? Natsu asked. That's still the aim, but with your base levels, you won't make much of a dent through his heavy skin and muscle. Urza replied. His regeneration factor is also too fast so you need to hit as hard you can. Hit Gigi hard huh? Gajeel grinned toothily as his body began to glow with light gray-green magic energy. I can do that. Juvia agrees with Urza-san. Alright, I'm all fired up. The ground quaked as the magic energy from all three Dragonslayer mages sprung to life around their bodies. Woda. Faya. Iron. Scale-like markings spread across their bodies and their bodies changed before the eyes of their comrades. Vertical slit pupils blazed with power as they flexed their claws and bared their fangs. Doraibu. The ground ruptured beneath their feet as the three Dragonslayers raced towards their target. A streak of fire from Natsu marked the path as they seemed to blur into existence in front of Makarov, their arms all reared back in unison. HRAH. 3 punches hit with the power to raise landscapes and Makarov's eyes widened as he felt the wind leave his lungs from being struck in the solar plexus. A powerful shockwave tore through his body and sent him skidding backwards, but the demonic titan quickly dug his heels in and managed to recover. Crimson eyes shone before Makarov reached out to his side and grabbed a tree in his large hands. He tore the wooden weapon out of the ground and grabbed it by the base before shredding it of its branches and leaves until all he had was a makeshift spear. Makarov snarled before rearing his arm back and hurling the polearm-esque weapon at the three Dragonslayers. Visible streams of air resistance flowed across its surface to showcase its speed, but Gajeel took to the forefront as he slammed his arms together. Tetsuryuken. The serrated-edged sword was forged, lengthening and broadening as it released the hum of its chainsaw-like feature. Gajeel raised his sword arms high before swinging it down, easily bisecting the lengthy tree trunk like a hot knife through butter. Juvia then reached out with her arms, converting them into tentacles thasically around the fast-paced tree trunk halves. Juvia grit her teeth, her arms stretching as she fought to overcome the forward momentum of the caught pieces of wood. The ground cracked beneath her feet as she was dragged backward slightly, but she managed to overcome it. With a cry of effort, Juvia brought the trunk halves back and tossed them up into the air. Karyu no Hoko. Bluish-white flames burned at the 100-year-old pieces of wood before the sound of movement met the ears of the Dragonslayers. Arkad and Adultrude had their fair share of team-based battles and so they knew when to take advantage of moments to strike even when they weren't part of an organized battle plan. With the power of the silhouette knight armor, they rushed towards the burning tree trunk halves. Leaping into the air, the mechanics of their exoskeleton armor whirred before they delivered simultaneous kicks to the bases of the tree trunk's halves to send them flying back towards their original user. GROAR. Makarov lashed out with deadly swings of his heavy arms, batting the burning pieces of wood aside. Shadows formed overhead as Juvia reached out to the atmosphere. The daughter of Levia conjured clouds and heavy rainfall came down upon the battlefield. However, the water Dragonslayer took her magically formed rain and turned the water droplets into mighty streams of pressurized liquid. She moved her arms and the waters responded as they began to swirl around the 100-foot giant. Suiryu no Uzumaki. The water dragon's maelstrom spell looked as if a whirlpool was somehow come into existence of dry land and Makarov lashed out with ferocious punches that would have shattered mountainsides. However, the physical might of the demonic giant was nothing to the raging tides that were Juvia's waters. Natsu-san. Karyu no Kowan. Blue and white flame collected in both of the fire Dragonslayer's hands. He then brought both hands together and a raging ball of sapphire flame was held above his head. Shining like a miniature sun, the brilliant flame spell was launched, blazing heat and frigid water colliding in a spectacular explosion of steam that burned at the giant demon's flesh and also blinded him. Makarov howled in agony as his skin practically disintegrated from the scaling, but that painful sensation only intensified as sparks of blue voltage appeared within the steam cloud. Lightning magic. Gion. The bolt of blue lightning sprung off of Laxus's fingertips and his grandfather's monstrous roar of agony echoed across the island as he was delivered several 100,000 volts of electricity. Muscles spasmed and nerves fibers frayed within Makarov's body. Blast magic. Hellzone grenade. Light magic. Buster cannon. Alice and Tyson activated their respective spell, golden magic seals appearing in a hemisphere around Makarov's stunned visage. Orbs of golden magic energy collected within the center of the magic seals, each one growing to the size of a basketball. However, while they were small, the numbers were easily in the hundreds. Unison raid. Continuous energy volley. The energy blasts each collided with explosive impacts, embracing Makarov in a storm of fire and light that placed the mighty titan of fairy tale into a defensive position as he was forced to withstand the onslaught. Makarov gritted his teeth, his eyes clenched tightly as he felt the rage bubble within his body. Crimson eyes then snapped open and Makarov roared as he unleashed a wave of dark magic energy, tearing the forest floor asunder and ripping through the unison raid spell of the two rune knights with explosive results. Dark violet and golden yellow erupted forth as a dome of destruction as a result of the seemingly cataclysmic collision of energy, a powerful shockwave accompanying the explosion which felled much of the surrounding foliage. The dust cloud climbed high into the sky, particles of light and dark energy mixing in. The dents of cloud was then pierced through by Makarov's glowing eyes as he stomped through the cloud, his head shifting as he looked upon the ruined battleground. The members of the rescue strike squad lay covered in dirt and bruises, but the remnants of Gray's shattered ice walls revealed just how they had managed to survive Makarov's attack. "Oi, Master," Urza's voice rang out through the airspace of Tenro Island. "Keep your focus." The demonic giant's eyes could only widen as Urza had taken to the skies. Clad in her blackwing armor, the red-haired Requib mage descended like a falcon upon its prey. Makarov snarled in annoying nace and lashed out with a powerful swipe of his hand to swat her aside like the fly she was. However, the transformed guildmaster found his hand feeling much lighter. Fire form. Moon flash. Arcs of platinum fire tore through Makarov's hand and the giant found said body part torn apart. Fire form. Circle sword. Urza spun her body as quickly as she could. Her body was a circle of platinum and crimson as she sped along the length of Makarov's arm like a top, a line of cauterized flesh marking her path until she reached Makarov's upper arm. With a roar of effort, Urza delivered a devastating spin and a ring of fire raced out from Caliburn, severing Makarov's arm from his shoulder. Makarov's eyes widened. He glanced back at the red-headed woman as she planted her feet against the surface of what had once been a mighty tree that stood the test of time for nearly hundreds of years. Requip. Flight armor. Her cheetah-like armor donned her body and the already broken tree trunk was shattered into splinters as she pushed off. Urza prepared Caliburn for another swing and Makarov's eyes widened. The demonic titan felt those brown eyes focus upon his neck, and so he reacted, raising his intact arm to cover the vulnerable region of his cervical spine.
His eyes remained focused upon the titania of Fairy Tail, but then his vision became a messy combination of crimson and black. The inside of his eye sockets felt like they were melting and the scent of burning flesh met his nostrils. In a surprising act of brutality, Urza had avoided the strike to the neck and instead blinded her guildmaster in a swift and precise slash to the eyes. Blind and in pain, Makarov could only roar in agony as he dropped his guard and moved for a literally blind swing at the 10 Wizard Saint member. The attack was surprisingly accurate and Urza felt her body being crushed beneath the force of the heavy downward slap. Gah! Urza released a stunned gasp of pain as she was now the sole occupant of her own personal crater. "Salamander, get Titania," Gajeel ordered. "I'll finish it." Natsu didn't need to be told twice as blue and white flames exploded out of his feet. He surged forwards, scooping Urza out of the crater just as Gajeel blurred into position behind purple-black-skinned giant. Tetsuryuken. Gajeel crossed his arms in front of his body before forcefully swinging them in a wide arcs. The swords that his arms had become lengthened in tandem with the swings. The sounds of blades slicing through flesh were music to his ears and Makarov released a roar of surprise as his Achilles tendons were cleanly severed. No longer having the ability to keep his body upright, the 100-foot colossus of a mage fell forwards. His knees bruised as he first descended into a kneeling position. His torso was taken down by gravity, his chin digging into the dirt with enough force to cause his sharpened teeth to dig into his lips and draw blood. Ice make. Freeze. Tetsuryu no Shibari. An ice-blue magic circle formed beneath Makarov's body. In an instant, everything from the neck down was encased in a dense shell of ice. Gajeel stabbed his arms into the ground causing it to tremble as massive bands of thick iron burst forth and encircled the giant of a man to further restrain him. The Ice Godslayer looked to the Iron Dragonslayer and offered a nod of thanks. The blinded Makarov roared as he fought to free himself. The bloodlust and magic energy flowed from Makarov's form in waves that made it seem as said tenfold, but though the ice coating of Gray's spell cracked noticeably, it remained intact. "Talk to him," Gray shouted. "I'm not sure how long I can keep this up, but try and get through Ji-chan's thick skull and bring him back to us." Insert music. Fate stay night ost spiritual abyss. Footsteps seemed to echo and all eyes turned as they took in the massive frame of one Laxus Drayar walking towards his transformed grandfather. Makarov's roars of anguish and rage did not seem to affect the glowing blue form of his grandson as Laxus simply stared into the burning scar tissue of what used to be Makarov's eyes. However, Laxus took note of the way the scar tissue seemed to be receding and rearranging itself into a stable form. He was healing. Laxus gritted his teeth, lightning sparking off his body. Gigi. The former second-generation Dragonslayer felt a myriad of emotions well up within him, his heart feeling as if it was tightening within his chest as he witnessed an act that showed his grandfather had truly become something inhuman. Gigi, I know I haven't been the best grandson or the best mage for Fairy Tail. I know I've let you down and maybe I'm not the best person to try and be the one to get inside your head. To talk to you and find a way to get you to stop being this thing that bastard of a dark mage turned you into and be Gigi again. Maybe Urza, or even Natsu would be better off doing this, but I want." Laxus paused and took a deep breath. "I need to be the one to try." "Laxus." Natsu stepped forward, but Urza's hand on his shoulder was all the dialogue he needed to stop. "When my shitty Tucson was excommunicated and you took me in, I knew you were always gonna be the one to look out for me. You've always been by my side." Laxus gave the bound giant a crooked smile.
I know I've been an asshole and to you and everyone at Fairy Tail for so many years, but it's because I had my own way of trying to prove that I could show you I had what it took to take over the guild from you. I know I'm not what's best for the guild anymore, and I understand why you needed to excommunicate me after the whole Thunder Palace thing, but I always wanted to make you proud of me." Tears began to line the S-Class Lightning Mage's eyes. "You raised me and showed me how to live with a purpose." Laxus raised a tightly clenched fist and tapped it against his grandfather's forehead, one of Makarov's eyes now regenerating and reflecting the blue light of his thunder in heaven off of the crimson flesh and creating a beautiful shade of violet. "You're my Gigi and I don't want to lose you. I can't lose you like this. So please just come back, stop letting yourself be controlled by that dark mage bastard and be my Gigi again so we can get off this damn island and go home." Makarov's second eye regrew and the eyes began to become decorated in a spiderweb of cracks.
Shit. Gray and Gajil cursed in unison as they felt their respective holds weaken as Makarov began to thrash about, an aura of malevolent magic outlining his body. The iron restraints bent and shuddered as Makarov's body began to grow once more. The stump of his shoulder released a hiss of steam and magic, and the entirety of his left arm regrew within in a matter of seconds. His Achilles tendons reattached themselves and the now 200-foot-tall behemoth climbed back to his feet, actively removing the ice and iron that covered his body. The storm clouds Juvia had formed from her earlier rain creating spell parted to reveal the last remnants of the setting sun. The skies that were once colored like fire became a mixture of dark blue and black as the dark of night came into existence. Groar. The sound was positively deafening. The rescue strike squad members were all forced to cover their ears, but despite that, Laxus maintained eye contact with the demonic titan. The tears that lined his eyes could no longer be restrained in that moment, for with that single roar, Laxus knew there was nothing left of Makarov Drayar. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden Ost Blind Animal. Upper tier, Tenro Island. The last remnants of sunlight vanished beyond the horizon as the sun fully set and the once fire-colored sky was replaced with the darkness of night. The light of the stars gradually blinked into existence and the pale light of the shattered moon acted as spectator to the scene which took place below. The multitude of demons that made up the demon horde of Hades could have and should have overwhelmed any opponent that came across him. The demons formed by the womb of Lilith spell formed spiritual bodies out of any and all objects within range. Rocks, leaves, trees, all were subject to becoming a member of the flesh-eating horde. The sheer numbers would have taken away any motivation to fight against him before the terrifying might of the demons themselves took them down. However, numbers meant nothing in the face of overwhelming power. A son of a divine dragon already made him stronger than most, but with drive mode active, he could topple mountains and reshape landscapes. He felled the titan of Fairy Tail through sheer physical might alone. The magic power he possessed was enough to allow Excalibur's true nature to shatter the moon during his clash with the Void Dragonslayer. A horde of demons was nothing to Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and Hades bore witness as to why that was. A multitude of them swarmed Naruto, but the son of Acnologia shifted into his battle stance. The air and magic flowed around his arms to forge blades of sharp wind. Futon. Mugon no Ansatsusha, he vanished into the wind. His movements were quiet, swift and targeted, revealing exactly why the spell's title was Silent Assassin. The glowing white orbs of the demons that were struck found themselves fading as they died. Gurgled, growled and roars made their death cries as the sounds of flesh being sliced through seemed to echo throughout the battlefield. Demons were bisected and decapitated. Some had their eyes and throats slashed before vanishing into pools of dark purple blood and wisps of shadow. A path was immediately cleared and Hades' eyes widened as Naruto blurred into existence directly in front of him. He unleashed a pair of powerful slashes, but Hades quickly countered with his chain magic. Glowing white chains wrapped themselves around Naruto's wind-coated arms and Hades tugged them aside before slamming a powerful kick directly into Naruto's unguarded chest. A shockwave occurred from the force of the blow, but Naruto dug his heels in as he was sent skidding backwards. Naruto snarled as he drew upon the magic energy which fueled the chains that bound him, and Hades witnessed his spell being reduced to particles of Eternano. Naruto transferred the magic of his wind blades along his arms, collecting it and the magic from Hades' chains into his palms. Magic swirled and compressed to become twin orbs the size of basketballs. Energy Make. Double Odama Rasengan. Seal Magic. Amaterasu Formula No. 5. Naruto thrust his arms forwards, intent on grinding Hades' body into dust with the blue spheroids of destruction. Hades held his hands up and dark purple magic seals formed between himself and the Apocalypse Dragonslayer's attacks. The orbs were absorbed into the seals, reducing the Rasengan to nothing. Hades spun on his toes and then lashed out with a strong right kick to the ribs. Naruto reacted, raising his left arm and leg to guard his ribs, but the force behind the strike was still heavy enough to make him grit his teeth. His strikes are heavy, Naruto thought before he was sent flying off to the side, as if he had been shot out of a cannon. He righted himself in midair and dug his boots and claws into the dirt.
Friction brought his body to a swift halt, but blue eyes narrowed as he took note of the shadows that encompassed his form. The demon horde saw their chance to pounce, seeing Naruto's hunched-over form as a sign of vulnerability. Their eyes shone with bloodlust and drool dripped as the first demon aimed to tear Naruto's flesh. It had no chance to realize the opposite was what had actually happened. Mokashiryu no Hakai Sume. The annihilation claw of the Apocalypse Dragon did as it intended. Flesh was annihilated as Naruto's black and blue energy claws ripped through the demon's face, turning it to shreds in a violent splash of purple-black blood. 110 years of cumulative combat training at the hands of a divine dragon came to the surface. The divine Dragonslayer lashed out with a ferocious right hook, shattering the head of one demon before swinging it away to then duck under the swipe of a demon whose arm was a scythe. He pushed up through his knees, the uppercut scoring home, and the demon exploded into blood and gore as its skull was shattered. Another demon came barreling through, its sword-like arms gleaming in the moonlight. The sword-armed puppet came at him from behind, but his ears twitched as he picked up on the sounds of the blades slicing through the air and alerting him to the danger. With drive mode active, his body was almost as durable and strong as a dragon's. The scale-covered limb was raised, parrying the slash upwards. Sparks dotted the airspace between the Dragonslayer and demon before the son of Agnologia lashed out with a back kick that caused the demon's torso to cave in on itself and slam into several other demons behind it. Going with the momentum of his movement, he used the force of his back kick to push himself into a forward roll, crashing his knee into the back of the neck of a charging ceratopsian-esque demon, snapping the charging monster's neck with ease as it attempted to impale him on one of its three horns. He glanced out of his periphery, seeing a trio of purple black-skinned monstrosities stampeding towards him. The same demon whose neck he snapped. Naruto planted his hands down on its back, adhering to the surface with his sharp claws by piercing through its flesh, and pivoted. Mokashiryu no Zanso. The Apocalypse Dragonslayer's body swung and he crashed a mighty kick against three demons in succession. Though the spell was labeled the Decapitation Talons, they served their function just as well by tearing through the demons' bodies like a knife through butter. He went with the momentum of his rotation, spinning out of the way of a downward slash and then countering with a backfist. A yelp pierced the air as the snout of the demon shattered before another demon came at him with the intent of skewering him on its claws. Naruto dropped his body low, avoiding the outstretched arms of his target and wrapping the 10-foot monster in his tight grip. A painful wheeze escaped the demon's throat as Naruto's grip snapped ribs. He leaned backwards, using his flexibility and core strength to go into a powerful suplex that crushed the demon's head. Groar. A pair of demons belched streams of purple-black energy towards their target. Going with the momentum of his suplex, Naruto swung his legs overhead to both avoid the energy blasts and also bring himself back to her feet. The blasts were avoided, and a portion of the horde found themselves dying from the attacks of their own brethren. A dome of violet energy exploded outwards from the point of impact, violent winds being kicked up by the resulting shockwave. With his grip still on the demon corpse, Naruto hurled the body against its brethren, scattering them. Mokashiryu no Kuroi Kiba. Naruto's claws of energy shifted and twisted, morphing into two pairs of black fangs. His hand lashed out like a snake, the black fangs of the Apocalypse Dragon biting down with terrifying force. The arm of a demon snapped as he raised the magic-made creature into the air and crashed a heavy kick into its chest. Mokushuhiryu no Jinshinkyaku. With his grip on the arm still secured, the limb was violently torn right out of the joint and Naruto spun, swinging the arm like a club and nailing another demon against the side of its head. The head sailed through the air before it caught a flame after being caught in the grip of one Purhito Gaybulb. Crimson eyes burned with an intensity equal to that of the purple-black flames that sprung forth from the dark mage's hand. The head of the demon turned to ash before identical flames formed in his other hand.
Fire magic. Burning land. Hades slammed his hands down on the battlefield. A spiderweb of cracks raced across the earth as his magic superheated the very land itself. Purple-black embers bled through the cracks and the dark-colored earth became a mixture of red, orange, yellow and black as began to shift into lava. The son of Agnologia glanced down as he felt the heat through his boots, and glowing white eyes widened as the ground began to rumble.
Earth magic. Precipice blade. Blades of black and red solidified lava jutted out with the intent to impale Naruto. The spires of hardened earth were avoided as the Apocalypse Dragonslayer quickly became airborne. His eyes narrowed as he witnessed the battlefield. It looked akin to a hellscape as it was coated in searing hot magma with the multitude of demonic corpses impaled by the spell of their master and creator. You must be truly desperate if you are foregoing your numbers to take me out with widespread attacks. If quantity won't beat you, then maybe quality will, Hades responded. Self-flattery is hardly flattery at all, Hades. Coming from the self-proclaimed strongest, the Dark Guildmaster scoffed with a roll of his eyes. I have the power to back it up, unlike you who runs on borrowed magic from the Black Mage. It is what Zareth-sama has bequeathed to me in order to put an end to the one who would dare to interrupt our plans. The former fairy tale master snarled, his ruby-colored orbs staring into sapphire bathed in ethereal light. It is a show of faith, a show that I have earned Zareth-sama's trust, and he will aid me in my quest to remake the world for us mages. You are truly delusional if you believe that the black mage sees you as an asset. You're merely a distraction. Hades raised an eyebrow at Naruto's words. You contain a piece of him so as to allow the attention of another to be shifted away from wherever he has actually gone. When I kill you, it would be considered a mercy compared to what that overgrown garden snake might do to you when he arrives. Hades' eyes widened as he recalled the conversation between the Black Mage and the son of the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon of the Apocalypse. There was an unintentional tremble in his voice. Acknowledgia is headed here. Unfortunately, was the prompt reply. You may not remember, but I remember quite clearly. Naruto's eyes shone brightly as a magic circle appeared in his right eye, a holographic image of Hades appearing as a reflection of the memory. Your oath is just a mess of words. You will die, Ogo no Fujin, and despite you, I will swear an oath of the dragon as well. The memory image vanished out the air as quickly as it came, and Hades could only remain quiet. That moment you swore an oath of the dragon that you would kill me. You sealed your fate. The son of Agnologia's eyes shone in an intimidating fashion. You will suffer a fate worse than death, but you have 3 options, Hades. I kill you myself, my draconian father can kill you when he arrives. Or you can submit defeat and suffer the consequences of your failed oath. Then I will choose option number 4. Insert music. Fate, stay night heavens feel the 4 rains. The earth trembled as 2 massive magic seals formed on either side of Hades. The magma-covered battleground morphed and twisted, and 2 massive 50-foot demons made out of the molten earth were birthed into the world. One was a long-nosed humanoid with 2 disproportionately large arms, each one gripping a massive blade of solidified black lava, and the other was a canine-esque beast reminiscent of a hellhound. Their glowing white eyes were filled with bloodlust directed towards the levitating Dragonslayer. I may not be foolish enough to test my mettle against THF, but I can kill you. I doubt a monster of his caliber would care if his son's head was sent rolling. The gargantuan lava demons roared in support of their summoner, and the humanoid demon was the first to strike. The air seemed to burn and split as the sword in its right hand was swung in a powerful horizontal slash. Time seemed to slow as the weapon approached the diminutive Dragonslayer, but Naruto's speed was far too great as he dove out of the way of the slash. He flew along the length of the sword-wielding demon's arm, and magic energy coated his feet. With the talons of his draconian father, Naruto switched from flight to running and easily traversed the length of the massive limb to arrive at the giant beast's face. A splash of lava and shockwave of magic heralded Naruto's leap towards the blade-equipped demon. Mokashiryu no Jinshinkyaku. The seismic stomp sent a burst of magic through the demon's semi-solid head as Naruto's kick struck it right between the eyes. The demon's head now bore a tunnel that led to the back of its head. Naruto tore his way through the demon's skull, his scale-covered body protecting him from the searing heat. The canine demon roared and unleashed a deadly fireball. The orange-yellow spheroid rocketed through the air, but Naruto flew around the blazing attack. A fiery explosion occurred behind him, and the winds of the resulting shockwave only served to propel him faster towards his target. The canine demon lashed out with its claws and tail, but moving faster than sound was shown to be quite the boon as Naruto easily maneuvered his way around the burning strikes. Craters littered the battlefield below him, and the air burned beneath him as he went into a quick barrel roll to dodge another slash from the sword demon. Another fireball was launched from the canine-esque lava demon. The sound barrier shattered once more as Naruto took on an increase in speed and literally punched his way through the blazing orb. But the flames obscured his vision, and so he was unable to react in time when the massive downward slash of the giant sword demon. The sword made contact, and Naruto was carried down by the momentum of the attack. The magma-covered ground ruptured and cracked from the force of the attack before being accompanied with a fiery explosion and terrifyingly devastating shockwave that tore the earth asunder to reduce it to a crater. The winds from the shockwave scattered the cloud of dust, dirt, and volcanic smog. Hades scowled in annoyance as he witnessed the Apocalypse Dragonslayer standing strong, his arms covered in blue-black energy that held off the massive earthen blade from dealing direct damage. Mokashiryu no Kahaya. Magic flared and the ground cracked even further beneath Naruto's feet as the devastation wave spell ripped through the sword. It continued along the length of the demon's arm, and the magma-made giant could only watch as Naruto's spell took away both its weapon and limb in one fell swoop. The ground cratered beneath his feet as Naruto leapt skyward and lashed out with a devastating spin kick with his talons of Dragonslayer magic. Mokashiryu no Zanso. The decapitating talons did their job as Naruto's leg ripped through the magma-made flesh of Hades' demon, causing it to collapse as its head was removed from its body. The blonde Dragonslayer then continued, avoiding the tail strikes and fireballs from the canine demon with expert maneuverability until he found himself beneath the demon's jaw and lashed out with an uppercut. Magic energy ripped through the demon's skull in massive waves and the demon's head exploded in a violent shower of lava and magic. If that's the best your demons can do, then perhaps Zeref's faith and trust in you is misplaced. Naruto commented as the demonic giants fell away, becoming the lava they once were. Insufferable whelp. The Grimoire Heartmaster roared as he raised his hands to the sky. Fine, if you think the demons are not enough of a challenge, then it is probably best I deal with you myself. As if I would give you the opportunity. The Apocalypse Dragonslayer snarled as Hades' magic energy sprung forth like a flame around his body. Naruto descended towards his opponent like a falcon would its prey, and Hades reared back his own fist. Blue-black collided with purple-black as the two fists crashed against another. The ground exploded violently beneath their feet, turning into a massive crater. The lava beneath their feet tried to ooze its way back into the space it had once occupied, but it was no longer given the opportunity as violet magic seals decorated the air above the crater. Seal magic. Gravity. The very atmosphere grew heavier as Naruto was held in place by the force of gravity amplified 20 times over.
Seal magic. Amaterasu Formula number 93. The magic seal surrounding the gravity seal glowed before unleashing massive orbs the size of boulders upon their target. Hades leapt back to the edge of the crater as the meteors of magic crashed down upon Naruto with enough explosive yield that ruined the land of Tenro's upper tier beyond the edge of the crater.
Seal magic. Amaterasu Formula number 44. A multitude of smaller magic seals formed around Hades before they unleashed a barrage of beams and bullets upon Naruto's obscured location. However, the smoke cloud was dispersed as Naruto took off towards the acolyte of Zeref. Mokashiryu no Hakai Sume. The annihilation claws lashed out, tearing through or batting aside the onslaught of energy projectiles. He traversed the space between himself and Hades in a manner that seemed almost instantaneous to the Centennial Mage, but the Grimoire Heartmaster leapt back as Naruto's claws crashed down, cracking the already ruined earth where he once stood. Naruto did not let up, continuously aiming to tear Hades' body apart with his claws and leaving craters and scars in his wake from his ferocious slashes. Hades backflipped as he avoided the latest of the Apocalypse Dragonslayer's attacks before acting out of pure instinct, raising his arms to block a kick aimed for his head. Futon. Kazajiri. The wind cutter spell made Hades' body feel significantly lighter as the arc of wind cut through his forearms like a hot knife through butter. Naruto then spun on his toes and raised a leg high into the air. Mokashiryu no Jinshinkyaku, 3-pillar lock. 3 pillars of hardened light sprung into existence in a pyramidal formation, and a shield of light formed as Naruto's seismic stomp came crashing down. A wave of force rippled through the magic-made shield, causing it shatter, but it did its job of preventing Hades from taking any harm. Ice magic. Glacial shield. A dome of thick ice formed around Hades, heralded by an ice-blue magic seal that formed beneath his feet. The blue seal then shifted to a bright green and a powerful wind was generated. Wind magic. Tornado wall. The defensive spell became offensive as a tornado erupted forth within the ice dome and sent massive shards of the crystalline substance towards Naruto. The Apocalypse Dragonslayer raised his arms to easily deflect the oncoming projectiles, but his eyes widened as the stumps that were Hades' arms began regenerating right before his eyes with a pulse of magic energy. With his limbs restored, Hades formed a series of familiar hand motions. Seal magic. Amaterasu Formula number 93. The meteors of magic descended upon the Dragonslayer once more as violet seals dotted the skies, but Naruto wasted no time in taking in a deep inhalation of air. The Eternano which fueled the spell flowed through the atmosphere and into Naruto's lungs, diffusing into his magic circulatory system and became his own. He had sustained enough of a capacity for energy intake to withstand the Jubi's Bijudama, so projectiles of this nature were next to nothing in comparison. Pitiful. They served their purpose. Naruto's eyes widened as the crimson-eyed dark mage appeared in front of him. What? Lightning magic. Voltage hammer. Purple lightning sparked around the Centennial Mage's tightly CL seemed to slow for the son of Agnologia as he witnessed the oncoming blow. His body could withstand the force, but the sensation of several 100 million volts of electricity sending his muscles into spastic contractions was still incredibly painful. A shockwave of lightning raced out from the point of impact and Naruto gasped as the wind left his lungs. He rocketed through the air and ricocheted off the edge of the crater, tumbling skyward. The world was a dizzying combination of black, blue and silver as the night sky was reduced to a spiral of colors. However, Hades had followed after his prey and delivered 2 more punches that sent Naruto further through the air before being kicked at a downward angle. Naruto descended rapidly, tearing through the trees of Tenro's forest and causing them to topple. Hades was relentless in his follow-up as he then flew after the grounded Dragonslayer and grabbed Naruto by the throat. The earth bore a massive scar as Hades flew, dragging Naruto through trees and boulders with enough force to shatter the bark and stone. Hades dug his heels in and spun rapidly to hurl Naruto through 2 more trees and clipping the edge of a boulder. The Apocalypse Dragonslayer rolled along the ground, digging his claws into the earth as he capitalized on his momentum to climb back to his feet. Blue eyes bathed in ethereal white light shone with rage. The man was powerful for what he was, and Zeref's fragment had clearly given him a significant amplification in power. Naruto was an overwhelming force of battle, raised to be a cataclysm in every sense of the word, but Hades' variety of techniques was something that made Naruto realize just how much Hades had put into both his studies and training. To instantly use such powerful spells in succession and without pause was something to be commended, Naruto would admit. "It's time I fulfill my oath," Hades stated as his magic aura sprung to life. "Living magic is far easier to cast, and so forgive me for not being too efficient with this, but I believe it should do the job." Huh? Naruto was snapped out of his thoughts as Hades' magic aura flickered from purple-black to pure ebony. A magic seal formed in front of Hades' fingertips as he pointed them at the Apocalypse Dragonslayer. Sweat unintentionally dripped along the side of the drive mode user's face. Death magic. Gai Bolg. Insert music. Bleach Opus 3 Ichiran no Hana. Lower tier, Tenro Island fire and lightning exploded forth from their bodies before they launched themselves towards the colossal demonic mage. Karyu no Kenkaku. Lightning magic, Skyquake. Both fairy tale mages crashed into Makarov's chest and an explosive shockwave of fire and lightning rippled from the point of impact. The pair of blows landed with enough force to send the monstrous man stumbling back several steps, but Makarov bared his fangs as his crimson eyes shone with anger. The massive shadow of his raised hand easily encompassed the smaller mages before the limb was swung down. "Oh no you don't," Arkid and Adultrude shouted as they leapt off the trunks of some trees. Quickly reached a suitable height, the silhouette night-clad rune knights cracked the bark of the trees they pushed off of and lashed out with a pair of powerful kicks. Their limbs collided with Makarov's descending hand and knocked it aside, but while Natsu and Laxus were left unharmed, this placed the two rune knights within the fairy tale master's sights. "Ooh, that's not good," Arkid muttered as Makarov adjusted his deflected hand and grabbed the two armored rune knights. As Makarov moved to crush the two like the ants they were, a bombardment of light and energy courtesy of Tyson and Alice was launched at him. The demonic titan snarled as he raised his free arm up, shielding him from the onslaught of burst magic and light magic. Crimson eyes narrowed as Makarov peered through the space in his fingers and pinpointed the origin point of the light bullets. HRAH! Makarov reared his arm back and hurled the two rune knights towards the Major General and Lieutenant General. The winds roared in their ears and the world was a dizzying blur as they rocketed towards their fellow rune knights. "He's found out where we are," Tyson exclaimed. "Move and change positions." The two long-range users quickly moved through the trees of Tenro Forest, but unfortunately that would not help the twins as they continued to hurtle through the air at speeds that would likely tear the human body apart. Suiryu no Suiru. A large orb of water materialized just as the twins were about to collide with the trees. Their momentum slowed immediately and the two armored rune knights watched as Juvia's face materialized within the confines of the water prison spell. "Are you alright?" "Yeah." Adultrude smiled at the water dragonslayer in thanks. "Good thing you managed to lower the surface tension of this thing too, otherwise our bones would be broken." "Oh, yes, Juvia did do that." Juvia laughed nervously, her blue eyes shifting. Indeed, Juvia did. The twins' sweat dropped at the obvious deflection. "She could have killed us." The daughter of Levia directed the orb of water towards the ground and shifted back into her physical form. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. The twins and Juvia's eyes widened as they saw Makarov charging towards them like a raging berserker. Makarov unleashed a devastating punch, but a spear of ice erupted from the ground. Ice make. Geyser, the lengthy protrusion of crystalline water stabbed itself through Makarov's foot and his striking hand causing reddish-violet blood to decorate the forest floor. The ice spread across the impaled limbs and Gajeel moved in for the attack as his arms converted into swords. Tetsuryuken. He leapt into the air as the massive blades of iron extended before being swung down. A flash of silver marked his swing's path and Makarov howled as his impaled hand fell to the ground. Karyu no Hoko. Natsu immediately followed up with a tongue of bluish-white flame as per Urza's battle plans. The blast of dragon fire slammed against the giant stump of a wrist and Makarov's pain levels increased as the regenerating hand was being burned apart. "It's working. Ji-chan's hand isn't healing that fast," the son of Igneel whooped only to be quickly silenced as Makarov lashed out with his burning forearm. The mighty limb slammed into the drive mode user with terrific force. A shockwave tore through Natsu's body and the fire dragonslayer felt himself black out momentarily before he was sent flying through the air, crashing through several trees in the process. As he was about to go through his 10th tree, Urza appeared between him and the towering piece of foliage. Her leg muscles tensed before she ruptured the ground beneath her feet, jumping high to catch her guildmate. Requip. Giant's armor. Clad in the golden armor, Urza rested Natsu on the ground before taking off and using her increased levels of physical strength to hurl the heavy tree trunks Natsu felled with his unintentional flight. Laxus, hit them at master. On it, moving at the speed of 1/100th of a second, Laxus sped through the air and delivered a devastating kick to each tree to send them towards his demonic grandfather at a terrifying pace. The wooden ballistic missiles lanced through the air with 2 missing their targets as they shattered in half upon hitting the ground. The other 7 hit their marks. Due to the large surface area, 3 of the trees dug their way into Makarov's calf of the leg, which Gray impaled with his ice spike. 2 hit against the demonic titan's rib cage. Another caused significant blood trauma as it struck his shoulder. 2 more tore into his left pectoral, and the final tree trunk went through and through as it entered through his left cheek and exited out of the right. Due to his immense size, the large trees were essentially like sticks that a young boy would play with after picking them up off the ground. Karyu no Hausinka. Reducing size and power for speed, the fire Dragol rocketed through the air like miniature meteors. The bowling ball-sized projectiles slammed into each point the trees had impaled, setting both wood and flesh ablaze with explosions of sapphire flame. Don't think I'm done just yet, Ji-chan, Karyu no Cowan. Natsu then raised both hands, collecting fire in both hands and combining them into a terrifyingly large fireball. The fire dragon's brilliant flame spell was fired, the air rippling from the intensity before it created an explosive impact with Makarov's face. Laxus. Let's go. The 2 S-class veterans of Fairy Tail moved swiftly. Laxus's body sparked with blue lightning as his Thunder in Heaven mode activated once more, and Urza summoned the greaves of her flight armor while bringing Caliburn into her grasp. Lightning magic. Heavenward halberd, shining flame blade. A halberd of lightning burst into existence within Laxus's hands, which he then proceeded to hurl at his grandfather. Simultaneously, Urza swung the Sword of Kings and unleashed a wave of platinum flame which burned any piece of forest land that lay in its path. Makarov gave a gargled roar, his blood pooling in his mouth as the attacks neared him. All eyes widened in shock as Makarov's body was suddenly cloaked in an aura of purple-black magic energy. The Titan of Fairy Tail roared and a shockwave of dark magic raced out from his body. Domes of fire, lightning and dark magic occurred as Makarov's magic created an explosive reaction upon colliding with the respective elemental magics, leaving behind wide craters. Makarov's crimson eyes glowed and Laxus was so caught off guard by his grandfather's sudden attack that he never noticed the gargantuan hand which crashed down upon his body until he was already buried literally 10 feet under in the middle of his own personal crater. Makarov then turned his attention to Urza and picked up his severed forearm. He hurled the piece of flesh at the Titania of Fairy Tail at a breakneck pace. Brown eyes hardened as she gripped Caliburn and flashes of platinum decorated the air as she slashed the piece of Makarov's upper limb into ash. However, the Titan of Fairy Tail easily cleared the distance between himself, having used the severed forearm as a distraction. Shit! Makarov reared back a leg as Urza quickly reacted, donning her Herculean armor in a flash of white light. The S-class swordswoman was dealt the powerful kick on her 100-foot-tall guildmaster. The large foot sent Urza rocketing through the air before skipping along the forest floor, cracking the ground with each individual impact. Her travels came to an abrupt end as she was embedded halfway through a far-off tree. Steam rose from the Titan of Fairy Tail's flesh as his demonic regeneration kicked in. The tree trunks that were once speared into his flesh were forced out, and Makarov collected them in his hands before throwing them at his enemies. Burst magic. Hellzone grenade. Tyson fired off tens of golden-orange energy spheroids, shattering the tree trunks into splinters while the intensity of the heated explosions turned said splinters into ash. However, Tyson cursed as he saw he had missed 2 of the trunks. Look out! Alice shouted. We got it! Arkad and Adeltrude exclaimed as they charged across the battleground. Using their enhanced physical capabilities, they easily ducked around the large projectiles and dug their fingers into the thick wood. The bark cracked heavily and the loud whirs of their armor screeched throughout the forest as they spun and hurled the tree trunks back towards their opponent. Makarov quickly raised his arms and swung them outwards, slapping the trees aside. Crimson Eyes never lost track of their targets however, for as the twins raced towards Makarov, the purple-black-skinned titan brought his arms down and carved a pair of trenches in the earth as 2 mighty slabs of collected dirt and stone were formed. Both rune knights had their eyes wide and reacted as quickly as they could. They positioned each other back to back and hopped into the air just as the slabs of stone were about to slam into them and kicked as hard as they could. A powerful shockwave occurred and the 100-foot demon's eyes widened somewhat as it found itself being greeted with a significant amount of resistance. Though the space was minimal, Adeltrude and Arkad managed to kick out hard enough to prevent themselves from being completely crushed. Their eyes were clenched tightly and their teeth were gritted so harshly they could have cracked. Little help here. The twins managed to gasp out. Light magic. Omega beam. From her new vantage point, Alice fired off a pair of golden energy beam which swiftly moved through the air. With a pointed finger, Alice directed the energy beams as they dutifully followed her wishes. The light beams speared through the ground before stabbing through the earth slabs at numerous sharp angles.
The slabs crumbled apart as their structural integrity was destroyed and Makarov's eyes widened as the golden beams shifted directly skyward only to then make a very sharp and immediate 90-degree turn to burn away at his eyes. Gah! Makarov howled in agony as his eyeballs were literally melted within their sockets. The surrounding flesh and bone suffered a similar fate. The now blinded titan stumbled around the forest, knocking down trees and trampling the earth. Ice Make, Frost Giant. A pair of giant ice gauntlets the size of Makarov's own fists materialized from Gray's spell.
HRAH, Gray roared as he controlled the structures as if they were his own fists.
A right hook jab came first, causing the demonic guildmaster to snap his head to the left, blood lining the forest floor as his lip burst. A left hook followed directly after before the three-hit combo ended with a devastating uppercut that had Makarov's lower jaw meeting his upper one with a resounding clack. Teeth shattered within the giant's mouth, but Makarov still managed to bare his now bloody fangs in rage as the twin gauntlets moved to deliver further damage.
Makarov caught the icy weapons in his hands, cracking them from the force of his grip, before hurling them back towards their user. Ice Make. Wall. The massive wall of ice sprung forth from the magic seal that appeared on the ground. It cracked heavily from the forceful throw, but still managed to hold its own. Suiryu no Woda Suraisa. Juvia's arms became sharp scythe-like blades of water. She lashed out with her water slicer spell and sliced the base of the ice wall, separating it from the earth. Gajil-san. I'm on it. Gajil blurred into existence before the ice wall and kicked the glacial structure skywards. He leapt after it before his arm morphed into a massive club of iron. Tetsuryukan. He swung his transformed arm like a bat, nailing it with terrific force to send the massive piece of ice sailing towards Makarov. The blind giant did not have a chance to dodge and released a gasp of pain and surprise as the ice wall shattered against his chest. Hyojin no Dugo. Woda Doryabu. Scale-like markings adorned the blue-haired Dragonslayer's body as she drew upon the power of her drive mode. Suiryu no Hoko. Raging blue water and freezing black ice collected within the jaws of the respective Slayer mages before being unleashed. The ice god's bellow was fired off in tandem with Juvia's roar, and a concentrated blizzard of ebony ice fused with the stream of pressurized water before washing over Makarov's body. The giant's literally blind rampage died away as black ice began to coat his body, and within a matter of seconds, the 100-foot colossus was frozen over. The two Slayer mages stared intensely at the frozen titan of fairy tale, sweat lining their brows. I really hope that will be enough to hold him, Gray muttered. Juvia hopes so too. The daughter of Livia then turned her attention to her chosen mate and gave him a once-over. Are you alright, Gray-sama? Didn't get too banged up from the shockwaves Ji-chan created, but I think the others took the brunt. Layer looked over to Arkad and Adultrude as they were helping to pull Laxus out of the crater Makarov had put him in. The sounds of Flora shifting caught Juvia's ears and she turned, a sigh of relief escaping her lips as Urza emerged from the brush clad. Although it was heavily dented from Makarov's kick, the giant's armor had done its job of protecting its wearer. Urza-san, you're alright. A little banged up, but nothing I can't handle. Urza smiled at the younger mage before looking to the pair of rune knights in the trees. She offered them a thumbs up to show she was okay, and they returned the gesture. Didn't think they'd be able to handle it, to be honest, but the four of them are really proving their mettle. Yeah, we really need to give the rune knights more credit, Gray chuckled. Looks like they aren't all just the punching bags we thought they were. Natsu commented as he landed in front of Urza with a toothy grin. They can really pull their weight. Having ranks of Major General and Lieutenant General aren't just for show. Urza replied. The brown-eyed wizard saint directed her gaze away from the group as they all were their moment to breathe and recover. We've managed to imprison Master in that ice, but do you think it will hold? It's the only spell I learned from Shiva, but while I'm not exactly the best ice god slayer, I think it should be enough to hold him in. The student of Shiva replied. But how are we going to get him out or transport him to the mainland? Natsu asked. The way he is now. Urza's brow furrowed. Master is too much of a danger to himself and to the kingdom. If we were to take him back without any sort of way to revert him back to normal, he'd just go on a rampage, and given that we'd be limited in what we could do in a populated area like Harjan or Magnolia, I don't think we'd stand much of a chance in stopping him again. So you're saying we should just leave him here? The Fire Dragonslayer asked. But we can't just leave Ji-chan behind. He has to come home, he has to back with us. No, I agree. All eyes turned in the direction of Laxus's voice as he walked over to them with the twin armored rune knights and Gajil beside him. Laxus. You can't be serious. I'm very serious, Natsu. Black eyes met dark brown as the former second-generation Dragonslayer turned to the son of Igniel. I'm with them on this too, Salamander. The son of Metallicana nodded stiffly. Urza made some good points. Gigi's too much of a wild card as he is now, and we can't risk putting people in danger. Especially the guild, because knowing them, they'd move the same way we did in that they would all want to try and save Gigi. Other than guildards, the others aren't strong like us. But we? Are you willing to bet lives on a gamble like that, Natsu? Urza's question made Natsu pause in his words. The pink-haired mage looked deep into Urza's eyes with his mouth ajar, but no words came out. Urza. Are you willing to bet Romeo's life? Happy's life? Urza took a deep breath as she saw the conflict in Natsu's expression. Lucis? Natsu winced visibly. His fists clenched as tightly as his jaw, and while it was a bit of a low blow to use his most precious people as a way of coercing him, it had to be done. Natsu may have gotten a bit smarter after his training with Roshi, but it didn't change who he was as a person. He wore his heart on his sleeve, and it would take manipulating that heart to make him see reason. The son of Igniel sighed in defeat. Fine, but... His ears twitched alongside Gajil's and Juvia's. The three Dragonslayers' heads snapped up in unison, their eyes wide as they looked to each other. Did you hear that? Hear what? The sound the Dragonslayers heard was immediately heard by everyone else as what they had initially heard as a small pop became devastating boom. The world seemed to shudder, and a pillar of blue and black magic energy pierced the night sky, and a monstrous roar echoed across the island. The intensity was far beyond that of anything felt by the Rune Knights or Laxus, but to the other fairy tale mages, it was a power that was something they had never forgotten since their adventure in Edelus. I knew that old man was strong, but to have to force Fujin to go all out, Gajil muttered. Oni-sama. Urza's eyes narrowed as she looked at the area where the pillar of concentrated energy emanated from. She looked back at her downed master. Her eyes flickered back and forth between the two as if she were debating something, but the former slave found herself knocked out of her thoughts as Gray rested a hand on her shoulders. Go, huh? The other rescue strike squad members all turned to Gray. Go? Laxus asked. What do you mean, go? Go where?
Towards that. Adeltrude pointed at the beam that began to die down. Urza-sama, we don't even know what that is.
I do. The Titania replied, and the male twins' eyes widened at the immediate response. Look, I don't have time to explain it all, but I need to go. I had to help him. Help him? Laxus's eyes widened. You can't mean the Fujin, do you? Why would you? How? What did I miss while I was gone these couple months? But Urza-sama, you're our commanding officer. We need you to stay here and... I'm sorry, but I have to. Urza's body glowed with white light as she now donned the Armadura Fairy. She wasn't going to go and assist with a battle that led to her brother's use of Dragon Force and not be clad in her best and strongest armor. Bright green magic energy flowed around her body as she gripped Caliburn tightly. Laxus, you're in charge until I get back. Urza, the grandson of Makarov, was left with no chance to voice his many concerns and questions as the ground cracked from the force at which Urza pushed off. All was quiet for the rescue strike squad members as they watched the female 10 wizard saint head off in the direction of a vastly more dangerous battleground. Laxus and the Rune Knights Corps members turned to Gray, their expressions showing exactly what they were unable to put into words. Yeah, I know, but it's not my story to tell. But Urza'll be back to tell you. Or at least she might tell Laxus. Natsu hummed in thought as he looked at the Rune Knights. Not so sure about you guys though. What the hell does that even mean? Adeltrude and Arkad asked. Insert music. Black Clover Ost Dawn, Upper Tier, Tenro Island. Like all spells that came from the branch of magecraft known as death magic, there was significant risk of death to the user if cast improperly.
Due to having access to the one magic, Zirf had no need to worry about something as trivial as dying. However, Hades, having been mortal at the time of his studies, could not afford such a luxury, and so it took him a grand total of 5 long years to use this one spell. He lost many clones to the study of the most vile branches of dark magic, but the results were fruitful.
Purhito had not learned many death magic spells due to the drain on his resources to simply learn to cast them, but Guy Bolg was his and first and most prized one. After all, it bore his name. A spell which targeted the heart via the reversal of cause and effect. The result? The heart of the opponent has been pierced, is created earlier than it is launched, while the cause, the attack has pierced through the heart, is generated later. Aside from great luck, it is a technique that determines, if it is released, the opponent is dead. Unfortunately for Hades, the Apocalypse Dragon's all-seeing white eyes were what lay within Naruto's sockets. Eyes which saw through illusion, peered through memories, and saw the flow of Eternano itself. He witnessed the flow of magic that came with the usage of Guy Bolg and saw it was an unavoidable attack. Drive mode was powerful, but he did have the physical nor magic capabilities to survive a spell that rewrote causality itself in order to accurately score a death blow. It was a personal insult to him, but also a testament to the power that Hade Naruto had to push himself this far. The magic energy in the very atmosphere froze as the flow of causality had been altered by the spell, but death would not be the outcome as Naruto channeled his magic and willed forth the powers that lay within him to survive. Doragon Fosu, a pillar of black and blue, climbed into the realm of the dragons. Blonde hair turned ebony with highlights of blue. His body became completely covered in the scales of a dragon. Claws were clenched into tight fists and talons grabbed at the earth beneath them. His heavy tail sprouted forth and cracked the ground as it sprouted from his sacrum. Flesh and magic energy merged into one as the clothing which covered Naruto's shoulder blades were stretched beyond their limits, tearing apart as a pair of feather-like wings covered in scales of black with blue flame-like patterns.
The earth twisted and the heavens roared, signaling the coming of his ultimate form, and to Hades, it was as if he were witnessing the dawn of true power.
Naruto reached out with abilities that only he as the divine Dragonslayer of energy could perform.
He shifted the flow of magic, and directed it away from his heart. The feeling of death itself missed his heart, but it still pierced through his body. The lance of wild black energy carried Naruto through the air and flung him down into the ground, cracking it heavily from the impact.
Impossible. The acolyte of Zeref stared with wide eyes and gaping mouth at the divine Dragonslayer. Naruto snarled as he rose to his feet, glancing at the wound in his shoulder. Blood coated the scales.
Death magic truly is dangerous. Naruto thought as he glanced at his wounded shoulder, blood flowing and coating his scales. Dragon scales are powerful against any and all material things, but magic that alters logic and concepts seem to be a bit beyond the scope of even my abilities. Guy Bold would have, no, it should have killed you. Ruby eyes shone with anger and confusion. How in the name of Zeref did you do that? Fuck you, that's how. No. This isn't fair. Hades whined as if he were a child. An unavoidable death blow, and yet you survived. There's just no plausible explanation. Abilities such as yours, they are quite dangerous. Naruto commented as he once again glanced at his bleeding shoulder. Take it as a compliment that I recognize your existence as a threat. Powers such as yours, there's a reason that Zeref was the only known practitioner of death magic, for it is a branch of magecraft that is far too dangerous to be kept around. Spare me, Dragonslayer. Purito snapped back. You may be a powerful Dragonslayer, but to alter an already altered outcome. You claim my existence as a threat, but your existence is too wild. What the fuck are you? Naruto's head snapped up and Hades flinched as his ivory-colored eyes pierced through the veil of black and blue energy that clouded his form in the dark of night. The phantasmal image of Aknologia roared, making the son of the black dragon seem as if he were a truly otherworldly creature. I am a cataclysm incarnate. I am the Dragonslayer of Aknologia. Naruto's wings expanded as he bared his fangs menacingly. Now, I shall show you true power. Insert music. Fairy Tail Ost released power. Naruto's wings flapped and a gust of wind that possessed the force of a hurricane tore the earth apart. Hades raised his arms and a trio of hulking demons emerged from the magic seals that appeared in front of their user. The demons crossed their arms in front of their bodies and shielded their summoner, but the hurricane force winds shredded their flesh into mince and scattered them in splashes of purple-black blood.
The ground shook as Naruto stomped down in front of Hades, fist already cocked back to strike. Fast, Hades ducked and felt his black locks shift wildly as he avoided the blow. He popped back up to deliver an uppercut. Naruto leaned back, dodging the blow and weaved around the follow-up jabs aimed to strike his face. Hades raised his right leg, aiming to kick Naruto against the side of his head, but Naruto dropped his center of gravity low and his eyes glinted as he spotted the opening in Hades' guard. He twisted his body at the hips and unleashed a powerful jab that dug into Hades' stomach. A powerful shockwave raced out from the point of contact and the earth cracked heavily as Hades was sent skidding backwards. Red eyes widened, blood and spittle escaping between his lips as he lay a hand on his wounded stomach. He felt the regenerative healing of his demonic abilities act upon the damaged piece of his anatomy. But Hades knew that the son of two wizard saints was a different monster altogether. The Doragon Fosu. The ultimate power of a Dragonslayer was truly worthy of being recognized as an overwhelming ability. Not bad. Naruto didn't respond and simply made a come-hither motion. Brat. The Centennial Mage rushed forth. As he did, 4 demons sprung from the earth and grabbed onto Naruto's legs. Mokashiryu no Kahaya. The devastation wave tore the earth and the demons apart as Naruto unleashed a burst of black-blue energy from his body. He then raised his hand up to deflect the kick from Hades as the spry Centennial had aimed to strike from above. He followed up with another kick and using Naruto's follow-up block to go into a backflip and land on the ground in a split. Utilizing the momentum of his fall, Hades rose back into a standing position and spun to drive his heel into Naruto's face. Time seemed to slow as Naruto leaned his head back, Hades' boot just barely brushing the tip of his nose. Death Magic. Death Orb. Orbs of spiraling black magic condensed within Hades' hands and thrust them forward. These are just orbs of magic, not the same as the first spell. Naruto thought. Which means I can take them. Eternano was pulled from the spherical spells and the orbs shrunk in size until they became non-existent, but the earth shuddered and shook as Hades stamped his foot on the ground. Earth Magic. Earth Flow Spears. Multiple spears jutted out of the ground. Sharpened earth shattered against Naruto's durable scales, but the upward force still knocked him off his feet. Hades then pointed a finger at Naruto as 6 blue magic seals formed in the air above him. Water Magic. Origin Pulse. 6 powerful bursts of water in another display of Hades' range of powerful magic techniques. Each blast struck with the force of a cannon and Naruto was driven into the earth as the water spell crashed down upon him unimpeded. Trees were uprooted and the ground was eroded to form a series of massive craters that formed a small lake within the forested area of Tenro Island's upper tier. Fire magic. Flames of Samsara. A burst of purple-black flames raced across the lake and an explosive burst of steam occurred that would have cooked a lesser man alive. However, Naruto was no mere man and the steam cloud was ripped apart with a mere flap of his wings. He flew through the air like a rocket and the son of Agnologia slammed his fist into Hades' left torso. Ribs creaked as a follow-up fist struck his right side and lifted Hades off of his feet, only to be sent flying back as Naruto twisted his body and threw his weight forward, shoulder tackling the dark mage in the chest. Hades snarled as he quickly righted himself and flung 2 orbs of ebony magic at Naruto. The concentrated spheres of death magic were avoided, colliding with 2 trees beside him. White eyes watched in mild fascination as the trees withered and died before his very eyes, but his eyes then widened as he glanced down and saw a magic seal identical in color to Hades' previous spell. Death magic. Death pillar. Naruto quickly went into a backflip just as a pillar of magic energy threatened to eat away at his life force. The grass where he stood turned into barren, dried dirt and he was forced to continue his acrobatic movements as the pillar expanded and turned into a wave that ate away at every single living thing it came into contact with. This is annoying. Naruto audist backflip. He flapped his wings to provide him with extra thrust to land a bit further away and grant him some breathing room. Mokashiryu no Hoko. Naruto inhaled deeply and the beam of blue-black destruction collided with the wave of death. The energies fought with one another, battling for supremacy for a few moments before destabilizing into a violent explosion that sent Naruto skidding backwards from the resulting shockwave. Bastard Dragonslayer. Hades roared as he punched through the remnants of light and dust of the explosion. Insert music. Boruto Ostbarian mode versus Ashiki. He unleashed a flurry of rapid kicks, but Naruto batted them aside before lashing out with his tail as Hades went to deliver an axe kick. With his body open, Naruto drove his elbow into Hades' stomach before shifting his forearm at a 90-degree angle to crash the back of his clawed fist against the dark mage's face. Blood spurted from Hades' nose before he witnessed Naruto hopping into the air to go into a rapid spin. Mokashiryu no Zanso. The decapitating talon spell was unleashed as a deadly roundhouse kick. Hades felt his ribs snap, his body folding over Naruto's leg like a wet towel hung out to dry. A shockwave showcased just how forceful the strike was before Hades was sent flying through a tree and a boulder before slamming into the ground, forming his own personal crater. Don't think the forest can hide you from me, Naruto roared as he unfurled his wings and flapped them forcefully. Mokashiryu no Habataki. Magic-infused winds tore through the Tenro forest with the force of a miniature hurricane. Trees were uprooted and the remnants of the waters from the small lake Hades had formed earlier were kicked up, arching into a sizable wave. With no obstacles currently in his path, Naruto's white eyes met Hades' red ones. Magic flowed through the air at a breakneck pace and Naruto lashed out at the concept of death that aimed to pierce his heart once more. HRNG. Naruto winced as the piercing spell of Gai Bulg stabbed through his scales and into his rib area only to then glance upwards as he found the world becoming quite dark. The sky appeared to be falling, but the lines that marked the knuckle bones made the Apocalypse Dragonslayer make out the fact that it was a gargantuan demon's fist. The ground ruptured beneath his feet, depressing heavily to form a massive crater. Naruto's arms were raised and the massive limb of the demon trembled in an effort to exert more force and flatten the Dragonslayer into a bloody stain. Naruto's strength remained overwhelming and so the demon could only growl in surprise as its target dug his claws into its flesh. HRAH. With a roar of effort, Naruto flung the 15-foot-tall behemoth overhead and Hades quickly planted his hands on the ground. Earth magic. Mobile earth core. The earth rose up to form a small mountain and the newly formed rock formation shook violently as the gargantuan demon crashed into it. Naruto crashed down upon the surface of the newly formed tectonic structure only to glance up as he felt the bloodlust and magic directed towards him. Hades rolled to the side and the earth bore a massive scar as the high-intensity beam of blue-black energy that was Naruto's roar tore a massive trough. The trough glowed with dark-colored light before a violent explosion occurred, taking out half of the small mountain in a massive explosion. Red met white before Naruto lashed out with a devastating right hook. Mokashiryu no Kuroi Kiba. The black fang spell dug into the side of Hades' face. Bone cracked as the air seemed to ripple from the shockwave generated by the strike. Hades rocketed back to ground zero with such force that he cratered the surface of the small mountain. He bounced back into the air and a blue and black blur slammed down directly beside him. Living magic. Womb of Lilith. A wolf-like demon leapt out of the magic circle that formed in the air. Naruto reacted quickly, his white eyes shining with merciless killing intent as he grabbed the demon by its neck and snapped it with a simple squeeze.
As he tossed the demon corpse aside, Hades moved and lashed out with a powerful right jab. The wind blew past Naruto's face as he dodged, but he quickly rotated on his heels to lash out with a devastating kick to the midsection. Hades rocketed through the air, but quickly managed to right himself, a pair of trenches scarring the land as he skidded backwards. A burst of magic and killing intent notified Hades of Naruto's sudden charge as he reacted on instinct. A magic-empowered hand was raised and Hades winced as he felt the bones in his hand creak from the powerful punch. Naruto did not relent as he continued the combo of attacks. Hades tried to climb to his feet to better defend himself, but the right jab that came after was far too quick. Hades was raised into the air as a right uppercut dug into his abdomen before a left uppercut carried him even further as it crashed against his sternum. Naruto then spun on his toes to build up momentum before lashing out with a rising kick, tearing lengthy gashes on the underside of Hades' chin with his talons. Hades tumbled through the air, skipping across his small mountain once more before quickly going into a backhand spring. The ground cracked beneath his feet as he aimed his palms at the Apocalypse Dragonslayer, twin black magic seals forming in front of them. A pair of death orb spells were launched through the air at a breakneck pace, but Naruto held up his own hand and blue-black magic energy condensed into a tight sphere instantaneously. With a flap of his wings, Naruto tore through the air like a ballistic missile. Energy Make. Rasengan. The basketball-sized orb was used to bat aside the oncoming projectiles of death magic before the son of Agnologia slammed the spiraling sphere directly into Hades' heart. Flesh and bone twisted before being ground to dust. Naruto's arm pushed forth with barely any resistance, bursting out of Hades' back. Now stay dead. Hades' eyes shone as he chuckled darkly. I think not. Naruto moved to wrench his arm free, but his eyes widened as he suddenly felt Hades' flesh move. The muscles tightened around the limb and Naruto gritted his teeth as he continued in his efforts to free himself. Ebony magic energy began to appear around the grimoire heart mage's body and the cold aura of death seemed to seep its way through Naruto's scales. I've got you now, boy. Hades' chuckle became a laugh, his demonic eyes shining with glee as the black magic energy increased in intensity. Death magic. Death Pillar URK. Insert music. Fairy Tail Urza's theme. Both Hades and Naruto had their eyes wide with shock and time seemed to slow for both combatants. Hades from feeling the sensation of heat passing through his body and noticing the way the world seemed to tilt and the ground growing steadily closer. Naruto from seeing the burning platinum sword that was the sword of kings decapitating the centennial mage from a swing delivered by his twin sister. What? The Doragon Fosu user blinked owlishly. Titania, what are you doing here? I felt your magic energy rise from using Doragon Fosu, so I thought things were getting pretty intense. Urza replied as she proceeded to slice Hades' headless body in half and allow Naruto to free his arm. I came to help, Onisama. You? Naruto pointed a black claw at his younger twin. Wanted to help me? He pointed that same claw back towards himself. That's right. The crimson-haired swordsman nodded stiffly. Naruto remained quiet for a few moments as gave Urza a once-over, a small frown forming on his scale-covered face. I could have gotten out of that myself. Ooh? Urza's eyes narrowed, a teasing smile present on her face. Is my Oni-sama pouting at having to be saved? Never, the ebony-haired Dragonslayer snapped. I am the pinnacle of power. You of all people should know that. You know you could just thank me. Urza crossed her arms in front of her chest. You and your damn pride. My prey. I highly doubt that, Oni-sama. Your opinion matters very little to me, Titania. Naruto growled, but the growl quickly died down as he stepped to stand directly in front of the wielder of Caliburn. But, I must admit, I am surprised to see you here. I set Makarov aside so that you and your guild would be able to take him down on your own. We did. Gray and Juvia froze Master in a prison of ice before we felt your magic, so I decided to come help you. The daughter of two wizard saints replied. If anything develops though, I left Laxus in charge. Dreyar, Naruto scoffed. Your trust in others really is misguided at times. Urza laughed lightly at the way her brother rolled his eyes. Her amused visage then became one of surprise. Her brown eyes widened as Naruto planted a clawed hand atop her head and ruffled her hair. You struck Hades a killing blow, something which you wouldn't have done before. You also left your Nakama to come to my aid. A small smirk adorned the Dragonslayer's face. You grown up, Urza. Urza's brown eyes shone and her cheeks dusted with pink. Her lips trembled, but she was unable to withhold the bright smile that threatened to split her face. It was an odd picture, an armored S-class mage being petted affectionately by a dragon-esque human. Well. Both twins snapped in the direction of the voice, their eyes wide as they watched magic and flesh bubble out from beneath the stump of the Grimoire Heart Master's neck. I have walked this planet for over 100 years and have witnessed many surprising things, but to see the Titania of Fairy Tail and the Ogo no Fujin speaking to each other with such familiarity. And the fact that you all are related at that. Urza, you really are your mother's child, aren't you?
I cut off your head. Urza raised Caliburn, the aura of her armadura fairy armor blazing around her. It'll take more than simply cutting my head off to kill me. The former master of Fairy Tail chuckled as his regenerated body rose to its feet. I've told you before, Dragonslayer. The magic of Zarif-sama is within me now. Not even the might of Doragon Fosu and one of the blades of Merlin will be enough to take me down. Naruto and Urza's eyes directed icy glares towards the acolyte of Zarif with such intensity they could have frozen lava. I've taken out your heart and Urza took your head. The son of Agnologia snarled. You really are not much of a man anymore. You're a monster. Oh please, we're all monsters here, Hades laughed. The wind blew through across the battleground, the hair of all three combatants gently billowing. Urza and Naruto faced opposite directions and began to circle Hades as he cracked his neck in preparation. What amounted to less than a minute felt akin to an eternity as the twin children of Minato and Kushina stalked around their target. The dark clouds which obscured the moon drifted lazily through the air until finally the bright beam of silver light shone down upon their battlefield like a spotlight. They moved. The earth cratered slightly from the force at which brother and sister pushed off. They circled around him, arc-shaped trenches forming as they dug their heels into the dirt. A fist ablaze with apocalyptic energy and a sword wrapped with platinum flames both lashed out to deliver fatal strikes to the dark mage's body. Hades' eyes shifted, keeping pace with the two young mages, and thus he reacted, turning his body and crossing his arms. He summoned forth two magic seals that blocked the powerful blows. The force of the collisions was astounding as the shockwave generated by the impacts was enough to cause the cracks severely in a wide radius. Blue-black energy and platinum flames ripped through the cracks, poking through like rays of sunlight through the clouds. Hades' eyes narrowed as he glanced between the two siblings. This might actually be entertaining. You won't be so entertained when you're dead, Naruto snarled. Urza, keep up and we'll teach this relic a lesson. Oni-sama, lower tier, Tenro Island. The sounds of conflict reverberated through the air and the members of Fairy Tail looked to each other with expressions of concern. I know it's Urza, but, Gray fidgeted slightly, she'll be okay, right? A momentary pause passed between them, uncertainty present as they contemplated the question made by the student of Shiva. The silence was then broken abruptly as Alice walked back towards them, pocketing the small communication lacrima she kept in her armor. Alright guys, I finished getting in touch with Grand General Lahar. She informed the group. With Makarov-sama being at his maximum height of 200 feet, we will have to organize putting together a freighter-type vessel in order to come back and transport him to the mainland. They are using the Rune Knight Corps authority to try and convince the nearby shipping yard at Harjan Port to have us commandeer a vessel, which shouldn't take too long. So it's just for us to wait then. Gajeel muttered. And this is gonna feel like such a drag waiting around doing nothing. Well, if you're that bored you could always go off to see what Urza-sama is doing, Tyson suggested. Gajeel turned to the hat-wearing Major General with deadpan expression. I know you're being but I've had my fair share of fighting high-class enemies of that level. The son of Metallicana pointed to the upper tier of Tenro as shockwaves echoed and the land rumbled as bursts of Eternano caused them to feel the atmosphere shift. I'm not that much of an idiot to go towards that fight involving Titania. Not even out of pure curiosity and boredom will you make me go in. All eyes turned to Gajeel as he paused in his dialogue, their expressions showing ones of confusion as they noticed his red eyes widening. Oh fuck. It was an apt choice of wording as the Iron Dragonslayer turned towards the immobilized giant before them. Natsu and Juvia mimicked his expression and soon it was revealed exactly why the Dragonslayers were reacting the way they were. The Rescue Strike Squad members all turned towards Makarov's frozen form with shock written across their face. The waters of a dragon frozen by the ice of a god, in that moment, proved to not be enough for the newest of Zarif's demons as a lengthy series of cracks stretched across the black ice's surface. The evil glow of Makarov's magic energy coated his frozen form in a shroud of purple-black, and not a moment later did the ice shatter. Makarov snarled and grunted as he held his hands to his face. The pain from having his eyeballs melted still residing, but suddenly rays of red light poked through the spaces in his fingers. Makarov's grunting grew more intense, almost as if he were holding something back with a great deal of effort. Makarov dropped his hands and the smaller mages watched as their colossal opponent's eyes regenerated. The demonic titan's rage towards the diminutive mages before him burned with renewed vigor. They tried to stop him with such meager means as freezing him, but he was a mighty demon of Zarif. He wanted to crush them. Rip them apart. Reduce them to nothing. Makarov's magic energy spiked alongside his increasing fury. His ruby-colored eyes shone brightly, and that brightness began to increase in intensity to the point that it seemed to be blinding. Tyson, Alice, get down from there and everybody get behind me. They had never moved so quickly in their lives as all members of the Rescue Strike Squad raced to get behind the son of Metallicana. Tetsuryu no Rashomon. Gajeel quickly summoned 3 massive iron gates, the heads of dragons resembling his dragon parents decorating the solid black structures. In addition, Gray summoned a wall of black ice in front of them as a precaution for whatever it was they needed to defend against.
Gra. The burning intensity in Makarov's body was released with a bestial roar.
Said intensity came out in the form of blazing crimson energy which came from his eyes, scorching the very air itself. The newfound heat vision from the demonic Makarov flashed through the air before crashing into Gajil's and Gray's defenses.
The world seemed to have dyed crimson for that brief moment, and the Iron Drive user gritted his teeth, digging his heels into the dirt as he fought to withstand the powerful blast of energy.
He felt the concentrated burst of energy pierce through the first wall and then the second. While it was nothing compared to the might of having to hold back the Jubi's Bijudama, the fairy tale master's attack was anything but weak, and had he had the mind of his master and not that of a rabid beast, then Gajil was confident he probably would not have been able to last as long as she did. Gray's glacier shield had quickly melted into a puddle of black water, and the moment Makarov's heat vision ran its current course, Gajil's defensive walls broke down. Smoke and magic rose from the Titan's regenerated eyes. Well, this just got significantly more difficult. Gajil muttered, "Oi, Laxus, Urza left you in charge, what do you got?" "I'm not a tactician," Laxus snapped, "but all I can say is we hit Gigi, we hit I am hard, and we hit I am fast." "That's the best you can do," Alice exclaimed. "At the very least we should be able to knock Gigi out, but it's the only thing we can do," the former lightning Dragonslayer snarled. "In case you haven't noticed, my grandfather is at the height of his powers and now has laser eyes. If you got a better plan, then by all means, share it with the rest of the class." Alice did not respond. "That's what thou dodge," Laxus exclaimed as he took to the skies. The rest of the group dove out of the way as twin streams of burning red heat scorched the land. The combustible materials within the earth ignited and bursts of flame erupted from the deep within the island.
Tenro itself shuddered from the force of the explosion, but that did not deter the mages present before the demonic titan. Insert music. Fate Grand Order Babylonia Ost Heroes Mission. Ice Make. Eagle Shot. Karyu no Hausenka. Burst Magic. Cannon Barrage. Light Magic. Light Rain. Eagles made of ice, balls of flame and bright condensed spheres of light were fired from their respective users, bombarding Makarov from all angles. His flesh burned and charred, and eagles of ice ripped at his thick skin, but the thickness of his flesh being proportional to his immense size yielded a less than favorable outcome, whereby barely any damage was being dealt upon the demonic giant. Makarov stamped his foot on the ground and a streak of pure force ripped across the island.
Tetsuryukan. Gajil slammed his claws on the ground and a series of iron logs sprung forth from the gray-green magic seal that formed in front of him. The collection of lengthy iron structures withstood the oncoming strike before several of them were picked up and hurled towards Makarov by Adultrude and Arkad. The iron logs sped through the air like ballistic missiles, but the master of Fairy Tail scooped up massive clumps of earth and wood before hurling it towards the oncoming iron weapons. Suiryu no Suijinheki. The iron logs were knocked off course, and the speeding pieces of rock and wood that managed to break through the collisions were quickly defended against by the raging tides of Juvia's water wall spell. Immediately after, the water wall became literally boiling red as Makarov roared and unleashed the burst of his heat vision. The waters bubbled and quickly began to evaporate before the water Dragonslayer's eyes. Hyojin Maiku. Ice Mirror. A mirror of ebony ice was quickly formed, and as the water wall dissipated, it instead slammed into the reflective structure.
Gray gritted his teeth as he felt the impact against his structure, but the lasers were reflected and tore through the thick trunks of trees. Gray stretched his concentration as he summoned forth 3 more ice mirrors, and all the others watched as Makarov's attack bounced off each ice mirror until it was completed, reflected back towards their user. Graah!
Makarov howled as hat pierced through his left pectoral. His newly formed healing factor would make quick work of such a wound, but it served to leave the giant open to attack. Karyu no Tekken. Lightning Magic. Breakdown Fist. Blue-white flames ejected from the base of Natsu's sandals as he took to the skies alongside the sparking blue form of Laxus. The world became a blur as Natsu easily climbed into the air, taking on subsonic speeds before he delivered a heavy right hook that generated a powerful fiery explosion against the right cheek of Makarov. The red-eyed giant's head turned to the side only to then harshly twist in the opposite direction as Laxus's own lightning-infused blow crashed against the left cheek. Laxus's body moved at the speed of 1/100th of a second. Though he and Natsu moved swiftly, Laxus's speed far outclassed those of the Fire Dragonslayer, and so more lightning-based blows were dealt as opposed to those of explosive fire. Makarov's face was decorated with burns and bruises, blood leaking from his currently shattered nose from his grandson's latest attack. Laxus sharply descended to avoid the swipe of his grandfather's massive purple-skinned hand, and the winds generated sent Natsu skyward as a result. Laxus turned on the dime and shot back up, his fist alight with blue lightning. Lightning Magic. Crushing Fist of Majestic Thunder. The devastating uppercut unleashed a shockwave of lightning as it collided with Makarov's chin. The smell of ozone permeated the air as a magic seal formed at the point of contact. Makarov's head snapped up from the force of the blow, and simultaneously, Laxus unleashed the burst of lightning that ripped through his grandfather's jaw. Due to the angle of the head tilt, it didn't spear through his skull, but the beam of electrical energy did pierce through his tongue. The intense heat from the lightning magic spell cauterized the flesh, and so not much blood was spilled, but a great amount of pain was delivered. That pain was only magnified as the son of Igneel came rocketing down at a pace that was heralded by the breaking of the sound barrier. Karyu no Saiga. The crushing talons of the fire dragon came down like a meteor from the heavens, landing against Makarov's head. A fiery shockwave tore through Makarov's body. The might of a dragon was showcased as the 200-foot titan felt himself unable to withstand the force of the attack and was brought down to bended knee. Gra! A shockwave of dark violet magic energy raced out from the titan of Fairy Tail's body, ripping the earth asunder and sending the opposing mages flying back, smashing into trees and carving trenches in the dirt as they were sent skidding. The massive demon's eyes then shone brightly as he unleashed the twin beams of crimson destruction in wild and haphazard movements of his head. Earth and sky were scorched by the intense heat, but Adultrude and Arkid used the enhanced physical capabilities of their silhouette knight armor to pick up Gray's previously made ice mirrors and raced across the battlefield, deflecting the laser beams as best as they could. Burst magic. Final flash, light magic, sunburst. Tyson and Alice fired off twin bursts of golden orange and golden yellow light respectively. The beams of gold collided with the beams of red, and a powerful shockwave occurred as the attacks collided. Alice and Tyson gritted their teeth as they were gradually pushed back by the intense attacks from Fairy Tail's third master. The crimson beams were showing to gain the upper hand, but the two rune knights were able to hold off the attack long enough to generate an explosion rather than being hit directly by the ruby-colored death beams. The resulting shockwave sent the two rune knights flying back, slamming harshly into the ground with enough force to knock the wind out of them. Nice work. Laxus complimented the two knights before turning to his fellow Fairy Tail mages. Juvia, Gajeel, Natsu, Gray. Laxus's body exploded with lightning as he began to charge a spell. The three Dragonslayers and one Godslayer nodded in response as they flared their own magic energies. Gray was the first to strike as he slammed his palms down on the ground. Ice blue and obsidian magic energies melded as Gray molded his magic. Hyojin Maiku. Heaven-piercing glaciers. Massive spikes of black ice erupted from the magic circles. Makarov howled in agony as the biting cold weapons stabbed into his abdomen, legs and feet. Alright, I'm up next. Gajeel clashed his arms together, morphing into a wicked sword of black iron that extended to a length of approximately 15 meters. He leapt high into the air before flipping to build up momentum, using gravity in conjunction with his heavy swing to bring the massive blade down in a diagonal slash. Metsuryu Ugi. Goma. Tetsujinkan. With cutting power able to sever a skyscraper in two, Makarov's dense flesh was dealt a significant bloody wound. The demon roared, unleashing a shockwave that sent him flying back. Natsu did not spare Gajeel a second glance as he flew towards his grandfather figure, ignoring the curses sent his way by his fellow Dragonslayer for not acting to catch him. Blue and white flames exploded forth from his arms and lengthened into blazing whips of burning power. Metsuryu Ugi. Gurren. Bakuenjin. The powerful whips each impacted with explosive force, covering Makarov with severe second to third degree burns as the flames ate away at his exposed flesh from the earlier attacks. Makarov roared and unleashed a blast of his heat vision, and Natsu cried out as he was sent rocketing into the dirt, digging a trench with his own momentum before being covered in a dome of red energy that forged his own crater. Metsuryu Ugi. Arumi. Juvia was the next one to attack as her water body took on the image of a powerful tidal wave. The ground eroded from the sheer speed and volume at which her tsunami-esque form moved at. Her trump card, the Riptide spell, slammed into Makarov with all the force and power of the actual natural disaster, and Makarov cried out as he felt his tibial bones buckle under the pressure. Juvia continued moving and completely drenched the 200-foot titan. Alright Loxer, out of the way, Laxus shouted as the air around him hummed with electrical energy. Juvia did as instructed, but her eyes remained fixated on the spell in Laxus's hands. The orb of lightning he held shuddered as if it were barely holding on to stability. The bright blue of Laxus's thunder in heaven form made up the outer shell of the orb, but the core itself was composed of densely compacted violet plasma-like energy. Lightning magic. Laxus bent his knees for more stability and reared his arms back in preparation. Indra's arrow. He thrust his arms forth to let loose his most powerful offensive attack. Thunder boomed and a blast of jagged violet lightning was unleashed from Laxus's hands, taking on the shape of a massive blue and violet arrow. The atmosphere itself seemed to burn as ozone permeated the path of the powerful arrow of lightning until it finally speared into Makarov's abdomen. There was a flash of violet blue light and a dome of energy and lightning expanded outwards, heralded by a crack of thunder. The already ruined battlefield was ripped apart and the resulting shockwave forced everyone to raise their arms to shield themselves. The light died down and the rescue strike squad members all blinked rapidly as their eyes adjusted to the fading light of Laxus's explosion. They focused their gazes on the mushroom cloud in the distance, bolts of lightning intermittently sparking from within its murky depths. The fairy tale mages all panted heavily, having put nearly everything they had into that onslaught. The smoke dissipated and they looked upon the kneeling form of their guild master. Even the rune knights were in shock as they looked upon the form of the third master of fairy tale. Laxus. Natsu cradled his ribs as he looked at Laxus with wide eyes. What the hell did you just do? Insert music. Boruto Ostspiner, Tenro Island. The phantasmal image of Agnologia roared in tandem with the aura of bright green energy that came from Urza's armor. The two siblings immediately pushed forth with even greater force and Hades's eyes widened as he was sent skidding backwards, tearing a trench in the battleground. Blue, black and pinkish green streaks tore scars in the earth as the Dragonslayer and swordswoman didn't give their opponent any quarter, striking with devastating blows against the Grimoire Heart Master. The sounds of combat echoed through the air as the acolyte of Zareth moved just as quickly and countered with just as much power. The elder combatant had to give the twins credit for their prowess however, as with each pair of strikes, they sent him careening across the war zone. Alright, you've had your fun. Hades stamped his feet into the ground and regained his stability just as Naruto flew in with a straight kick which he ducked under. Naruto stamped his sharp talons into the ground, digging in to pivot and lash out with a punch to the face. Hades raised his arm and batted the blow aside before raising his leg and blocking Urza's kick from the left. He then aimed dual swipes with his claws, the weapons of ebony keratin easily being ducked under by the pair. Urza then raised her sword arm and blade met magic shield in another shower of sparks and flame before Urza utilized the momentum behind the block to spin around and hop into the air. A powerful spin kick crashed against Hades's torso and the Centennial Mage's body was sent tumbling through the air. With a growl, Hades managed to right himself and slammed down on the ground, his rejuvenated youthful form cracking the earth beneath his feet. He shifted into a more stable fighting stance and snarled, his eyes glowing in the dark, "Come." The children of two wizard saints were more than happy to oblige as they leapt into the air and descended at an angle, energy and fire trailing behind them to make them seem as if they were falling stars. Naruto's talons met Hades's arms first, but he was easily shifted aside as his momentum carried him forwards and forced him to dig a small trench in the ground. Urza had struck not a second too late after her brother and Hades was then forced to divert his attention to the crimson-haired mage, blocking her kick and pushing her back slightly. The Devil Eye wielder glanced back and blocked a bicycle kick aimed for his jaw from Naruto. The Dragonslayer pushed off of the Dark Mage's palm before the elder combatant could form any sort of grip on his foot, his white eyes narrowing as said mage went into a spinning back kick to try and take his sister's head off. Luckily, Urza had already been mid-sprint and dropped to her knees, skidding underneath the strike in a flash of pinkish green just as her brother had landed on the ground. A burst of bluish-black energy marked Naruto's next attempt at a Black Fang spell aimed for the face, but Hades sidestepped the strike as Naruto rushed past him. The Dark Mage's enhanced senses then alerted him to the follow-up slash aimed at his legs from Caliburn. The flash of silver made an arc, leaving behind a trail that was akin to a crescent moon as Hades hopped over the strike and crashed his foot into Naruto's chest. The elder twin fell to the ground and Urza was quick on the uptake to deliver a flurry of slashes with her Sword of Kings. Sparks and flame like remnants of silvery aura showered the earth as Hades formed round-faced shields of concentrated magic and blocked each and every strike from the skilled weapons specialist. A downward vertical slash was followed by a quick rotation on the heel to deliver a spin attack that would have dug into her opponent's torso had the attack not been diverted with a well-placed kick. Hades roared as he let loose a powerful slash that Urza skillfully leapt over, the ground where he once stood now becoming a small crater from the force. Wide open, brown eyes widened as Hades turned on the dime and put a great deal of force behind his left jab. HRAH. The armored swordswoman grunted as the shockwave produced by the blow felt as if it flowed through her body, rattling her bones and jostling her organs to the point that she coughed up a bit of blood. The force then registered as Urza flew through the air, but she would not let simply being knocked airborne deter her. Magic energy flared and two magic circles formed in the air, unveiling two large swords. With a mental command, Urza launched the blades with her telekinetic abilities towards Hades at terrifying speeds, visible streams of air resistance trailing behind them. An amused smirk adorned Hades's face as he batted the blades aside. Crimson eyes shifted as a flash of blue and black aura appeared in his peripheries, said flash solidifying to reveal the image of Naruto. Dragon-scaled fists were clenched tightly in preparation for a ferocious uppercut that would have blown apart his torso had he not spun around in time, countering the fist with his own as a violet-black flare enveloped his own body. A powerful shockwave raced out from the point of collision and the ground shuddered before caving in on itself beneath their feet. The two limbs shook briefly as they tried to overpower one another. The two drew back their fists, but Naruto was the faster of the two as a left hook was directed to the dark mage's face. Hades felt his jaw shatter and was sent skidding to the side from the force, but his enhanced regeneration easily regrew the broken part of his face. Hades chuckled. "You're strong, brat, I'll give you that. And your inability to die is annoying. HN. Hades roared as he and Naruto exchanged a flurry of blows, their arms practically blurs of purple, blue and black to any outside party. The winds whipped wildly around them as the pace of their exchange increased. Red eyes appeared to glow in their sockets as Hades saw what he assumed to be an opening, and went in for a wide slash that was aimed to remove the younger fighter's head from his shoulders. Too slow. The son of Acnology had taunted as he raised his arm and blocked the blow before delivering a straight jab to the chest, which Hades was able to avoid by some a bear-like demon to take the killing blow for him. Leg muscles tensed and Hades surged forwards with a storm of jabs and knife hand strikes that would have overwhelmed a lesser man. The Apocalypse Dragonslayer felt the aura of death magic running over Hades' hands, using every ounce of his speed and reflexes to counter the onslaught. He blocked, dodged and parried every single attack that came his way. He winced as he felt the chilling magic pierce through his scales from the blows he had to block, but it did little to halt his overall combat performance. Seeing that his arms weren't doing the job, Hades shifted to his legs and assumed a change of pace would distract the boy. A powerful kick aimed to put Naruto off balance, possibly even break his ankle if his dragon-scaled legs didn't handle the forceful blow very well. Unfortunately for Hades, Naruto had predicted the blow after having seen his opponent's eyes flicker to his leg, and so he relished in the surprise from the dark mage as he lashed out with a kick to the ankle of his own, both countering and deflecting Hades' kick to leave the man entirely wide open as Naruto quickly raised his leg up and delivered a powerful upward kick. The black talons dug into the mentum of Hades' lower jaw, the bone creaking and a bit of blood escaping through his lips as he ended up biting his tongue when his jaws met with a resounding clack. Hades growled as he stumbled back a bit from the strike. His body rocked from the right hook aimed to his now weakened jaw, and the left hook that followed immediately after had the world spinning for the dark mage as the Annihilation Claw spell dug into his temple. Blood flowed from the lengthy gashes that stretched from his scalp to his nose. "You son of a-." His exclamation came to an abrupt halt as Naruto's final blow in the three-hit combo crashed into his chest in tandemclong as Urza fired off a Morning Star from her personal stockpile of re-equip weapons. A powerful shockwave of magic cracked the earth and the dark mage was sent careening through the air, bouncing across the battlefield and leaving small craters in his wake with each time he slammed into the ground. He finally regained his bearings after slamming into a tree and his momentum began to slow down. He rolled across the battleground and his claws shone in the moonlight as he dug them into the dirt, tearing small trenches as he skidded to a halt and climbed back to his feet. His magic roared in personification of his rage as the two siblings rushed towards him, trails of blue, black and greenish pink trailing behind them like the tails of comets. As they were running, Urza summoned forth several weapons ranging from lances to axes to swords and fired them like bullets from a machine gun, but the dark mage was prepared this time as he raised his hands and blocked them with shields of magic energy. Sparks from the friction occurred with each round fired, but after the fourth round, Urza brought forth Caliburn once more. At the same time a black-blue aura enshrouded her brother's claws as the siblings delivered a simultaneous attack of sword slash and right jab. Hades' enhanced vision allowed him to catch their fast-paced forms, and so he crossed his arms in front of his chest, creating a triple-layered shield. Seal Magic. Amaterasu Formula Number 15. A powerful shockwave occurred at the point of impact and the ground cratered beneath their feet. Hades snapped his fingers. The magic energy in the shields disrupted and they exploded forcefully, which pushed the two back. The twins were sent stumbling off balance for a moment. With a growl, Hades struck with a ferocious right hook aimed for the younger twin, but a burst of platinum flame heralded Sword of Kings as it took off the offending limb. Naruto took the opportunity to rush his opponent and hopped into the air, clasping his hands above his head before swinging them down in the form of a devastating hammer strike. Hades raised the stump that was his right arm and a brilliant magic circle appeared. Living magic. Striking shadows. A horde of serpentine demons hissed, sprouting forth from the stump, lashing out like whips. Naruto was knocked back only to be bombarded by beams of dark energy fired from the serpents. With a deep inhalation, Naruto drew the magic blasts into his lungs. His body expanded, steam wafting through the spaces in his fangs before exhaling forcefully. Mokashiryu no Hoko. The roar burst forth like a cannon shot. Burning the ground it passed over before completing tearing through Hades' torso, whereby it left his head and limbs hovering in the air as if he were a broken doll. Hades' eyes blinked rapidly before his surprised expression shifted into one of rage. His flesh regenerated within a matter of seconds, reconnecting his limbs and neck to their rightful places. However, the Centennial Mage's once lithe frame immediately began to expand in both girth and height. The now 10-foot-tall colossus of a dark mage cast his glowing red gaze upon the Apocalypse Dragonslayer. I'm getting tired of you blowing apart my body. Then you should just accept it and die, annoying brat. Hades spoke as if acid were on his tongue. He lashed out with an overhead strike which Naruto blocked with ease, but Hades bore a wicked smirk as his other arm morphed, lengthening and stretching as if it were made of rubber. Got you. The dark guild mage hand lashed out as quickly as a viper, his grip as tight as any serpent's as he lashed onto Naruto's ankle. The elder Namikaze twin found the world around him becoming a blur of dark colors as he was swung down into the ground with enough force to crack it. Hades raised the smaller fighter up into the air and crashed him into the ground again. A toothy grin spread across the former fairy tale mage's face and he swung the Dragonslayer with crater-creating force thrice more before tossing him slightly into the air. Hades delivered a strong two-punch combo to the chest before spinning on his heel and driving a powerful spin kick that had Naruto crashing into a nearby boulder, shattering the hard stone as if it were made of glass. The acolyte of Zareth then charged across the battlefield towards his dizzied opponent, the ground cracking and rumbling with each of his heavy footfalls. White eyes widened and the son of Agnologia was forced to block as the Goliath of a mage delivered a downward punch. Naruto gritted his teeth as the force rippled through his body and cratered the ground beneath his feet. The ground rumbled slightly and Hades smirked as he thought he was getting some decent capability to break through the Dragonslayer's guard. However, the dark mage proved to be quite wrong as the ground beneath Naruto's feet burst apart to reveal a pair of silver chains emerging from the earth's bowels and latching onto him. Naruto was pulled out of harm's way and the moment he was, a second pair of thick chains struck forth from the underground at an angle, the heavyweight links digging into Hades' stomach and sending him smashing through a series of rotten trees and other pieces of foliage. I'm not done yet, Urza's voice echoed as she followed after him at a rapid pace. With a mighty swing of the Sword of Kings, she delivered the blade at an upward arc to strike his back. A burst of fire caused a powerful explosion against the dark mage's body, causing it to curve at a painful angle. In a blur of pink and green, Urza raced past her opponent and delivered a blast of platinum fire that crashed into Hades' chest to send him directly through the small mountain Hades had created with his mobile earth core spell. With its stability compromised, Hades began to fall towards the forest floor of Tenro's upper tier with several millions of tons of solid stone preparing to bury him. Insert music. Excel World Ost Accelerated World. Hades' magic pulsed as he flipped his body and crashed down onto the surface of the forest floor with crater-creating force. He held his hands skyward and a magic seal was formed. Gravity magic. Black hole. A spell he taught the currently dead Blue Note came forth. Space, light and matter all bent into a singularity produced by the powerful magic. The large stones were reduced to dust as the power of the black hole crushed them upon entering the quantum tunnel. Even Naruto and Urza were forced into the pull of the gravitational anomaly, their teeth gritting with effort as Urza summoned her Blackwing armor's wings and flapped them forcefully as her brother did with his wings in an attempt to escape. As their resistance against the gravitational pull proved paramount, Hades shifted tactics and sent forth an orb of fiery magic towards Urza. But the crimson-haired mage sliced through it with the blade of Merlin as if it wasn't even there. The ground cracked as she crashed down in front of the taller mage. Her body bent low in preparation for an upward diagonal slash that would slice his body into two. Hades' eyes shone and Urza's own eyes widened as she felt her arms being restricted. Silvery white chains from the man's chain magic held her off and thus Hades cloaked his hands with magic as he gripped Urza by her wrists, loosening her grip on Caliburn. As Caliburn clattered to the ground, Hades then utilized his chains and Urza's eyes widened as she was suddenly yanked through the air. The arc of her flight sent her crashing through numerous pieces of foliage and stone before her horizontal motion took a sharp turn into the vertical plane. From her vantage point, she saw the reason for his sudden position. Her eyes widened even further than before as the dark mage smirked. And Urza was swung back down into the rocky hill that had once been the mobile earth core spell. The ground shuddered from the impact and Urza now lay in her own personal crater. But the Armadura Fairywearer was quickly pulled out of the crater as Hades drew him back in. Her airborne form was stopped as the dark mass apate and shifted his feet so they were shoulder-width apart. Once Urza was close enough, the former fairy tale master shifted his body at his waist and in a blur of motion, the master of Grimoire Heart delivered 3 powerful strikes. One powerful right fist caught Urza in the stomach and Urza felt the need to vomit. The second, a left fist this time, made her ribs rattle in her chest and the final one silenced whatever scream she would have made upon making contact with her throat. Not done yet, girl. Hades chuckled as his airborne victim was tapped on the sternum by the tips of black and violet magic-coated claws. The strike was lined up and the dark mage was relentless as his fingers curled in to create a tight fist. The 1-inch punch created a powerful shockwave as the force rippled through Urza's body. Gurha! With a painful gasp, blood and spittle escaped her lips as her chest plate caved in from the strike. The young woman was not given any chance to recover as she flew back several feet only for Hades to traverse those several feet in a split second. The Titania of Fairy Tail then found her skull trapped in Hades's tight grip. A great deal of pressure was exerted and Urza grunted as she fought back, stabbing re-equipped swords into the offending limb. But the thick and dense muscle withstood each and every slash before the redhead was forced to halt in her attempts at freedom as she felt as if her skull was about to implode as Hades squeezed. Erza! Naruto's cry of alarm reached Hades's ears as the elder brother seemed to hover in the air as he flashed into existence with the intent to crash a devastating axe kick atop the Zeref worshipper's skull. Hades smirked, his eyes glowing in the light of the moon as he spun around and delivered a spinning backfist with his free hand to throw off the axe kick and send Naruto into a spin. The moment Naruto's head was perpendicular with the ground, Hades's claws wrapped themselves around the Apocalypse Dragonslayer's skull in a manner not unlike his sister's. "Let's go for a ride." Hades leapt high into the air and fell back to earth. The siblings released cries of pain as they fought to resist the abuse of the crater-generating strike. However, the dark mage's legs tensed as he then pushed off, dragging the two younger mages through the remnants of the mobile earth core. A pair of trenches marked their path as Hades relentlessly carried them across the battleground, but they were quick to free themselves as Urza called out to the Sword of Kings. Caliburn responded to its master and Hades gnashed his teeth in anger as his hands were severed at the wrists. Their momentum caused them to roll across the ground and they were quick to climb back to their feet. The twin siblings scowled as they saw Hades's hands regrow in a near instant. His clawed hands were held in front of his chest and magic collected between his palms. Gravity magic. Black hole, space, light and matter were all drawn in as the dark void of a singularity was formed by the powerful magic of Purhito Gaebald. Rocks were reduced to dust, trees turned to splinters and the rays of the moonlight were turned into mere twinkles as they were all drawn into the tunnel of spacetime. Urza stabbed Caliburn as deeply as she could to act as an anchor while Naruto dug his claws and talons in. He turned his tail towards his sister and wrapped it securely around her waist as he took note of how her body was shifting forwards ever so slightly. "Don't falter, keep going." Urza turned to her older twin and nodded stiffly as she withdrew Caliburn from the ground. Naruto took the lead, Urza hanging onto his tail as she raced after him. Naruto came to a halt and stabbed his claws into the magic-made black hole. Energy twisted and bent as Naruto ate the spell and Hades's widened as the singularity visibly began to die away. "Don't forget about me," Urza shouted as she let go of Naruto's tail and leapt overhead, hurling Caliburn like a lance. The burning sword streaked towards Hades and pierced him through the heart and exited through his back. A fiery explosion occurred from the impact and the pseudo-immortal dark mage roared in pain as his back was scorched. With his concentration on the black hole now being lost, Naruto drained the last of the Eternano from the gravity magic spell. Hades directed his anger towards Naruto and moved to deliver a pair of overhead strikes with his barrel-like arms. Naruto raised his hands, catching the two heavyweight limbs with ease and pushed the older man back. The dark mage stumbled and Urza leapt onto her brother's back as she called upon Caliburn. "I was truly never one for swordplay, so just for this moment." Urza glanced down at her brother as two seals formed on either of his wrists. One gold and one silver. Had it been a different situation she would have been surprised beyond belief. However, Urza did not have time to be surprised and instead reached down to the seals and made a tight grip as she felt the handles of their mother's swords. She hopped into the air and Caliburn raced through the air at sharp angles before Urza bit down and caught the platinum blade in her teeth. HRRRRA, through gritted teeth, Urza released her cry of effort and spun her body like a top. Gold, silver and platinum shone and for the first time in millennia, the three blades of Merlin were wielded at once. Ascalon, Caliburn and Excalibur were unleashed and Hades's eyes widened as the trio of burning blades cut through his arm. The massive limb fell with a heavy thump. "We're finishing this," Urza exclaimed through clenched teeth. With swift movements, Excalibur and Ascalon were used to slice off Hades's legs. Naruto then hopped off of his sister's back with his leg reared back in preparation. Mokashiryu no Zanso. The decapitating talons did what they were meant to do as the dark mage's head was severed from his neck. Hades quickly regenerated however, and chuckled with insanity as he took off in a blur of speed. Shining flames marked Urza's path as she moved after him. She stabbed, sliced and burned his body more times than one could count within that single moment, but his regeneration speed being near instantaneous allowed Hades to break through her guard multiple times. A series of bruises and a bleeding scalp wound was earned for her troubles before she was dealt a heavy kick to the abdomen. To her credit, she managed to keep Caliburn between her teeth. She rolled back to her feet and delivered a three-part slash which unleashed arcs of gold, silver and platinum of fire. Death magic. Gai Bolg. Hades raised his arm and ebony magic burst forth, spearing through the oncoming flames and shredding them. The unavoidable spear of death shifted sharply through the air towards Urza's heart, but the crimson-haired woman found her brother speeding towards their opponent. His claws lashed out as he literally grabbed onto the flow of Eternano in the atmosphere and altered it. He snarled as the spell tore through one of his wings, effectively grounding the son of Agnologia. However, the Apocalypse Dragonslayer continued his charge and grabbed onto Hades' arm. Earth met sky for the master of Grimoire Heart as Naruto swung Hades overhead and slammed him down on the ground with crater-creating force. Hades lashed out with a strong kick that nailed Naruto in the face before he followed up with unleashing an orb of death magic. The ebony spheroid rocketed after the Apocalypse Dragonslayer only to be quickly engulfed in a storm of silver fire from Urza cutting it with Ascalon. Death magic. Death scythe. Arcs of ebony magic flew through the air as Hades swung his arms, but Urza was quick to counter her own crescents of fire. Holy flames and black death collided, vanquishing one another on equal footing. The two barrages ceased their clash with explosive results that sent both combatants skidding backwards, but Urza was quick to recover as she unleashed gouts of flame from each of the blades of Merlin. The land was scorched by the flames that could burn through dragon scales, but the flamboyed as Hades summoned a singularity. Gravity magic. White hole. The black hole spell he generated shifted colors and the white hole unleashed the magical fires back towards their user. Urza backflipped out of the way, but she was knocked back from the force of the explosion. The world was a dizzying blur of color, but the redhead found herself coming to an abrupt halt as the Apocalypse Dragonslayer swooped down and caught her. Go! Urza was thrown towards Hades at a blistering pace, her eyes watering as a result. Hades reacted, effectively countering with a devastating uppercut that knocked Caliburn out of her jaws. Hades raised his hands and Caliburn was embedded into the earth by an increase in the force of gravity on that particular area. The Dark Mage focused his attention back onto the Titania and used his uppercut to drive her through the air in an overhead arc, slamming her down into the ground with crater-creating force. Urza rolled with the fall and lashed out with Ascalon. The silver-bladed weapon ripped through Hades' torso and burned his flesh, but the acolyte of Zerif's demonic powers kicked in once more. He countered by kicking Urza in the hand that gripped Ascalon before some fourth chains of silvery white light. The magic-made chains wrapped themselves securely around the sword once wielded by Britannia's monarch and kept it embedded in the ground just as Hades did to Caliburn. With Excalibur being all that was left, Urza turned to a two-handed grip to raise the golden blade. The sword of promised victory blocked a swipe of Hades' massive upper limbs as it sent her skidding backwards. This is it, you die now Titania. Hades reared his arm back as death and black cloaked his fingertips. The lance of death that was Guy Bolg began to take shape, but just as Hades was about to fire it, the sound of a bestial roar echoed across the battlefield. Mokashiryu no Hoko. Hades' torso burst apart almost as if it had been deleted from existence. Insert music. Demon Slayer Ost Rengoku's theme. The blue-black beam pierced through the air and Urza's eyes widened as the beam continued on its path. The grass and dirt were obliterated and Urza could only react on instinct. Naruto internally grinned as Urza reacted exactly as he hoped, how he knew she would. The golden sword shook and shuddered as the Dragonslayer magic crashed against the edge of the greatest of all holy swords. Urza then froze as she felt power coursing through her. Magic flowed through the sword of promised victory and Urza's eyes snapped open in shock. Golden flames became straighter and more organized as beams of light. Naruto's roar died down as the last remnants of it were seemingly absorbed by the dragon-slaying weapon. The power of Excalibur flowed through her body and both siblings watched as Hades' body began to bubble and grow. Magic energy increasing his cellular regenerating was enhanced even further and Hades' crimson eyes stared down at them as he became an even more monstrous and demonic figure, towering over them like a purple-black beast of flesh. I've told you before, Hades laughed. You cannot kill me with just tearing my body to pieces. We know that. Hades' gaze snapped in the direction of the Apocalypse Dragonslayer. Your heart cannot be destroyed. Your head cannot be crushed. Your body is immortal, but we have only been targeting you in pieces, giving you chances to regenerate from those remnants, which is why we must wipe out your entire existence in one fell swoop. What? You plan to wipe out humanity with Zerif to make the world your own, but Excalibur is the antithesis to your ideals and dreams. Hades, Naruto exclaimed. It is a shining light sheathed in the breath of the planet. A tower of golden light pierced the night sky and Hades' eyes widened as he turned towards Urza. Brown eyes blinked and soon a circle of gold outlined her irises. The aura of golden magic energy burst forth from Urza's body as she looked between her brother and the sword of promised victory. You are my blood and so I've gifted you with my own magic to supply the force of the spell that can only be cast by the sword of promised victory. Naruto shouted. So blast him apart, turn this man into dust so that he will not ever return. Urza raised the blade high over her head and she took a step forwards. A pulse of golden light raced out from her feet and Hades could only stare upon the visage of beauty and power that was Excalibur's true might. I gather here the breath of the stars, a radiant stream of life. Urza's arms reared back as the golden light expanded in size and length. Take this. No, Hades roared as he turned his massive fleshy body towards Urza. No, I won't let you. I won't let it end, not when I've come so close. X. She swung the mighty blade down. Caliber. The mass of flesh that was Hades could only watch as the beam of golden light crashed down on the ground with explosive force. A massive scar marked its path before colliding with the acolyte of Zareth. Holy, golden light traversed the entirety of his body. His flesh burned and broke down as the searing heat ate away at him. It burned all the way down to his magic circulatory system and scorched his very spirit until finally there was bright light, as if the sun had returned for that split second. Mighty winds blew and the waves churned. With a deafening boom, a tower of golden light and energy rose into the air, piercing the clouds and seemed to strike the heavens themselves. Golden orbs fell like snowfall over Tenro as the pillar began to dissipate. Urza looked up at the sky, marveling at the golden orbs of light and magic which fell from the dissipating light pillar. It was like watching snowfall, but prettier. Not soon after though did Urza feel blackness start to creep in from the edge of her now blurred vision. Her eyelids fluttered as she fought to maintain consciousness, but it was an effort in futility. Her knees buckled. Excalibur fell from the remnants of her once mighty grip. She felt herself about to collide with the harsh earth, but it never came as she felt herself being caught by the broad back of her older twin.
Oni, Sama. The redhead released quiet mutterings as the vestiges of her consciousness began to die. Are you proud of me?
Naruto remained quiet as he heard his sister's shallow breaths escaping her lips, short snores signifying her descent into the realm of dreams. He continued to remain non-verbal as he recalled Excalibur and Ascalon, and watched as the semi-sentient sword that was Caliburn returned to its space in the requib dimension of his younger sister's armory.
Quote. The Dragonslayer glanced over his shoulder, his glowing white eyes watching her closed ones. Once he was assured she was truly unconscious, he turned back around until the silence was broke by one word. Yes. Lower tier, Tenro Island. His arms hung limply at his side with his mouth open, his dark red eyes staring blankly heavenward. His darkened skin was burned away, leaving him composed of burning black muscle and patches of subcutaneous tissue. The mighty Makarov groaned as his slowly healing body remained in a state of painful spasming.
Laxus. What the hell was that? Natsu asked as he looked to the older mage.
That spell. Grace swallowed the lump in his throat. What kind of spell did you just use on Ji-chan? I thought you were trying to knock him out. Laxus remained quiet as he looked upon his grandfather's heavily burnt body. The lightning magic user turned to the ice and fire duo with a deep frown, but said duo recoiled as they saw the tears that lined his eyes.
There's nothing left of Gigi in that thing. His voice cracked with restrained emotion. We tried to talk to him. I tried to talk to him, but if my own grandfather won't listen, the man who listens and hears any and all of the shit we have to say, no matter what it is. If he wouldn't respond to our pleas to come back then.
But we had to try. Natsu shouted. He's Ji-chan. No he wasn't. Laxus poured finger at the gargantuan titan. That thing was not my grandfather. That thing was not our guildmaster. Laxus's thunderous voice became gradually softer. And we had to do something. The wind rushed past his ears as he flapped his wings as furiously as possible. He felt it. He felt the dark Eternano. He smelled the stench of death. He felt it from halfway across the world and he drew closer and closer to it. The source grew ever closer and so he increased his speed. The moonlit sky became dark for several seconds, but quickly became bright once more as he burst through the clouds. White eyes narrowed as he felt the presence of the recognizable dark magic vanish, but the other remained. Both magics had identical natures, which meant either there were two of his targets, or something had changed a lot in the several hundred years when it came to the black mage. It did not matter either way. It didn't matter if there were 1 or 100 of that accursed human. He would die. With a quick sniff of the air, he confirmed the location of the scent. He glanced down at the island that lay directly beneath him, fangs bared as his lips curled into a terrifying snarl. With a flap of his great wings, he dove. The sound barrier broke in a near instant, but that was a mere whisper compared to what came next. With a deep inhalation, the great beast reared back his head. R-O-A-R. The others were quiet as they looked at the emotional lightning mage as he took a shaky breath. Nitsu. The mages of the rescue strike squad all looked in the direction of the high-pitched cry that met their ears. The trio of Exceed flew down and hovered before their respective Dragonslayer partners. Are you okay? Chojuro stuttered as he looked at Juvia. Yes, Juvia is fine, Chojuro-san. Juvia smiled as she comfortingly patted the bespectacled dark blue feline. We saw the explosions and waited for the fighting to die down before we came. Pantherlily said. We would have come sooner, but when we saw that giant, we thought it would be best to hang back. Smart move. Gajeel nodded. I would hate to have my badass cat die after we became partners. I can't tell if you're insulting me or showing you care. The black-furred Exceed sweat dropped. Jihi. Oi, Brosnan. The blonde rune knight turned to Laxus as she was called out to. How long until that freighter reaches here?
The lieutenant general's mind took a few seconds to get those synapses firing after experiencing the awkwardness of the current situation. They should have secured one by now, so I don't think it should take that long. Good, then we should. A burst of magic energy and killing intent silenced the group, and all heads snapped in the direction of Makarov. Black and purple magic energy exploded from his body like a raging storm. His eyes shone from within the cloud, enhancing his already menacing form as his body regenerated once more. What the fuck? Tyson muttered. I'm spent. Adultrude felt her body being drained of the will to fight as Makarov rose once more. I can't keep fighting this thing. Don't talk like that, Natsu exclaimed as embers of blue and white sprung forth from his fists. We can keep fighting, that's how fairy tale works. We put everything we had into those last attacks. Gray stated as he looked to his fire-using guildmate. We can't keep fighting Ji-chan like this. Yes, we can. We can always. Natsu's words died in his throat. Not because he was watching the exhausted expressions and bodies of his comrades in arms who were on the metaphorical precipice of giving up. Not because his demonic surrogate grandfather was now standing back on his feet ready to fight once more. No, it was the sound. A sound that he nor anyone else on the island would ever forget for as long as they lived. R-O-O-A-R. The waves seemed to quiet. The wind stopped blowing. The world itself seemed to stop spinning. The clouds split as both earth and heaven seemed to shake from the deafening sound. The group gritted their teeth as they felt as if their eardrums would burst. They turned their heads skyward and they could watch with widened eyes and gaping mouths. It descended from the sky like a specter of death. Scales as black as night with blue flame-like markings adorning each one. Round white eyes as bright as the moon. Sharp fangs and claws that made even the greatest blade pale in comparison. Arkad felt his spirit die. Is that impossible? Sweat traced the edge of Gajil's face as he clenched his fists too tightly they drew blood. Doctor. Dragon. The black dragon roared once more, generating a wave of pressure so intense that it even sent the 200-foot-tall Makarov skidding backwards. The beast turned its eyes to Makarov, letting the giant know of its power through sound alone. However, said giant did not back down, for his berserker-type rage kept his body up even if it was against better judgment. So that is what you have done, Zareth. All eyes widened as the reptilian monstrosity muttered to itself, but its eyes remained fixated on Makarov, not even registering the existences of the mages lay within its field of vision. You left fragments behind to throw me off your trail. No matter, I know you have returned now, so I will end your little demon's life.
Ji-chan. Natsu's shout fell on deaf ears. Juvia and Gajil jumped to Natsu's sides and gripped by his arms. The fire Dragonslayer prepared to jump into battle in aid of his surrogate grandfather, but his fellow Dragonslayers were quick to hold him back.
Salamander, don't, Natsu-san, it's suicide. Insert music. Fairy Tail Ost Dragon King. The members of Fairy Tail and the Rune Knight Court could spectate as Makarov pounded his chest and roared. Pathetic ape. Agnologia snarled as he slapped his tail down, cracking the earth heavily. A berserker demon soldier manipulated by Zareth is all that you are. You wish for death, then come, I shall grant it for you. Gruar. Makarov cracked the earth as he charged towards the black dragon of the apocalypse and lashed out with two devastating punches. Shockwaves ripped through the air as Agnologia's head snapped left and then right from the two hookshots. Makarov then grabbed the quadrupedal reptile and placed him in a tight headlock. Agnologia shook his neck harshly in an attempt to remove the demonic titan's grip, but said grip remained tight. Agnologia snarled and then moved forwards. Massive scars were dug into the land of Tenro as the 300-foot dragon pushed the 200-foot titan back. A massive path of broken earth and fallen trees marked the path of the two gargantuan combatants as they shifted the location of their battle. Ji-chan. Ji-chan. Natsu struggled against Gajil and Juvia. Let me go, let me. Natsu, you're going to get yourself killed if you go after them, Alice exclaimed. We were barely handling ourselves against Makarov-sama, and you want to put yourself up against him and a fucking dragon? I'm a Dragonslayer, it's what I was raised to do. True as that may be, Fire Dragon. All eyes shifted at the sound of the black-scaled form of the Ogono Fujin as he flew down, Urza resting comfortably against his back. But though you are a Dragonslayer, you are no match against Agnologia. Now we got this bastard to deal with, Tyson groaned. Peeved. Naruto snorted in derision. It's amusing to think you believe you could deal with me. Urza. Gray ran towards the redhead, but paused as Naruto removed her from her piggyback position and handed her over to him. Are you okay? A tired groan escaped her lips. Hades is dead. Naruto stated. She fought well and dealt the final blow. What? The group exclaimed. Indeed. Naruto looked across to the sounds of combat between his draconian father and the demonic giant. This island will be destroyed in a few minutes. Agnologia will not let your master leave alive, and there is no saving him. Fuck you. Natsu snarled. "Oh, fire dragon. You can't," Naruto snapped, his magic flaring. The Black Dragon of the Apocalypse is a divine dragon. He who governs one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe itself. You may not have noticed, but Agnologia barely even registered you if at all. You are all merely ants on the ground to him. You talk like you know him," Arkad stated. Naruto frowned slightly as he looked at the young rune knight. "How I know that overgrown garden snake is not your concern." Naruto turned in the direction of the battle and the wind swirled around his body as he drew upon his power of flight. With his damaged wing, the Apocalypse Dragonslayer had to resort to his original method of being airborne. "I have business to take care of, but heed my words. This island will indeed be wiped off the face of the map from Agnologia's rage. There are several of you who can fly, so I would highly recommend you all evacuate and return to the mainland as quickly as possible." "Why do you care if we escape?" Laxus snorted in amusement. "Actually got a soft spot with Fairy Tail after all the times you nearly killed us?" If Naruto's white eyes had irises, they would have noticed the flicker in the direction of the unconscious Urza in Gray's arms. "My reasons are my own, Drayar. Now leave Tenro or die, those are literally your only options." Insert music. Fate, stay night heavens feel, and he came back again and again. Makarov glanced back as he saw they were nearing the trunk of the central tree in the center of Tenro itself. Using his own foe's momentum against him, Makarov twisted his body just as they approached the tree and pulled Agnologia by the head. The black-scaled dragon roared in annoyance as he was slammed face first against the thick bark, cracking it. Makarov's eyes glowed as he then unleashed his heat vision upon the dragon's face. Crimson destruction blasted down and the surrounding grass caught aflame from the massive amount of heat generated, but the flames were quickly snuffed out as Agnologia spread his wings and beat them harshly. The divine dragon of energy pushed Makarov back from the unveiling of his wingspan before turning and clamping his jaws down on Makarov's arm. A deafening series of crunches and snaps were heard as fangs as hard as steel ripped through flesh and bone. Agnologia then raised his body up with his hind legs and wings before swinging Makarov in an overhead arc. Earth met sky for the red-eyed giant before he was tossed away. Agnologia's jaws remained clamped onto his arm, and so the limb was effectively torn from its socket in a violent splash of purple-black blood and white bone. Makarov howled as he rolled across Tenro, crushing trees into splinters. As he came to a stop, he gritted his teeth in agony, his remaining arm clutching the bleeding stump. Steam began to rise as Makarov called upon his regenerative powers, but the crimson eyes widened as the healing process halted spontaneously. Agnologia's jaws exerted more force, crushing Makarov's severed arm into pieces. With blood flowing from his fangs, Agnologia stalked towards the surprised giant like the prey he was. "Energy, which is what I govern over, you will only heal if I allow it." Makarov's surprised gaze became one of fear and the black dragon chuckled. "So even a puppet demon of Zerif's can feel fear." His amusement was quickly replaced with bloodlust and rage. "But that is the last thing you will ever experience." Agnologia's massive limbs carried him into a run and Makarov quickly rolled out of the way as the massive forepaw of the black dragon crashed down on his former location. He stumbled back as a follow-up slash came almost immediately after, but as he moved to the side, Agnologia shifted his hind limbs and lashed out with his heavy tail. The thick rear appendage landed with bone-breaking force and Makarov coughed up a glob of blood as his ribs snapped. Falling to the ground in a panic, the one-armed giant could only scurry back as fast as he could. Agnologia's jaws snapped after him, the black fangs literally nipping at his heels. Eventually, Agnologia managed to bite down on Makarov's left foot. A sickening crunch was heard and Makarov howled in pain once more. He moved on reflex as he kicked Agnologia in the face, but that only served to further anger the black-scaled behemoth. Agnologia twisted his neck harshly and ripped off much of Makarov's bitten foot. He spat out the piece of flesh as if it were filth and with a roar, Agnologia pounced upon his bleeding prey. The once-to-be Dragon King lashed out with his claws. Blood and flesh flew as the sharp natural weapons of the dragon tore into Makarov's chest up. Agnologia reared up onto his hind legs and maintained balance with his tail. He raised his right hind leg and smashed it down upon the crippled giant's bleeding visage with enough force to fracture the sternum. Blood was coughed up by the third master of Fairy Tail as Agnologia dug his talons into his flesh and bone. With his wings spread and eyes shining, Agnologia roared in the face of his fallen foe. Blood flowed from the giant's nose, eyes and ears as the air pressure slammed down on him. His brain literally rattled in his skull from the shockwave of the dragon's roar before he lay in a near unconscious state. "Know your place, human." Powerful winds scattered the foliage and stones below as Agnologia took to the skies. He hovered upon reaching a suitable height and took a deep breath. Black and blue magic energy swirled into his maw. His lungs expanded as the energy collected within them. An orb of pure energy formed, growing larger and larger until it equaled the size of his head. Once the magic energy reached a suitable input, he aimed directly downwards and unleashed the spell. Mokashiryu no Hoko, The beam of black and blue tore through the air. If one were to gaze upon it, it would appear as if a star or a meteor were falling from the heavens. There was no mercy in the attack as the tip of the blast was pinpoint accurate in hitting Makarov's body. A powerful shockwave raced out across the entirety of Tenro Island. Cracks and fissures formed like spiderwebs as rays of blue and black light shone through. Finally, the explosion happened. A dome of bright light and energy expanded from the point of contact of Agnologia's roar. Land was turned to dust. Water turned to steam. Any and every single thing, living or non-living, was wrapped in the embrace of oblivion. When the light died down, the once recognizable landmark that was the Tenro tree was no longer present, and neither was the island itself. What was once a haven for a host of magical flora and fauna was reduced to literally nothing. Agnologia stared intensely at the result of his attack. All that remained was a hole in the Fiorian Sea. The waters swirled around the hole until finally gravity and displacement set in to allow the water to fill the hole. Fluids must occupy space after all. With a nod of satisfaction, the divine dragon of energy moved to leave the airspace. Tusan. The black dragon paused and turned his head. He observed the young human he called his son and Dragonslayer before narrowing his eyes as he registered the points on Naruto's body which were coated with dried blood. "You are bleeding. You care?" Agnologia snorted. "I only care to think that even when using the most powerful ability in your arsenal that grants the physical capabilities of a dragon, you still manage to find a way to injure yourself. Find a way to counter a death magic spell that alters the flow of cause and effect. Then you can play your holier-than-thou act, you overgrown garden snake. I taught you to grasp the flow of magic. Clearly you've neglected your training in that regard." Agnologia growled. "You still find ways to disappoint me, even after I've raised you to be as powerful as you are." Naruto snarled, his own white eyes meeting his adoptive father's with the same level of intensity. Their glares died down after a few moments, but the seriousness of Naruto's expression remained as returned. "Yes, he aims to restart the Dark Wars again." Agnologia growled, his eyes narrowing. "Humanity has failed then. Let them die, just as Zeref will when I find him." "And how long will that take?" Naruto asked sarcastically. "He's evaded your senses ever since he aided Zenu in his usurpation of your throne, and it's been over 400 years since that happened. Granted, his soul and mind were fragmented, so that could have attributed to it since he wasn't at his full power during that time, but he now has access to the one magic just like Merlin once had." Agnologia's eyes widened noticeably. "You lie, boy." Naruto's hair billowed from the winds of his father's roar. "Lying to you is a waste of both of our times, you garden snake." The Dragonslayer narrowed his eyes. "He will not die so long as he remains the way he is. Cause and effect, death itself. Kurama and we killed him at least 3 times over. The only way to defeat him is to break his spirit once more, but only Skydrum has that level of ability. The one magic is a concept of magic and knowledge made by Merlin. To have access to the root itself is." The black dragon paused in thought before turning and made a come-hither motion with his tail. "Fly with me, Naruto." Dragon and Dragonslayer moved out of what used to be Tenro Island's airspace, flying aimlessly through the night sky with only the moon and stars as to witness the scene. Naruto withdrew the power of his ultimate technique. His scales faded away. Claws and talons reverted to fingers and toes, and the color of hair brightened as it returned to its golden blonde. With a blink, bright white orbs became their original bright blue. "Do you remember the oath of the dragon you made all those years ago?" "It's been my motivation for everything I've done up to this point and everything that I plan to do," Naruto responded. "So you have steeled yourself. I was never going to waver to put you back on the throne," Naruto stated firmly. "I have gained a following, people who are willing to serve me. 2 of the biggest dark guilds on the continent were defeated, and I just defeated the second one before you arrived. He was an acolyte of Zeref with pseudo-immortality, but I managed to turn his second in command over to my side, and thus I can use her influence to take those dark guilds as my own." From the upward inflection in his grunt, Naruto could have guessed that Agnologia was only mildly impressed. Given his reptilian father's nature though, small praise was still praise. "I essentially have a small army at my beck and call, but it will not be enough to fight Alagizia. I plan to expand, go beyond the borders of Fury and go as far as the Penegrande Kingdom." "You would try to get Arthur's descendants to fight with you?"
You and I both know that in terms of already existing weaponry and magic, with the Penegrand Kingdom being a remnant of what used to be Camelot, they are the best chance at having any sort of foundation to fight the dragons. Dragonslayer magic and having the 3 blades of Merlin can only go so far. I'm no fool, Tusan. You essentially aim to unite the continent under your banner. Agnologia chuckled. War is truly an interesting concept. Division due to the presence of 2 parties, but the simultaneous existence of unity for the sake of a subjective greater good.
Zenu will remake the world and Zeref is his tool to carry out that act. Though given the nature of their relationship, it's difficult to determine who is the true pawn in their arrangement. The blonde Dragonslayer sighed. But stopping Zeref is essentially an act of defiance against Zenu, So I would believe it would be in your best interests to not simply allow the continent to be wiped out by the Black Mage. Then, I suggest you follow a path. What do you mean? If Zeref really does plan to restart the Dark Wars, then as I've told you, it is basically permission from Zenu. Life will end. And then begin again in any image of Zenu's choosing. Acnologia growled in frustration. He is Dragon King, ruler of all of existence, and yet that stupid little brother of mine lets the words and actions of a single human dictate his choices. Getting off topic, Tusan. HN. The Black Dragon grunted. Not many things in the mortal realm are able to interact with the realm of the metaphysical. The Dragon Kings could interact with them. Skyadrem and Wysalohia manipulate light and shadow, life and death, as it is simply in their natures to be able to do so. It is like breathing for them, but for mortals. For those who had the drive and curiosity to try and understand these concepts through science and magic, they managed to forge objects and/or weapons to control or prevent the action of concepts. So, the path I believe that is best for you to follow is to start with the elves and head to Kylum. Why Kylum? The elves are long-lived, and so they have records of many things ranging from the planet's history to vast arrays of magic. They were one of few races that survived the Dragon War, and so they may be able to assist in finding knowledge pertaining to not just dragon-killing weapons and methods. But they have information about Merlin, Zeref, and the One Magic. Everything requires a stable foundation. You remember my words. A fanged smirk was present on the blonde's face. Surprised? White eyes narrowed. Don't be sassy with me, boy. Dragon and Dragonslayer glared lightly at one another, but between them it was akin to affection. I will heed your advice. I will hit Kylum first, and then I will head east and pass through the other kingdoms and territories on my way to Penegrande. It sounds as if you had an initial plan of action in place before my suggestion. I did. And yet you let me speak? Acnologia asked. Where's that pride I raised you with? You have rarely steered me wrong, and over these past several years since I left you, I have come to... Naruto paused as he searched for the correct term. I have come to accept that swallowing my pride is what is necessary to achieve the best outcome. So on that note, do you? Acnologia raised a non-existent eyebrow as a faint blush of embarrassment came up on his Dragonslayer's face in conjunction with a shaky cough. Do you have any more advice? A period of silence passed between the two as Acnologia's eyes widened slightly. Insert music. Demon Slayer asked voices from the past. No, the 300-foot reptile stated with a shake of his head. I have no advice to give, but, Naruto? Naruto raised an eyebrow at his father's sudden change in tone. Your oath of the dragon was directed towards assisting me in returning to Alagizia and regaining my throne from Zenu. Acnologia's gaze was unblinking as he paused in his flight. Naruto turned around as he passed the dragon's face slightly, his quizzical expression still present. Though Zeref is now a problem for the planet at large due to wanting to rekindle the Dark Wars, Zenu, my brother and usurper. He is mine. You say you have steeled your will and are more than determined to help me in regaining my throne, but if I were to grant you freedom from your oath, if I sever the magic which binds you so that you would not have to be so steadfast, and I essentially grant you an escape from this life which will culminate into an act of war against the Dragon King, will you take it? Never. Acnologia recoiled slightly out of surprise, not expecting the blue-eyed man to be so swift in his response. Firstly, don't do this. Naruto gestured to Acnologia's entire self. Actually showing that you care about my well-being, it's disturbing. I never have, and I'll prove it when I rip you to shreds for your insolence, boy. Naruto waved the threat off. My choices are my own. I will not back down from them, and I will see it through to the end. Naruto explained. While true, my loyalty towards you has led me down this path, and my oath and pride have bound me did. I have come to find that this course is one helped shape me into someone that is no longer just a Dragonslayer and your weapon against Zenu. So you knew. I hypothesized it before you left me in X777, but thank you for confirming. Naruto chuckled at the dragon's scowl. That is all I had to discuss with you, Naruto. I will continue my search for Zeref as you go on your journey across the continent to amass our army. Acnologia adjusted his form and prepared to depart. Wait, Tusan. His wings paused mid-flap and he spun around to face his Dragonslayer. I will likely not see you for quite some time again, so before you leave I just have one question. The white-eyed dragon nodded, gesturing for the mentally 110-year-old man to continue. When I met Zeref on Tenro, he made a comment that despite being the Black Dragon of the Apocalypse, you actually had more faith in the planet than Zenu did, and that is what led to Zenu even forming the deal with Zeref to essentially wipe the slate clean. What did he mean by that? That you had more faith in the planet? The energy dragon gave a gentle flap of his wings as he remained aloft, his glowing white eyes seeming to stare into his Dragonslayer's very soul. In Alagizia, the eldest divine started. I studied the mortal worlds, Earthland in particular, as it was the literal center of the universe and the pride and joy of the first Dragon King. I also watched through various portals at the events that occurred that led to this point. Mortal existences are all annoying. Elves. dwarves, giants, demi-humans. Naruto's sweat dropped as the black dragon listed off practically all the various races of Earthland on his claws. Could it really be called racism if you hate all races equally? Was Naruto's absent-minded thought. Humanity in particular is insufferable and deeply flawed. Inferior existences that really could actually benefit from being wiped out and replaced as my younger brother plans to do. I have wiped out many civilizations against those that worshipped Zareth and those that were annoying to me, but amongst all those terrible things, there is an undying capacity for growth and change. If only out of pure curiosity, the mortal realms are to be left alone as the Dragon Kings intended so that we, those among the higher existences, may watch and learn from them for our own benefit. If you all wipe each other out, then that just meant that that is how things were meant to be, but I would rather that come about naturally rather than it being due to some deal between Zareth and Zenu. Freedom of choice is the right of all sentient beings within the universe, and I have more faith in the ingenuity and capacity for change within the planet to better themselves. Naruto stared with wide eyes at the energy dragon. However, the silence between them was broken as the blonde released a sudden snort of amusement. You are amused by my reasonings, boy? To a degree. Naruto managed to say through his laughs. To think, the one labeled the Black Dragon of the Apocalypse really does care. I was to be king of the entire universe, boy. I saw all other existences as inferior to my own, but that did not mean that I never cared beforehand. It was a fair argument given the context of the situation. Initially angry at his banishment and knowing a human was behind it all, Agnologia lashing out at humanity in particular was an apt reaction, but over the course of several hundred years the Black Dragon did very little to intervene or let himself be known to the continent as he let himself descend into legend like the dragons themselves. If he truly did hate mortals and humanity, he would have wiped every living thing off the face of Earthland on his lonesome and the planet would have been literally a wasteland. I will leave you to your own devices, Naruto. Do what you must, and when the time comes, you will stand beside me in what will become the Second Dragon War. A stiff nod was the reply which Agnologia returned with his own. With a flap of his wings, Agnologia flew off into the night sky. Naruto continued to stare after his adoptive father's form as it quickly began to decrease in size. The moment the dragon vanished from sight, Naruto made a few hand motions and activated his pocket dimension spell. He withdrew a new set of clothes, his cloak, pants and shoes all having been heavily ruined by the battle with Hades before he took out a communication seal tag. He channeled his magic into the piece of paper. Fujin-sama? The sound of his spy network's second-in-command met his ears. Fujin-sama. You're okay. We lost communication not too long after Kurama-sama returned with Ultir Milkovich. Are you on your way back? What's your ETA? We'll. Sue, the mission is complete. I assume all the others from this mission have returned to the castle? Why yes, Fujin-sama. Good. Put out a return to base order for all main personnel immediately. Even if they are mid-mission. He ordered. I have not forgotten my promise to you and the others, so the moment they have returned we will have the meeting you wish to have. Why you mean? Yes, he nodded from his head. I will tell you all the reason behind everything. Cemetery, Magnolia Town, Fury. The afternoon sky would normally be bright and sunny at this time of day. However, even the forces of nature knew that it wasn't such a time to reflect joy and happiness. Dark gray clouds blotted out the sun as they lay overcast. It had been exactly 2 weeks since the Tenro Island battle. Many lives had been lost to what had been basically a small-scale war between the forces of Fury and Fairy Tail and Grimoire Heart. Due to the intervention of the 3 demonic magic beasts that assisted in their retreat, the level of casualties had not been as high as what it could have been. However, the number of the dead was still a significant amount, numbering in the hundreds. The Magic Council and King Tomoe Fury were present for the debriefing given by the Grand General of the kingdom. The news of Grimoire Heart's defeat had been broadcast throughout the kingdom on every Lacrima Vision channel available by King Toma himself. He spoke of the valiant efforts of the Rune Knight Corps and the mages of Fairy Tail at Tenro Island. He thanked the other 10 wizard saints for their parts in acting as precautionary fighters should the battle have spread inland. Toma's speech then took a drastic somber turn as he informed the kingdom of the many lives lost to the Dark Guild and the efforts to defeat them, but while it was saddening to hear of the deaths of the many soldiers that died that day, the effect paled in comparison to the report of the death of Makarov Dreyar, the 5th strongest man in Fury, the 3rd guildmaster and titan of Fairy Tail. Many thought Makarov would have succumbed to his heart condition or simply see his last days in peace from his bed surrounded by his guild and loved ones before passing away from natural causes. For such a prominent figure to have died in battle, it was a difficult thing to comprehend for the people of Fury. Within the week after the announcement was made, a formal service had been carried out by King Toma for the fallen Rune Knights and Makarov and Crocus that was broadcast across the kingdom. A secondary funeral, the one which was currently being held, was made specifically to honor Makarov. In attendance was what seemed like the entirety of Magnolia Town itself. Hell, given the sheer volume of people, it seemed as if the attendance came in from across the entire kingdom. Possibly some members may have come in from beyond Fiore's borders. There were initially hushed whispers of conversation throughout the mass of people, but a deafening silence fell over them as the mourning people of Magnolia and beyond as the former second-generation Dragonslayer walked out from the frontal area which was reserved for close friends and family. Laxus's sharp eyes, once vibrant and full of life, were currently dulled and half-lidded. The blonde lightning mage turned and glanced up at the immortalized image of his grandfather behind him. Forged by both expert sculptors and users of earth magic, the white marble statue of the Titan of Fairy Tail rested atop a 10-foot pillar of black and gray marble. He was depicted with his legs spread shoulder-width apart in a strong and stable stance. His left arm was placed at hip level with a staff resembling the wooden one he carried, the symbol of Fairy Tail making up the head of the staff. His right hand was positioned directly skyward with his index finger and thumb carved to resemble the backward L. Clad in his formal cloak that he wore as a wizard saint, the stiff marble was carved with such skill that it resembled the cloth billowing in the wind. His face was stern, but though the eyes of Makarov's statue held the strength that made him recognized as both the Guildmaster of Fairy Tail and a member of the 10 Wizard Saints, there was a gentleness to them that reflected his grandfatherly disposition. Insert music. My dress-up darling ost kimi ni suditai koto ga arunda. Laxus stared silently at the statue as if hoping it would suddenly come to life, shrink down and become his grandfather's laughing visage. However, the fantasy remained just that as his gaze shifted to the rectangular-shaped hole, his grandfather's casket suspended over it by the pulley system which would place it 6 feet under the surface. With a deep inhalation through his nose, Laxus unleashed a deep sigh. He calmed his thoughts and cast his gaze over the crowd. I firstly just want to say thanks to all of you who came out here today to celebrate the life that Gigi had and to wish him goodbye. He adjusted his ties slightly and cleared his throat. The amount of you that are here shows just how much of an effect Gigi had on not just those who are close to him, but to those who may not have even knew him personally. Makarov Drayar was many things. A powerful mage. A guildmaster. A 10 wizard saint. The Titan of Fairy Tail. He held many titles, but despite his wisdom and power, he was a man who treasured family and bonds above all else. A father and grandfather figure to many, that belief in the power of love and friendship helped forge him into the man he was and guide us younger folk of Fairy Tail. Laxus gripped the edge of the podium he stood behind a bit tighter, splintering the wood slightly. I watched the funeral that King Toma gave to Gigi, and while I know he was a pretty popular guy and has been in service to the kingdom for longer than a lot of us here have been alive.
To see the crowd he pulled, even if it was for an empty casket and done out of formality, it was truly heartwarming to see.
The small smile on Laxus's face quickly fell as he looked at the small crowd before him. But then I saw the Rune Knight Corps that carried that casket. I watched the brass and bagpipes play. I watched the cannon salute. Some cried and some remained stone-faced, but I knew. Gigi was seen as a powerhouse and an authority figure. A soldier of the kingdom. So even though he was respected, not knowing how to honor him except as a soldier showed that not many outside of Fairy Tail truly knew Gigi. Many faces amongst the crowd couldn't help but look away from the Titan's grandson. This was originally supposed to be a smaller ceremony involving those of us at Fairy Tail and Gigi's closest friends.
I have no control over the people of this town that Gigi loved so much, and he touched each and every one of you, so who am I really to deny you the feeling to want to pay your respects and say your goodbyes, but at the end of the day, you don't know Gigi. Embarrassment decorated the faces of the crowd, some bearing feelings of anger as well for being placed in the generalized category of people that Laxus was creating. So is his grandson, let me tell you who Gigi was. The blonde pointed at the small casket. My relationship with Gigi was a complicated one. My two-san, Ivan Drayar, was excommunicated for criminal acts against the guild, and Gigi was there for me. I was spoiled and doted upon like any grandfather would their grandson, but I was pretty messed up as a kid. I was cocky, insulting, hard-headed. Though apparently Gigi was the same way.
A few laughs echoed throughout the cemetery, particularly those from Fairy Tail, the Fiorian Guildmasters, the 10 Wizard Saints and the older or retired Rune Knights that were present in the crowd. He was an alcoholic who loved rum and whiskey. The only challenge to our own alcoholic, Kana Alberona. Kana laughed lightly as she dabbed at her tears. He was stubborn to a fault. He knew when he was wrong, but even then he would fight tooth and nail to the point where blows might be exchanged just to get his point across. He was a goddamn pervert too. A lot of magazines had the girls of Fairy Tail portrayed in their issues, and Gigi held on to those things as if he were a man in the desert dying of thirst. Maybe that's why he favored Mira so much. Or why he took such an immediate liking to Lucy. The two young women in question sweat dropped and laughed, but didn't even make a move to deny the Lightning Mage's words. Though he would condone our violence and destruct, he would always settle the arguments with violence of his own. Laxus laughed. If violence isn't the answer, then you aren't using enough of it was always one of his favorite sayings, and given our guild's reputation, it would definitely be one of our guild's mottos.
The crowd of Magnolia natives nodded in agreement.
So you may think Gigi is some great and amazing mage who can fell armies with but a single swipe of his hand, or an elderly scholar whose wisdom surpasses even some of the kingdom's greatest minds. Laxus's voice dropped in volume slightly as memories of his grandfather flashed through his mind. But he was human. He may have had many great aspects, but he boasted just as many flaws. One aspect of him that some would call his greatest strength, others his fatal flaw, was that he would make it a rule to never kill. He fought many battles, took part in wars on the front lines, and even though he was placed in those kinds of scenarios, he took the teachings of passivity and preserving life from Mavis Vermilion, our first master, to heart. But even Gigi, if he wouldn't take a life, that wouldn't stop someone else from taking his. For though he was the titan of fairy tale, he was always human. And humans die. Tears began to flow from many eyes at that point. We are all privileged and humbled to have lived a life touched by Makarab Dreyar. He shared his time and gifts with us freely, and showed his unfailing courage when it came to doing what needed to be done for the pure sake of helping people. But one of his greatest teachings is when it came to what it meant to wield power and following one's own belief. He said that any power that surpasses reason still comes from reason. Magic isn't some kind of miraculous power. It is a talent that only works when the flow of energy inside of us, and the flow of energy in the natural world are in perfect synchronization. Lightning sparked from Laxus's fingertips as he raised his hand. To perform magic, one must have a strong mind and the ability to focus. It shall take over your being and pour over your soul. If all we do is worry about rules, then our power will never progress. Follow the path you believe in. Laxus raised his arm skyward. The mages of Fairy Tail followed suit. The guildmasters of Fury, some having once been Fairy Tail members, made the same hand gesture. The citizens of Magnolia Town mimicked the motion, and soon the entire cemetery bore a crowd of people with their hands positioned in the shape of a backwards L. Fairy Tail Guildhouse, Magnolia Town. Fury the guild was quiet for what could have been labeled a once-in-a-blue-moon moment. The members of Fairy Tail lay scattered about the guild hall. The solemn atmosphere was so thick you could have cut it with a knife. Mira Jane navigated the hall as she handed out mugs of ale to each of her guildmates. Soft thanks were given to her from those that were able to muster up the nerve to do so, but otherwise they simply offered her silent nods or didn't speak at all. As Mira Jane finished handing out the alcohol to the others, she began to fill her own. She watched as the golden-colored liquid flowed from the tap, the white foam and bubbles swirling around until it reached the suitable level she had ingrained into her mind from years of bartending. The blue-eyed demon of Fairy Tail took a deep breath, the shaky exhale seeming to echo. Her grip was just as shaky as she took the cold glass into her hands. Blue eyes were shielded from view by her bangs, but the glint of the tears that threatened to fall once again peeked through the shadows. The silence of the guild hall shattered suddenly as the sound of Fairy Tail's wooden doors creaked open. A lengthy shadow was cast across the floor as the light outside flowed over the seemingly large figure. However, the figure was revealed to be quite short as the guild members took in their guest's familiar appearance. The chef of 8 Island Restaurant hummed as he walked over to the table where the S-class mages of the guild were seated. Guildarts, Laxus, Urza and, their newest addition to the S-class ranks, Gray turned to the elderly man with small smiles as he gave them a friendly wave and smile of his own. "Afternoon everyone." Yajima greeted the 4 before turning to Gray. "Gray-kun, I know a lot has happened and so there was never really a right time to tell you, but congratulations on passing your S-class trials." "Thank you, Yajima-ji." The Ice Godslayer nodded in thanks. "I think it's more of accomplishment that his suit stayed on for the whole funeral service and even now." "Oh shut up, Guildarts." Black eyes rolled in their sockets. Guildarts' joke caused those at the table and within earshot to chuckle. True to his words, Gray's suit was indeed still on his person with not a button out of place. "Yajima-san, not that we're not happy to see an old friend of the guild's, but—" A crimson eyebrow arched in curiosity as the swordswoman of Fairy Tail looked down at him. "What are you doing here?" "I just wanted to pop by my old stomping grounds and see how you youngsters were holding up. I know. The feelings are still fresh even though it hasn't even been a month yet since Maki passed." The former Magic Council looked to Laxus. "Your eulogy speech at the cemetery was really something else. You really made those tears fall. Didn't think you had such a way with words, Laxus-kun."
"Thanks." The blonde smiled slightly before he gripped his mug of ale with a sigh. "I wanted all those people out there to at least understand what kind of person Gigi was and what he truly meant to us at Fairy Tail. I'm pretty sure only a fraction of that crowd will get it. People never truly knew Maki as well as those of us who made bonds with him here in the guild." "Yujima Oji-san." Both Laxus and Yujima turned towards the sound of the eldest Strauss sibling's voice. "Mira-chan." The former member of Fairy Tail and the Magic Council smiled at the white-haired woman. The diminutive man nodded in thanks as he accepted the second mug of ale she was carrying in her hands, keeping her grip on her own. "How's everyone been holding up?" It was a question he already knew the answer to, and so Mira Jane could only frown slightly as she gestured to her downcast guild mates.
It's still a lot to process. Blue Eyes then turned away from her friends, focusing once more on the seemingly ever-present closed eyes of Yajima. But what are you actually doing here, Yajima Oji-san? I know you were a close friend of Master and I appreciate if you came to check up on us, but something tells me that's not why you're here. The friend of their deceased third master gave a small laugh. You really have picked up on reading people since you became a bartender, Miura-chan? It's a gift, she giggled in reply. So what do you have to tell us, Yajima-san? Urza asked.
The chef of 8 Island looked to Laxus and made a gesture for the younger, taller man to place him atop the table. Once the blonde mage had done so, Yujima gave a small note of thanks before he reached into his suit jacket. Expressions of curiosity and confusion were present on several faces as Yujima withdrew a bright blue lacrima from his inside breast pocket.
Ahem. The former fairy tale mage cleared his throat loudly, the sound echoing throughout the mostly quiet guild and thus easily garnering the entire guild's attention. Good day, everyone. Now I know it's been a long and trying time since Maki died, and given that we've just come from witnessing his second funeral. Well, the emotions are still running rampant in our hearts, but I know that now is as good a time as any to present this to you all here at Fairy Tale. What's that, Yajima Jiji? Natsu asked. This, Natsu-kun. He raised the lacrima high for all to see. This is Makarov Dreyar's last will and testament. Eyes widened and jaws dropped as the quiet atmosphere quickly became a bit more energetic. Most sat up straighter in their seats while some others actually rose to their feet.
Jiji's will. The son of Igni. That's right. Yujima nodded in confirmation.
Now, as we all know, Maki was getting on in years, and what with having his heart condition, the likelihood of him suddenly dying was always something that could happen. He was stubborn about it when I told him he had to put his affairs in order since we weren't as invincible as we were back in the day. I managed to wear him down somewhat, and so we began to running through a few, I guess you could call them rough draft wills over the past few years, but after the whole debacle involving Edalus those few months ago, he finally put together a small movie lacrima to record his final words and decisions. The guild continued to stare with unblinking wide eyes at the spherical sapphire. I know it's a lot to truly accept that Maki's gone, and you all will have your own individual times that it will take for you to completely go through the 5 stages of grief, but I know what the death of a loved one, especially in a guild setting, can do to it. So while I have every one of you here in one place, I think now is the best time to do this. Yajima-san. All eyes turned as they looked towards Lucy. Yajima-san, I can't speak for everyone, but I'm not sure if I'm ready to see this. I say ignore the ones like Heartphilia and just roll the tape. Shock and anger were directed to the Iron Dragonslayer for his blunt exclamation. Gajeel. Levi snapped at the red-eyed son of Metallicana.
No, Squirt. Gajeel rose to his feet, his massive frame casting shadow over her smaller yet defiant form.
Look, that came out wrong. He pinched the bridge of his nose before taking a deep breath to calm his emotions somewhat. What I mean is that yeah, some of you guys here aren't feeling like you're listening to the old man's will because it just means you gotta really and truly accept that he's gone for good. But those of us that were there on Tenro, we fought the thing that Master became. We told you all about what happened too because you deserved to know how Gigi died on that island, but there's a lot of thoughts in your heads imagining the demon that Gigi became, so I think this could help get rid of those thoughts and bring back the memories of what you know the old man to have been like. Yeah sure, like this old man here was saying, everyone's gonna grieve at their own pace. But also you gotta at least hear him out and see what he had to say in preparation for when he was gonna kick the bucket. Gajeel. The blue-haired solid script mage's rage died down near instantaneously.
Gajeel's right, Urza stated. I know I am. The redhead nodded to the Iron Dragonslayer. While there will be some emotional impact being made upon watching Master's final words, from a logical point as well we need to know what Master's plans are for the guild itself. After all, Urza glanced to the side as her black dress showed off her bare arms, the dark blue mark of fairy tale emblazoned upon her left deltoid. We are now currently without a guild master.
Another harsh truth was made to set within the minds of Fairy Tale's members. Urza turned to Yajima and nodded her head. Yajima nodded back before pumping some magic energy into the lacrima. The blue orb gradually grew brighter as it activated and a rectangular-shaped magic seal formed in the air. The space within the rectangle began to shift and twist as colors and images began to form. The sounds of static came from the lacrima as the movie Lacrima's activation began to stabilize. Soon the image in the rectangular magic seal began to shift heavily as the sound of small repetitive impacts were heard.
Hello. Hello, is this thing? Hello, is this on?
The members of Fairy Tale immediately recognized the voice of their third master. Is this thing working? The image of Makarov stepping away from the lacrima greeted their eyes, his expression a mixture of confusion and annoyance as he hummed and thought. He was wearing his casual outfit consisting of a white t-shirt which was worn beneath an open orange jacket, orange pants and his blue and orange striped elf's hat. Yajima, is it on? Yes, it's working. Yajima sighed from behind the lacrima. Don't tap it like that, you might break it, Maki. Oh, you worry too much, Yajima. The lacrima's images began to shift in an arc-shaped fashion as Makarov was clearly tossing the sphere through the air between hands. As if I would break this whoa. By the dragons, give me that. The images began to settle once more as Yajima pointed the recording device at the diminutive Titan magic user. Makarov blushed in embarrassment, his toothy grin threatening to split his face as he laughed at his friend. As Makarov's amusement began to die down, the change in the atmosphere of the recording seemed to be felt even through the magic seal. He scratched his neck and took a few deep breaths. Alright, let's get all the formal shit out of the way then. Makarov's voice held a twinge of nervousness as he cleared his throat. My name is Makarov Zelensky Drayar. I am 80 years of age and am of sound mind and body. This is a recording of my final will and testament which is to be legally binding upon my death. Any and all prior wills and testaments made are thus revoked and annulled. Makarov's black eyes shifted up and down in sporadic intervals as he was speaking, seeming as if he were reading off of something. It was likely the layout of a written will and testament given how stiff the wording was. All of the rest and residue of my property, real and personal, of every kind and description and whosoever situate, which I may own or have the right to dispose of at the time of my death, I give, devise, and bequeath in equal shares to my grandson, Laxus Yuri Drayar. The eyes of the various guild members shifted to the electrokinetic mage. It was plainly obvious that Laxus would have been the one to receive their master's belongings given he was literally his only known living relative. Should the preceding person die before me, then I give, devise and bequeath the said property to Levi McGarden as substitute beneficiary. This particular detail did bring about a more audible reaction from the rest of the guild, including the person in question. Now I don't count on Laxus dying anytime soon or dying before me at all, but Levi, you're the most sensible one in the guild, so I trust you'll know what to do best with my things in the event of anything happening to Laxus. Even if Laxus is still alive and I'm not, I know he can count on you to help him out just in case. A bright smile adorned the wizard saint's face, but that smile quickly changed into an embarrassed expression as he scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. Unfortunately for both you and Laxus, well, according to this will layout, you will also be accepting any and all debt that I have, ha ha ha. Laxus and Levi turned to each other, their stares of shock causing many to snicker as they looked back to the image of the laughing elderly man. Why are you laughing, Gigi? You can't just dump your dumb debt onto my lap. Now I've been pretty good at keeping myself and the guild in the black due to the money I get from the Magic Council and from being a 10 wizard saint. But there may be a few bar tabs here and there across the kingdom that I may or not have forgotten to pay. Hee. Don't laugh like it's not a problem, you shitty old man. Laxus's body sparked with golden voltage as he glared at his now dead grandfather's recorded image. Makarov's laugh continued to echo throughout the guild hall as he crumpled up the piece of paper he was reading off of and tossed it away. Alright, now that that's out of the way, let me get to what I actually want to say to all you brats. The amusing atmosphere of Laxus and or Levi suddenly being given Makarov's debt left the guild as everyone quieted their laughter to listen. Insert music. Demon Slayer Ost Tanjiro no Uda. Now first off, if you all are listening to this recording then obviously I'm dead. Now I know you all will be deeply saddened by this, after I'd est, most lovable and amazing SG-chan. The guild members laughed along with Makarov's recording. I'm not going to apologize for my death because given my age and my health, well, it was only a matter of time. I know many of you may not be willing to accept the reality of the situation, but that's just how it is. I've actually outlived so many of my friends and family. Hell, I've actually lived longer than my father did. So, grieve. Grieve as you need be, but don't let yourselves be caught up in it for too long. You are my children and I want you all to live the lives that I know you all will succeed at forging for yourselves after I'm gone. As a parent, having your kids being able to stand up on their own 2 feet is one of the most heartbreaking things to see because it means that they've outgrown you as a parent and they don't need to rely on you as much as they used to. But it's also so satisfying and amazing because you know all the things you've done to help them reach this far have finally come full circle and well. Maybe you didn't fuck up that much in raising those brats, you know? Makarov's image rippled on the screen as he chuckled. My journey has been quite an eventful one. I fought for, with and against you brats for so many years and I've had to see all of you brats shed blood for the sake of your dreams and for the sake of the guild. It's not something I like to see, my brats being injured like that, but I know you are all going to be stronger for it when you get back up and go back out to do your missions. I would do anything and everything for you all in this guild that I have happily been able to be a part of and led for as long as I have. And watching all of you grow up from being those tiny toddlers to the young men and women that you are all now has been one of my greatest pleasures in life. The third master of fairy tales' eyes seemed to stare at each and every member of the guild at once. Even those of you who came at such a late age, like you. Lucy. The blonde Heartfilia's breath hitched in her throat as tears threatened to fall from her eyes for what felt like the 1000th time today. I know you've had your fair share of grief and pain growing up in the Heartfilia household, but even as old as you are still one of my kids and you're a great girl. I know you can help rein in a certain wild child when he gets too rowdy, so I trust you to look after him for me and Your dream to just be a part of my guild is a humbling thing to hear. I hope. Makarov took a shaky breath. I hope that I made your experience here at Fairy Tail a pleasant one that you will hold in your heart forever. Of course it is. I'll never not be happy so long as I'm here, Master. Her shout was met without reply. Levi, you know I trust you as much as I do my own flesh and blood, but don't forget that even if you do want to become strong for yourself, there is no shame in getting there with some help from others. So Jet, Dwa, everyone, help her out will you?
Aye sir. By the dragons there's so much I want to say to each of you, but, I'll try my best here. Makarov took a deep breath. Kana, I love you and you are a joy to drink with every day, but you keep the alcohol purchases so damn high that you're part of the debt which I'm handing off to Laxus. So it's your fault. Hee, oops. Kana shrugged nervously as lightning sparked from the blonde's form.
Oops. Gildarts held a tight grip on Laxus's shoulder before the blonde could go off to verbally rip into his daughter. Gildarts. I hope you're able to build a solid relationship with Kana as you learn to be a parent. I know you've loved all the kids here, but Kana is actually your flesh and blood so it's a lot different from surrogates. Good luck my friend. A bright smile and thumbs up was sent to the movie Lacrima's screen from the automail arm wielder. Elfman, you're already man enough so you don't need to keep shouting it out loud every time. Biska and Alzak, by the dragons you are both so damned obvious that all of us just want you to get married already. If I'm dead before you two get married then I'm going to be sorely disappointed in myself and in you too because it just means you two took so dragon damned long. The two gun-toting mages blushed heavily, their faces shifting between embarrassment, amusement and sadness.
Fried, Bixlow, Evergreen, look after my boy. He's as stubborn as, well as me, but you're the closest thing to friends he's got until he decides to change his approach to dealing with people.
Aye, Master. The three members of the Raijinchu saluted to the recording. Tears flowed freely at this point for the members of Fairy Tail as Makarov's recording continued on as he said his final words for each of the other members. Warren, Redis, Nab, Vegeta, Macau, Wakaba, Max, Lackey, hell even 7-year-old Romeo got a little farewell message. Gajeel and Juvia, like Lucy you two came in late. Obviously the circumstances of your joining has been
less than ideal, but just know that I have never held your former statuses as Phantom Lord Mages against you. Look out for the new family that you have here at Fairy Tail, and Juvia. I just want to say that no one here is your love rival and that Grey is solely yours. Juvia released a choked combination of a sob and laugh, her deep blue eyes shifting towards her chosen mate and offered him a smile which he returned.
Which leads me to you, Grey. Makarov sighed as he pinched his nose. You're strong and you're actually one of my best candidates for the S-class trials that we're going to be having soon. If you do make it, congratulations to you my boy and know that I am quite proud of how far you've come in life. Her would be proud of you as well and I would have liked for her to have been around to see that happen. Also she's hot and I would have wanted to have her next to me to look at, but mostly the proud of you thing. Grey shook his head as he sweat dropped at the Titan's comments towards his ice make magic instructor. Try not to strip too much in public and don't get into too many fights with Natsu. I make no promises. Natsu, my boy, you are one of the boys that I can relate to the most with your fiery passion both towards the guild and the people in it. Your loyalty is second only to Urza's in my opinion, which I think could be chalked up to being raised by Igneal. I love you for that, but I just want to say that I'm sorry because in all the time you've been here with us at Fairy Tail, I never did try to help you when it came to finding Igneal after he left you in X777.
Natsu frowned deeply in conjunction with the recording's face. You may have lost your father that day, and I know there's no replacing the one who raised you but I hope that that Happy and Lucy and everyone else here at Fairy Tail were able to make ourselves suitable surrogates to tide you over until you find him again.
You'll always be the fucking best, Ji-chan. Be good, Natsu and try not to blow up too much towns or villages since I'm not going to be there to bail you out like I used to. Makarov sighed deeply as he wiped his eyes which were already letting loose tears of their own. Now. He sniffed, drawing up the contents of his nose before it could drip free. Now I know I've said my messages for practically everybody in the guild thus far, but concerning you final two. Urza and Mira, I need to say something else. Everyone, aside from Yajima, tilted their heads in confusion at the former wizard saint's words. Fairy Tail is a guild with great history and of great strength, but it's people that make the guild. My father, Yuri Drayar, my predecessor, Pirhito Gabalb, my fellow wizard saint and a god of Ishgar, Warad and Mavis Vermilion, the first master. These four people helped lay the foundation of Fairy Tail and helped instill into each of us that joined the guild that a guild is not the building, but the people. The people are what makes a guild great. The people are what makes the guild strong. The recorded image of the elder Drayar's gaze grew a bit more stern.
Gildarts Clive, for all his passion and power, is far too reckless and irresponsible as he is and thus I will not recommend him.
Laxus Drayar. I wanted to groom him to one day take my position but while I do have bias towards him for being family, he is too emotional, cocky, foolish and abrasive. With his excommunication being nothing but a temporary arrangement, I hope that once he comes back that he will be more mature and level-headed. But the uncertainty of such an outcome is too high, and so I will not recommend him. What is this talk about recommendations? Natsu asked. And why is he bad talking Laxus and Gildarts? No one answered the fire Dragonslayer as they were too fixated on Makarov's recording. Urza Scarlet. Or rather, well, I will keep that last bit a secret since that's your story to tell, Urza. I know you were told by Rin-chan there would be consequences, but try not to put it off for too long. A twitching smile was sent in the direction of Makarov's recording, but the seed had been planted. Urza would soon have to confront her guildmates about her heritage, but for now. Urza, you are everything I could ever hope for in a guild member of Fairy Tail. Strong, smart, courageous, willing to put your life on the line for the sake of others, not just the guild members. Your becoming a member of the 10 Wizard Saints was an honor long overdue for someone of your caliber, but while you have the makings of a great leader in the field, I don't think you're well suited for logistical aspects of what it means to be a leader. Remember to be fair and not to be too violent with your punishments in case someone in the guild steps out of line. You're one of my best and brightest, so I hope you continue to uphold the legacy of those who came before you, and I don't mean just Fairy Tail. A lone tear traced the side of her face as it flowed from her non-prosthetic eye. And now, it's your turn. Mary Jane Strauss. The white-haired barmaid blinked owlishly at her master's recording. You possess the same attributes as Urza, but unlike Urza you do have the suitability to handle logistics and running operations. Due to your time being my confidant, you've practically been my shadow. You've seen how things are done and you've actually even assisted in making pretty big and important decisions pertaining to the guild and its members. Makarov frowned deeply as he released a tired sigh.
I know you may not think yourself good enough or strong enough because of what happened to Lysina.
Mira Jane and Elfman winced a bit harder than the others who heard the name of their dead little sister. But I do not make these sorts of decisions lightly, and you've heard my assessments of the other S-class mages. So, you may be wondering what it is that I've been getting at, but I think it's been fairly obvious at this point. So with my passing, it is with great honor that I bestow upon you the title, privileges and powers that I once had. WHWH what? What, I just, Mira Jane Strauss.
The booming voice of Makarov snapped Mirajan out of her stammering stupor. Demon of Fairy Tail and the best barmaid this guild could ever have. I appoint you as 4th master of the Fairy Tail Mage Guild. Congratulations. Makarov smiled brightly into the movie Lacrima. I'm not joking and it's not a mistake, okay Mira-chan. You will be the 4th. You have every right to turn down the position as I'm pretty sure you're feeling a lot of emotions right now.
That was an understatement, but I really do think you're the best one for the job. His expression softened as he placed a hand over his heart. I love you and I believe in you. I know you can keep this old shack afloat for about as long as I did. Makarov cleared his throat once more. Now, I think I've said all that I've needed to say, so Yajima, that's that. The Titan of Fairy Tail's expression softened as he bore a gentle, grandfatherly smile. My journey has come to an end and it has been a truly delightful one. Thanks to all of you. I love all of you. My adorable brats. Be good to one another, you hear? The recording ended and the rectangular magic seal began to die down as the bright glow from the movie Lacrima was dying with it. The moment it did, Mira Jane stumbled back. Her hands scrambled through the air as she lost her balance, but she was unable to secure a solid grip on the wooden table behind her. The sound of her collapse alongside the table knocked everyone else out of their own surprised stupor. Nei-chan. Elfman immediately rushed to his sister's side. Nei-chan, are you okay? I'm. Mira Jane looked up at her brother with shock still written across her face. I don't know how to feel about this. Master gives all these heartfelt goodbyes, but just suddenly springs this on everyone. I don't. Mira Jane. The blue-eyed barmaid takeover mage watched as Laxus walked towards her, a stone-faced expression on his face. Elfman immediately placed himself in between the two, but Laxus simply rested a hand on the white-haired man's shoulder. A silent conversation took place between the two and not soon after did Elfman step aside. Mira Jane followed her brother's movement before looking up at the blonde mage before her. Laxus. I didn't. Mira Jane stammered as she searched for words. Laxus raised his arms up and Mira Jane immediately flinched, shutting her eyes in expectation for what she assumed would be a violent act. However, she opened her eyes in confusion as the lightning magic user rested his hands on her shoulders. Dark-colored eyes stared deeply into her own bright blue orbs. His grip tightened slightly in a form of reassurance and the demon of Fairy Tail's eyes widened as the thunder god graced with a rare smile. We trust you, 4th. The words seemed to echo throughout the guild, but to the newly appointed 4th master, they struck her like the lightning their speaker wielded. Mira Jane's eyes watered as she glanced around the guild hall. Nods of approval and bright smiles were sent her way from each and every person within her field of vision. She wiped her tears before walking around Laxus and standing directly in front of her friend and rival. You're okay with this? She asked. I know when we were kids you used to Her words were stuck in her throat as Urza pulled her into a tight hug. Mary Jane's surprised expression quickly transitioned to happiness as she returned the hug. 3 cheers to the new master. Kana whooped as she raised her mug of alcohol high. The others were quick to raise their mugs skyward in solidarity. Master mi ra. Master mi ra. Master mi ra. Mary Jane and Urza released each other from the hug and smiled brightly at one another. Thanks, Urza. Of course, as Urza was looking at her new guild master, she noticed a small figure moving from outside the window directly across from her. A crimson eyebrow arched in confusion and curiosity. Prison-level spy network HQ, Eastern Fiorian Mountains, Fury. It had been an odd imprisonment thus far for the celestial spirit of the goat. When he woke from the magic wool-induced coma that Aries placed him in, he was already strapped to a wall by chains. Aries, Scorpio and Gemini had their keys taken from him, and even if he did have them, the chains he was bound by had the unfortunate capability to seal off his magic. He wasn't given any food, not that he needed to due to having the immortal body of a spirit which required no sustenance or rest. However, the strangest thing had been that for what felt like had been several days, no guards, wardens or whatever sort of prison officer this place he currently was in had yet to check on him. Either they were very confident in their security or they forgot about him. His head snapped up immediately as the sound of his cell's door lock clicked. The door opened and bright blue eyes widened as he gazed upon the form of his captor. You? Naruto strode through the door and the beady's eyes widened even further from behind his sunglasses as Ultir followed in behind him. Kurama, Shukaku and Matabi floated in the air above the 2 humans as they also entered the room. So all it takes is us losing to finally have you leave Grimoire Heart, We didn't just lose, Zoldeo. Don't call me that, he hissed. We were clued into your true identity by Aries after we defeated you. Shukaku told the anthropomorphic goat. That you're not actually Capricorn the goat. But Ul-chan spilled the truth to us now that she's with us. Matabi directed her heterochromic eyes, seeming to stare into his soul with her pupil-less gaze. You were formerly employed by the Heartphilia family and made off with the golden key for Capricorn. The question though is how you, Zoldeo, managed to possess the body of a celestial spirit. Especially one as strong as Capricorn who, according to Scoprio and Aries, is the second most powerful spirit of the 12. Zoldeo remained quiet. That's fine, you don't need to answer since Ul-chan already told us about how human subordination magic works. The Bakaneko Exceed laughed at Zoldeo's surprised expression. Though to think you'd try to use it on a celestial spirit of all things. The type of magic is called human subordination magic for a reason. If the stupid goat had just listened to me in the first place I wouldn't have had to try and subjugate him with my magic in the first place. Zoldeo snapped, the horizontal pupils of his goat-like eyes widening in response to his emotional outburst. I was already recruited by Grimoire Heart before Layla-sama died, and I already had the plan to take her golden keys before her stupid brat could get them. But no, the damned goat decided to rebel against me and so he forced my hand. Though I became trapped in his body. At least I managed to retain complete control of it and so I was literally immortal and far more useful to the cause as Caprico than I ever would have been as just Zoldeo. He does have a point. Ultir agreed with a small shrug. But unfortunately we're going to have you vacate Capricorn's body. What? Insert music. Fairy Tale Guild Darkness. Naruto stepped forward, his eyes shining with ethereal white light. You lack a physical body and so you will likely fade out of existence the moment you leave Capricorn's soul. Naruto raised a hand the moment Zoldeo opened his mouth to argue. You would think that you being a member of the 7 kin of Purgatory would make you useful to me and my organization. But I already have Ultir's allegiance and she outranked you as second in command of Grimoire Heart so she holds more value than you ever could. And my plans for the celestial spirits are better off with having Capricorn restored to his original self, so you have 2 options. 1. Shukaku flew through the air settled atop Zoldeo's right shoulder. You can willingly leave this body and disperse into the ether to be judged by the dragons of light and darkness to see where you will spend your afterlife. Or 2. Kurama nestled on his left shoulder. We developed a sealing formula to forcibly rip you out of Capricorn's body and rather than peacefully fading into the ether to have yourself judged by Waisalohia and Skyadrim, since you would be a spirit or ghost. That puts you in Matabi's territory. Matabi gave a small wave as she bared her pearly whites. She can interact with those of your ilk due to her nature as a Bakaneko, and given we don't care for you very much. We don't care for him at all actually, Shukaku interjected. Well, my loving little sister can devour you and you'll be burned into non-existence. Zoldeo's jaw dropped in response. What kind of ultimatum is this? Either way I'm going to die. Kurama and Shukaku looked to Zoldeo and then to each other. Well, did you hear that, Oni-san? The Ichibi asked with a mocking tone. It sounds as if he is putting some form of resistance to our show of mercy. Why indeed I did, Oto. The Kyuubi responded with just as much mockery before turning to his Dragonslayer partner. So I take it that we'll be going for option number 2 then? What? No, Zoldeo shouted. You can't do this to me. Ultir, I swear by the dragons, if you don't help get me out of this, then I'm going to rip you apart limb by limb MMPH. Now, no need to shout. Shukaku chuckled as he wrapped a rope of sand around the body of Capricorn's mouth. We can all hear you, but unfortunately we're not gonna listen to you. The two male Biju exceed floated in the air as Naruto reached into his cloak and pulled out a seal tag. This seal essentially functions as a siphoning spell. The son of Agnologia explained. Though you have possessed this body and inhabited Capricorn's soul for as long as you have, your magic energy signature has a distinct feel to it that can be isolated with my own ability to control energy itself. In layman's terms, I can exorcise you, Zoldeo.
The dark purple magic seal cast its glow as Naruto placed it on the anthropomorphic goat's chest. Zoldeo's scream was muffled by the sand, and so the others merely watched as strings of kanji stretched out from the seal tag across Capricorn's body like snakes. The kanji then began to shine within the same dark violet light, a painful hissing accompanying the light as wisps of black smoke began to escape through the pores of the goat spirit's seizing body.
All eyes followed the smoke as it began to coalesce above their heads. Within the span of a minute, the entirety of the representation of Zoldeo's soul came together. The smoke twisted and morphed as it took on the image of a thin-looking man with puffy hair made in smoke. The spirit of Zoldeo bore two golden orbs for eyes, and he looked over his body in surprise as he hovered in the air, only for the kanji on Capricorn's body to quickly recede into the sealed tag and spring forth like serpents, binding the astral projection within the physical world. "Wow, what the fuck? What did you do to me?" "I did as I said I would," Naruto replied. "I've isolated your spirit from Capricorn's. But you did this so seamlessly. We've had you in confinement and under surveillance for the past 2 weeks since Grimoire Heart fell. And in that time we've been studying you and ran many trial and error sessions to perfect this particular seal. You may think that no one has been watching you, but I can tell you with great certainty." Naruto's eyes shone brilliantly. "We've always had a close eye on you." The glow in Naruto's eyes receded as they returned to their original bright blue. "Matabi." "Aye, sir." The fiery body of the Nibi grew slightly as she shifted from her exceed form to that of a twin-tailed cat approximately the size of an adult tiger. She licked her lips with drool and flame dripping from her fangs. No, stop, you can't, please, I'll do anything, please. Then die." The eyes of Zoldeo's spirit widened as his voice died in his astral throat. The shadow of the Nibi no Bakaneko enveloped his body, and the last thing he saw was the bright sapphire and black flames of Matabi's throat as he was devoured. Matabi licked her lips as she shrunk back down into her exceed form, letting loose a small burp.
"Your eating habits are messy as always. Shut up." The Nibi stuck her tongue out at her kitsune costumed brother. The sound of tired groaning then met their ears, and the occupants of the prison room turned to Capricorn. Having a foreign soul removed from your own being was quite the draining experience, and it showed in how Capricorn, now clad in his original, official butler uniform, began to break down into particles of light to return to the spirit world. He raised his head and gave a smile of gratitude to the blonde Dragonslayer before him.
"Thank you," he uttered. Naruto snapped his fingers and the chains came undone, forcing the weakened golden key spirit to fall unceremoniously to his knees. It has been nearly 2 decades since I was locked away with Enruli. Truly thank you. Unfortunately, I have pledged my services to another. A promise to Leila-sama, my first master. So I cannot truly serve you as my master, but I am in your debt. Other than my servitude, should you require something of me before I return to the spirit world. I am aware of your promise to Layla Heartphilia, Capricorn. Tired blue eyes widened slightly at the blonde stranger's words. Your key will be given to Lucy Heartphilia, but as you are indebted to me, I do have a mission for you to carry out once all 12 golden keys are collected and together. If I may ask, what does that mission entail? The fading anthropomorphic goat asked. The Eclipse Gate. Those 3 words alone answered Capricorn's question, and through his dark-tinted lenses, his light blue eyes stared into the deep sapphire ones of his savior. My debt to you is binding, so it will be done. A stiff nod was given in reply to the goat spirit's words before said goat spirit faded from view. In his place lay a golden key with the astrological symbol for Capricorn present on its handle. Well, Kurama rested atop his partner's head. That was easier than I thought. Same. Matabi agreed as she watched Naruto pick up the golden key, pocketing it with the other 3 he had on his person. Didn't think he'd agree so readily, but I guess those celestial spirit debts really are as binding as they say they are. Naruto merely offered the Biju Exceed a shrug, not willing to question the logistics of astral existences and their morals. With his business involving Capricorn now concluded, the blonde made a move to exit the premises. Ultir walked after him, putting a little bit more speed into her pace as she tried to match his longer strides. Her dark eyes glanced down at his pocket, the sound of the jingling keys meeting her ears with each step they took. Are you really going to give those away to Lucy Heartphilia? Ultir asked. Having celestial spirits on our side would be pretty useful, and I'm sure there's someone among the rank and file who might be interested in using the keys or as a holder-type magic user. Scorpio would be useful for desert ops. Aries can put people to sleep, and Gemini is literally the best infiltration or assassination based being outside of an actual assassin mage. Capricorn. Well, I'm too sure what he can do outside of close combat, but… Oh right, he said he wouldn't serve anyone other than Lucy, so I guess you have to give him away. I have considered the option, but none of the mages outside of when I first started this network are versed in celestial spirit magic. What about the mages outside the core members? She asked. Sure, they're dark mages, but I'm sure the sub-guilds of Grimoire Heart that I hold sway with have someone who can at the very least use some silver keys. You answer your own question by pointing out they are dark mages formerly under your deceased master's employ. Fair enough, but I mean it seems like such a waste to give them away to Fairy Tail. Naruto sighed. If you really wish to know that badly, the primary reason I am giving them to Heartfilia is because it will be easier to keep track of them if they are all under one wielder. She is in possession of Taurus, Cancer, Aquarius, Virgo, Leo and Sagittarius, and giving her these 4 will give her a grand total of 10. Given she is also on the lookout for the other golden key spirits of her own volition, it prevents me from having to use too much of my own resources to find the other 2. Those are Pisces and Libra, right? Indeed. He nodded. But another reason to not have the spirits under my command is that celestial spirit contracts are very odd from what I've read about them. They are only able to work on specific days of the week, and while there is room for negotiation, I cannot afford such unreliable personnel as they are more liability than asset in that regard, so it is easier to simply use what I have. Not like you're down on variety either, I guess. The daughter of added. Especially since you got me to control the sub-guilds of Grimoire Heart. True. Oh? Her eyes widened slightly in surprise. You're surprisingly more agreeable since we last met. I never thought I'd see the day. The blonde shook his head. You really are quite a troublesome woman. Well, like you said, I am yours. She batted her eyelashes, earning another sigh from the Dragonslayer. The 3 Biju Exceed simply laughed as the 2 humans before them continued to bicker. Main Hall Spy Network HQ. The mutterings throughout the main hall of the castle echoed as many theorized what the reason was for the Ogono Fujin and Onibi Myobu to have recalled practically all their dispersed teams. Su and Fu stood before the crowd as Naruto's second-in-commands, doing the final headcount. Kinda cool, isn't it? Su's dark green eyes shifted slightly in the direction of the daughter of Cyclonus. What do you mean, Fu-sama? I mean, sure, he was really egotistical about it when he first started this thing, but I think it was only approximately 70 of you. 65. Right, 65, and well, the couple of us that were with him when it was still in its infancy. This organization of his has really become something else. Su looked up from the tablet in her hands and took a long look over the many occupants that filled the main hall. The subordinate dark guilds were kept out from the recall, and thus it only consisted of his executive mages, the Exceed and the mages whom the blonde had under his command ever since he killed Jose Porla all those months ago. This placed the numbers well over 100, and if they did ever decide to bring the dark guild members into the fold, they would easily cross into the thousands. That's true, Su said with a small smile, and I can't believe Fujin-sama is actually going to tell us exactly what his actual plan is. Well, it sounded like he would have told us eventually, but way to expedite that slow-ass moving train. The mint-haired mage lightly punched Su on her shoulder. Kinda ironic that we're functioning as a spy network and yet we knew nothing about what it is Naruto wanted to do. The 2 females laughed lightly, but quickly quieted down along with the others as an Exceed flew out from the far-off hallway. He's coming, the green-furred feline shouted as softly as he could. The Exceed hovered in the air, floating beside his brethren as the sounds of heavy footsteps came from the hallway. The footsteps grew louder with each passing moment. Some of the spy network members unknowingly began to sweat or hold their breaths. Naruto emerged from the hallway with Ultier, Shukaku, Matabi and Kurama in tow. Ultier was led off to join the place where the executive members were sitting by Matabi and Shukaku, while Naruto and Kurama made their way over to the obsidian throne which lay at the head of the main hall. Naruto sat himself down while Kurama hopped off of his head, transforming into his 3-tailed form so as to comfortably rest atop Omega Pillow-chan, the comfortable red velvet pillow which lay beside the throne. Naruto cast his hardened gaze over the subordinates as they all stood at attention. Su. Fujin-sama? Is this everyone? Yes, Fujin-sama. Su presented her tablet to him so as to show the evidence of her statement. All of our original members have been recalled. Gajeel Red Fox and Juvia Loxer are present from Fairy Tail along with Leon Vastia and his group from Lamia Scale. The 9 and the Exceed population are all in attendance as well. The son of 2 wizard saints nodded. Good, you and Fu can go take your positions. Su bowed her head slightly before walking off with Fu. Another deafening silence passed over the room as the 2 females stood in line alongside their fellow network members. Naruto adjusted his seating position as he cleared his throat. Before I begin the true nature of this mass recall of all of the spy network's core subordinates, excluding the Dark Guild Mizans, I am sure many of you are wondering why it is I have brought Urza of Fairy Tail into the premises. All heads turned in the direction of the armored redhead. The youngest of the 10 wizard saints remained calm and collected as she sat beside Roshi in the executive member area. I will be blunt with this statement in that Urza is in fact my biological twin sister. Eyes widened and many shouts of surprise ranging from a simple, "What?" to every single expletive under the sun came afterwards. Even Urza herself could not help but be surprised by her brother's unveiling of their relationship, as she still had yet to reveal her true heritage to her own guild. Though given the words from Makarov's video recording of his will where he all but nearly outright told everyone her parentage, she would clearly have to make that reveal soon. A flare of magic energy from the sun of Achnology quieted the room. Our parentage is not yet something I am willing to trust most of you here with, but even so, I will still offer fair warning that regarding the relationship between myself and Urza. That if anyone serves to try and benefit from this information, then know that I will find you and you will be killed for insubordination. Also, it is to be noted that I am aware that this is a shocking revelation to those of you who are not privy to this information, but do not be mistaken. My heritage has changed nothing when it comes to where my allegiances lie, and Urza is not like Gajeel or Juvia, as she has, and will continue, to have no direct relation to our network. If you wish to question me regarding any concerns surrounding Urza, then they will be addressed afterwards. However, as I stated before, this announcement is not why I have gathered you all here. Naruto glanced to the dark-skinned woman that was his second in command. Before the assault on Tenro Island was made, Sue was quite adamant in wanting to know the true reasoning behind all our current actions involving the Magic Council, Grimoire Heart and Fairy Tail. Her own points were valid, and while Kurama and I would have brought this up at a later date, clearly there were some concerns regarding what our plan was. So I believe given our current status as a network and the current plan to begin expansion beyond Fury is soon to be upon us, I will explain everything. It was a promise I made to Sue. A few waggling eyebrows sent her way made the dark-skinned woman's face flush, a half-hearted glare being her response to them. I also made a similar statement to Urza where I said that when the time was right, I would explain what I wanted out of her, needing to investigate the reasons behind why Zhuge Liang and Scheherazade agreed to be 10 Wizard Saint members. Naruto rose from his throne, his already tall form appearing that much larger due to his elevated position. Black and blue energy flowed off of Naruto's body, and the watching eyes of his subordinates were unblinking as the magic energy morphed into the mighty phantasmal image of his draconian father. With a blink, Naruto's brilliant blue orbs were bathed in ethereal white light and a magic seal appeared within them. Insert music. Gargoyles theme song instrumental. Mokashiryu no Byakugan. The Apocalypse Dragon's all-seeing white eye cast a magic seal upon the floor, and suddenly a grand illusion was cast as the world itself seemed to peel away. Soon the group found themselves to be as if they were hovering in the air as they stood within the illusionary world of Naruto's creation. The land was the most beautiful thing they had ever cast their eyes upon. It was like gazing upon an actual representation of paradise, and their eyes followed the many creatures that roamed the land of illusion that Naruto's magical eyes created. In this world, the world of Alagizia, it is the homeland of the dragons themselves. The almighty winged beasts that helped shape the very universe we exist in. Through many ages, there has always been 4 divine dragons, each of which govern over one of the 4 fundamental aspects of the universe. The void, time, force, energy. Each of these 4 aspects help make the universe what it is and can be manipulated by these divine dragons to form feats of what mortals can only best describe as godlike. The world became a blur of color as they seemed to zoom through the skies, only to suddenly shift downwards towards solid ground and enter a large cavernous area where what appeared to be a large nest had been built. Within the nesting area were 4 eggs, each one of differing yet very eye-catching color combinations. One egg was black with blue flame-like markings. The second egg was silver with black flame-like markings. The third was a mixture of sapphire and electric blue, bearing turquoise flame-like markings. The final egg was a bright white with golden flame-like marking adorning it. The dragons are all governed by their leader, the Dragon King. A king can only be the eldest of the 4 divine, and so when it comes to these 4 eggs in particular, the eggs of the divine dragons, it is a contest of strength and speed. Each of the eggs lay still within the nest, but not too long after, the eggs all shook wildly, sometimes rolling and tipping over as cracks steadily appeared across their respective surfaces. For though they would all be born on the same day, whosoever escaped their shell first would be the one crowned Dragon King. The moment Naruto uttered those words, his subordinates all watched in amazement as the miracle of birth occurred. Now the explanation about the true motive of my spy network being created, what it is my true end game is meant to be. If it were to be given without context, it would confuse likely all of you, and so I must first tell you the tale of my father. Not my biological parent, but the one who raised me. The black and blue flame patterned egg was the first to shatter. Emerging from the yolk with a high-pitched roar there came a dragon with similarly colored scales and round white eyes shining in all their glory. Acknowledgia.